Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes the Sin of Wrath. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Life isn't fair. Men are not all created equal. Some people wear masks, pretending to care until they no longer find you useful and discard you. This was the reality Izuku Midoriya had to grow up in. He had a birthmark shaped like a dragon, which he believed was a sign that he would develop a quirk unlike anyone else he knew. "I'm sorry, ma'am. As you can see." The doctor pointed at an X-ray of the boy's toe. He has 2 joints in his pinky toe, which means that his dream of becoming a hero is most likely impossible. The doctor was calm and nonchalant, seemingly unfazed by the impact of his words. What about the birthmark on his arm? Does this not mean anything? Izuku's mother asked, showing the doctor the dragon-shaped mark on her son's left arm. The doctor scratched his chin. "I don't have an explanation for that, and it doesn't look like a normal birthmark. This isn't the only unusual thing about your boy. From what it looks like, he was born with more than one heart as well." How is that possible? I only ever heard a single heartbeat. That's quite odd. Maybe we can book another appointment next year to check on that. Since that day, Izuku's dream of being a hero was constantly shattered, not only by those around him but even by his own mother. "I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry," she repeated, sitting at his desk as he longed to be a hero like Endeavor, the #1 pro hero. However, everything would change on a fateful day in 5th grade. Izuku's POV. "Hell no, we don't want to play with a quirkless nobody." That was the response I had faced for the last 6 or 7 years of my life. I rubbed my swollen eye, having been beaten for trying to defend a kid from bullies, and received no thanks for it. It hurt. Maybe they were right. I sniffled, wiping away tears. Maybe I should just give up on my dream. I will never be a hero who can make people feel safe. Yes, you can. I looked around, startled. It felt like someone had spoken to me. The voice seemed to come from the forest next to my school playground. Curiosity piqued, I slipped away into the forest, thinking that if it got dangerous, I could just run. I followed the voice deeper into the woods, passing a pond with frogs jumping on lily pads. It felt strange yet familiar until I reached a stone with a dragon handle. It looked ancient, covered in moss, as if it had been there for centuries. I felt drawn to the handle, as if it held the key to my familiarity. Time to pull. I tugged on the handle with all my strength. "See, come on. Get out of there." I groaned, putting all my might into one last pull. Suddenly, it came free and I fell back, gasping for breath. I did it. As I caught my breath, an unusual daze washed over me. Maybe a good rest will do me good. I yawned, closing my eyes and drifting off to sleep. Hey, wake up or else you're gonna get dirty, Izuku." That didn't sound like my voice. "Wake up, kid. Please, Husset. Relax. It's just me." An unknown boy smiled at me. "But I don't know who you are." He awkwardly laughed and rubbed his head. "Oh yeah, my bad. Allow me to introduce myself." He pointed to himself, revealing a birthmark identical to my own. "I'm Meliodas, the dragon's sin of wrath. Nice to finally meet you, Izuku." This was confusing. "How do you know who I am? I don't even know the first thing about you. Are you here to haunt me?" "I might be here in spirit, but that doesn't mean I'm here to haunt you, kid. Anyways, I'm here to fully awaken your abilities." "Huh? What do you mean? I'm quirkless, I don't have any abilities." "Well, that's not the whole truth." He put his hands in his pockets and sat down, ready to explain everything to me. Discussing this whole thing, I said, "Wait. So let me get this straight. I was born a demon, but all of my hearts were in a sort of coma? Along with that, my strength was sealed and other stuff." "Pretty much. I don't know how, but no worries. With my help, I can undo all of that and give you full access to what you should have to move forward." This was all so confusing. But wait. I thought demons were supposed to have horns and be all big and scary. Neither of us look anything like that. He laughed a bit, crossing his arms. You know, that's just how people think we look. You'd probably be surprised to learn that other races look just like humans. You could blend in perfectly. Unless someone feels your other hearts. Other races? Yeah. There are other races besides just demons. There are fairies, giants, and goddesses too. Maybe even ones I don't know about. Well, that's cool. But why are you even here anyway? He smiled, patting my head gently. Because you're sort of a descendant of mine, not by blood but by power. I looked at him, tilting my head in confusion. I'm here to guide you on how to use my powers, silly. Now then, what do you say about becoming the greatest hero, Izuku? He held his hand out to me. I looked on, somewhat unsure, but I took it anyway and shook it. Why, I want to be the greatest hero. I immediately woke up, still in the forest, and sighed. I guess that was all a dream. Oh, I'll just go then if I am just a dream. It wasn't a dream? He laughed. Nope. All real. I stood up, still having the handle in my hand. I don't feel all that different, I said, patting all around my body until I felt my chest, hearing not 1, not 2 or 3, but 7 hearts beating at once. I really do have 7 hearts. Before I could dwell on this any further, I heard the teacher yelling from the edge of the forest, Izuku, come out here right now or you will get a call home. I panicked and frantically made my way back to my teacher. Okay. As I ran out of the forest, she said, don't run out on your own like that or I could get fired. I flailed my hands in front of myself. Sorry, it won't happen again. She grabbed my hand and walked me back inside as I looked at the sky, thinking, things are gonna get way more intense from here. To be continued. It's been a few years since my first talk with Meliodas. I began to learn a lot about him and my new magic abilities. He told me I had a limited amount of magic usage, but I could use it much more efficiently. Only the sins themselves can use these powers. There are also 6 other sins: greed, lust, gluttony, sloth, envy, and pride. I am the sin of wrath, so it isn't far off to say I might meet the other sins down the road. It was also a hard time explaining to my mom. I was a late bloomer, Mom. Look what I can do. That is amazing, sweetie. I can now produce onyx black flames from my hands or my sword handle. Speaking of which, I also used the broken handle, which was more useful than I let on, especially for another magic ability of mine called Full Counter. It allowed me to counter every magic attack back at the user with twice the power. It was interesting to learn more about my new abilities and the possible weaknesses surrounding them. Middle school. Our teacher rummaged through papers, sighing as he tried to organize everything. All right, class, it's time to take a test based on your future career choices in life. This was followed by a collective groan from the class. However, the teacher suddenly threw the papers in the air with a big grin on his face. But let's be honest, I know all of you want to sign up for the hero course. Everyone cheered as they activated their quirks, while I simply sat there. Then he said out loud, Izuku, I also heard you signed up for the hero course. To my lack of surprise, everyone laughed. They didn't know I actually had a quirk now, so they must have thought I still had no powers. Doesn't he know that you need a quirk to be a hero? Let alone get into you, a random student shouted as I continued to sit at my desk. UA changed that policy, so it isn't impossible for me to get in. Someone suddenly slammed their hand on my desk, grinning devilishly. Do you really think they would let some worthless normie in over us? I looked up at them with a pretty casual expression. Well, if I have the heart and the dedication, anyone could be a hero if they put their heart into it. This only received more laughter from the rest of my class. Your classmates are real J-arcs, kid. How do you put up with all of it? I didn't have to deal with this bullying. If I showed them my quirk or just fought back, then I wouldn't need to deal with it. But I didn't want respect or anything, especially not from those who discriminate against the quirkless and treat them poorly. I was also scared of how they might react. The bully tried to attack me, but I simply caught his hand and gently pushed him away. Why are you attacking me? Are you seriously that disturbed and annoyed that I'm trying to apply to you? He responded with an annoyed glare and returned to his seat, grumbling. At the end of the school day, I gently set my bag onto my desk and began putting my things away. I reached for my hero notebook but realized it was missing. What's this thing? A diary? I turned to see a group of people, mostly the ones who bullied me the most. Their leader, Terry Ichikawa, had black hair and blue eyes and was quite popular at school. His quirk allowed him to pull people toward him from a distance, which he used to deliver strong punches. It isn't a diary, Terry, it's a hero notebook. I sighed, holding out my hand, hoping he would return it without a fight. Come on, Terry, please just give it back. I don't want to deal with this in the last few weeks before summer. Oh sure, I'll give it back. He grabbed the notebook and began ripping it in front of me, his friends laughing along. This was my last straw. Put my notebook down. I punched him across the face, sending him spinning into the wall. Ugh! He dropped my notebook, groaning in pain as he rubbed his face, clearly winded. I walked over, picked up my notebook, and left the classroom without saying another word. On my way home, I took my usual route under the bridge. It was a quiet walk, and I couldn't help but think about how I had stood up for myself. You know, I'm proud of you for standing up for yourself, Meliodas said, surprising me. I had expected him to lecture me about going too far with Terry. Then I smelled something foul, like sewage and spoiled food. I covered my nose in disgust. What is that smell? Suddenly, I heard the manhole cover shaking violently. I got on guard, lighting my hand on fire. Watch out, kid, things could get real messy. I nodded, taking a deep breath. I know I just need to defend myself from whatever this is. Suddenly, a monster made of sludge emerged from the sewer, grinning mischievously. How about you stay around for a bit, kid? We can get to know each other. The sludge villain fully formed, looking at me with a maniacal expression. You'll make a great bodysuit to hide in. Then I can commit crimes without anyone suspecting a thing. He lunged at me, but I jumped to the side, holding my hand out. I have to hold back on my strength. I need to knock him out so an actual hero can deal with him. I powered up a fireball and attacked, causing him to roar in pain. Oh, you little brat. He charged at me again, and I had to restrain myself. I couldn't kill him, heroes don't kill. I attacked again with a wave of fire, hitting him, but he powered through it, jumping at me through the smoke. What dash? He pounced on me, trying to force his way into my mouth. That's a strong power you got there, kid. If I wasn't made of sludge, I'd be in trouble, but don't worry. Your body will be in good hands with someone like me at the wheel. I had to escape. My mom was waiting for me at home and would be heartbroken if she realized her son had died without achieving his dream. Kid, you gotta go all out. I know. Both my hands lit on fire as I gripped the sludge monster. Acha? What are you? All I heard were his screams as the intense flames engulfed him. Moments later, his screams faded, and his sludge fell flat, splashing around me. I coughed, trying to catch my breath, and looked around to see. The villain was gone. I just killed someone. He wasn't breathing, and there were no pleas for his life. I stared in horror as his remains evaporated, leaving nothing behind. Did I? I looked at my hands, realizing they were shaking. Panic set in. What if a hero found out? What if I got turned in for something I never intended to do? Calm down. You're panicking. I focused on slowing my breath. There you go, just calm down, take a few deep breaths, and we can talk about it. I regained my composure and walked out from under the bridge, still glancing at my hands. I understand you're scared, kid. Taking a life is terrifying, but you'll have to learn over time. If you want to protect the people you care about, you need control. That's why I'm here, to help you gain that control. I took a deep breath and continued my walk home. Thank you, Meliodas. I'm always here for you, Izuku. The day had finally arrived. The day I would enter UA. My mom waved me off. Bye, sweetie. I hope you pass the exam. I chuckled and nodded. Alright, Mom. I'll be back soon. As I walked out the door, Meliodas spoke up. So, kid, are you finally okay after that sludge incident? A drop of sweat formed on my forehead. You're not helping me get over it by reminding me. He chuckled nervously. Oh, right. Sorry. I passed by Dagoba Beach, admiring its cleanliness. Sate. Luckily, nobody has dumped trash here since I cleaned it up for training. I finally took care of the last piece of trash inside. Phew. Finally done cleaning. I wiped the sweat from my forehead. It seems someone has restored this beach to its former beauty. I turned to see an older man with yellow hair and glasses. Were you the one who cleaned up this beach? I nodded. I cleaned it up for training, and nobody should be dumping trash on a beach anyway. He placed a hand on my shoulder, thanking me for my efforts, which I nervously accepted. Later, I excitedly ran through the cherry blossom trees as petals fell around us. Wow, it looks really pretty here, Meliodas exclaimed. Finally, this is where it all starts, where I begin my journey to become the #1 hero. I tripped on a rock. Or we'll just die, I joked, but then I felt myself floating. A feminine voice interrupted my thoughts. Are you okay, sir? I panicked. What? Why am I floating? She helped me back to my feet, deactivating her quirk. Sorry, I used my quirk without your permission. She nervously ran her fingers through her hair. Oh no. It's all right, thank you for the help. I looked at her more closely. She was a brunette with a permanent blush on her face, and she seemed as nervous as I was, which was justified. But something about her was really cute. Oh, are you getting a crush before the first day of school? Midoriya Izuku, you scoundrel. Heat rushed to my cheeks from the teasing. Be quiet. Geez, calm down, kid. The girl waved her hand in front of my face, confused. Are you okay? I snapped back to reality. Yeah, I was just caught off guard by how cool your quirk is. It wasn't a lie, I genuinely thought her quirk was impressive. She smiled, rubbing her head. Really? I don't think it's that cool. I disagreed. But it is cool. You would be an amazing rescue hero with a quirk like that. She smiled again and waved as she ran off. Well, I hope to see you later, green-haired boy. I mumbled, blushing a little from embarrassment. See ya too. I ran after her to get inside the building and start my exam. Milas, I just talked to a girl. I could hardly contain my excitement. Good for you, kid. I'm proud of you. I walked into the building and made my way toward the room where the entrance exam would be explained. I took a seat and glanced to my left, noticing an ash-blonde guy with red pupils wearing a trench coat, resting his head on his hand. Man, this is so boring. I nervously whispered to him. He hasn't even begun announcing anything yet, you know? He turned to me. Yeah, that's the point. I just want to get this exam finished and secure a spot in the hero course. Plus, I have a life to live. I snickered. Yeah, that's fair. I want to get into the hero course too. He smirked. Well, try not to get outclassed by me, broccoli boy. I grinned. Oh, I won't. If anything, I'd worry about you, Mr. Pomeranian. We both laughed, but then a voice interrupted us. Can't you both see President Mike is about to start explaining? You should keep quiet so others can hear. I sighed and turned forward to see President Mike walking to the center of the stage. Welcome, you candidates. To be continued. Entrance exam. President Mike announced in an upbeat tone. So it must be obvious you guys passed the written test. But if you didn't, don't worry, the practical exam is the most important of the two anyway. He said as the ash-blonde guy mumbled, Thankfully I didn't do it, smirking to himself. I felt a little annoyed that my efforts had meant nothing in the end. Now, on to some of the rules. You obviously can't attack other candidates. It'll result in a disqualification. He stated bluntly, as if it had happened a multitude of times before. You'll be fighting a bunch of robots to earn villain points. The more you have, the better chance you have to get into UA. This was somewhat obvious, but something felt a little off. Why is it only villain points? Are there no hero points or something? I wondered aloud, resting my hand on my chin, deep in thought. You will also be in separate fake cities. So you can't team up with your friends, making it harder. He continued, displaying a series of silhouette figures on the screen. There will be 4 types of robots. 1-pointers are easy, 2-pointers are medium, 3-pointers are hard, and the 0-pointers are the arena traps. You don't need to destroy them, they are basically there to be annoying. I sighed, not surprised. What are you kids waiting for? Get to the practical exam area. You'll find where you need to go on your exam card. Everyone scrambled to find their designated areas. I looked at my exam card. City B. Once I arrived at City B, I looked around and, by pure chance, spotted the girl who had saved me from slamming my face into the concrete floor at the entrance. She seemed pretty nervous and was trying to calm herself. I was going to go over and encourage her as a way of saying thanks when I was interrupted by the same guy who had told me and Bakugo to be quiet. What are you doing? Can't you see she is trying to concentrate? Are you trying to make her fail? He snapped. I looked at him, confused. What? This is a misunderstanding. She helped me, so I wanted to thank her. I was cut off as Present Mike shouted, "Go!" I felt a rush as I ran off to fight some robots for points. Geez, that guy must have woken up on the wrong side of the bed this morning, Meliodas commented. I punched a 2-pointer robot, destroying it in 1 hit, surprised by my strength. Wow, that was really strong. I had never tested my strength on a metal being much, so this rush was exhilarating. I went on a spree, taking down robot after robot. Wow, Izuku. I'm impressed you already got 34 points. Meliodas applauded my growth in power over the years. I targeted another robot when suddenly a sparkling laser beam shot through it, destroying it and stealing my points. I looked in the direction of the shot and saw a blonde individual. Thank you for being a distraction. I hope we may meet again, he said with a snarky remark before moving on to find more robots. I felt annoyance bubble up inside me. Man, that guy must have a pretty big ego, Meliodas commented. I approached a 3-pointer robot, delivering a swift kick to its head, decapitating it. Alright, that makes 37. I turned to see a group of 2-pointers and smirked. This'll be fun. I ran toward them, grabbing one and spinning around as it crashed into the others. Ooh, yeah baby. I threw the 2-pointer away. That's another 20 points to the score. Suddenly, I heard screaming and saw people running past me. I turned around to see a giant robot looming over us. Man, it looks like a titan is attacking us. In the faculty lounge, a tired-looking man sat with several other pro heroes. It seems that time is running out, he said, glancing at the animal in the room. So, Principal Nizu, is it time? The polar bear mouse-looking hybrid known as Principal Nizu nodded. Of course it is. After all, the point of this robot is to see what our candidates can do under a situation like this. It'll create an opportunity for some students to really shine. He smiled and pressed a big red button. Now let's see how they deal with the 0-pointer. Back at the practical exam in City B, the giant robot towered over us, causing massive debris in its wake. Okay, time to go. I turned to run but heard a yell. Help. I recognized the voice. It was the same girl who saved me. She was trapped under debris left by the robot and was about to be crushed. This girl was the first person to show me kindness, and now she was in danger while everyone else was running away for their own safety? I froze, despite having the power to stop this thing. Do something, Izuku, do something. Flashback. A useless person without a quirk like you could never become a hero. I had been bullied for so much of my life and discriminated against for not having a quirk. My class started to make fun of me with nicknames like Normie and No Quirk Wonder. They said my dreams of becoming a hero were just that, dreams that could never be reached. But with this power, I could do something. I could act. I could save someone for once in my life. Suddenly, I ran in without thinking, driven only by the need to save that girl. I gritted my teeth in determination and shouted, I'm about to dust this guy. I jumped higher than I ever had before, flames enveloping my fist as I roared, leave her alone. I slammed my fist against the robot's face, creating a spectacular explosion of light. As the robot fell, I took a deep breath, feeling a rush of accomplishment. Job well done, Izuku Midoriya. The robot lay in ruins, and for the first time, I had saved someone. A smile spread across my face. Hey, Izuku. Yeah, Meliodas. I hate to ruin the mood, but we're kind of heading towards the ground and need to land on our feet. Reality hit me hard. I wasn't paying attention to my position and was about to crash. I braced for impact, but just before I hit the ground, I felt a gentle force stop me. It was her again, the brown-haired girl. She had saved me from a rough landing by floating on debris from the robot. And time is you up? I watched as she suddenly looked ill. I rushed over to her, hopping onto the piece of the robot she was on, and patted her back. Hey, are you okay? You must have used a lot of energy to do all of that while injured. Her legs were still sprained from the robot's attack. Why yeah, I'm okay. What about you? She asked, offering a tired smile. I'm doing fine, thanks to your quirk. I realized that even though I had saved her, she was still in pain. I needed to get her help. All right, up we go. I lifted her onto my back and jumped off the wreckage, heading toward the other contestants. What are you doing? She exclaimed, surprised by my sudden action. I'm going to get help for your injury, and I want to thank you for helping me. I smiled as I spotted a pro hero approaching us. It was Recovery Girl. Oh my. She seems to be in quite a bit of agony, she said gently, placing a hand on the girl's cheek. I carefully laid her down. She threw up after saving me using her quirk. It was probably from overexertion, especially with her injuries. Well, aren't you just a gentleman? Recovery Girl laughed softly and kissed the girl on the forehead. Did she just kiss her on the forehead? Just relax and watch. A gentle green glow surrounded the girl's legs, and I watched in awe as her wounds began to heal. You should be all healed up now. Does anyone else need healing? Recovery Girl asked as she moved on to check on others. Most students declined, feeling awkward about being kissed by an older woman. You know, I don't want to sound old, but back in my time, we didn't need to kiss people to heal them, I remarked, slightly annoyed. It still worked, so please be quiet, I added. After the exams, the staff at UA promised we would receive a letter in a week to let us know if we got in. As I left the building, anxiety crept in. Did you think you got in? I don't know. Why do you think I'm anxious? I replied, gripping my chest nervously. I was worried about how I measured up against everyone else. Hey, wait up. I turned around, surprised to see the brown-haired girl again. I wanted to talk to you and thank you for helping me back there, she said, breathing slightly as if she had rushed to catch up with me. She even bowed a little. And no need to bow or anything. I just wanted to help because you looked like you were in danger and because you helped me so much. I was taken aback by the gratitude from a girl. Still, you completely wrecked that thing. You were all like wabam. Kabush. Wapow. She mimicked punching motions with her fists, then looked at me again. Oh yeah, I also came by because I wanted to be friends and get to know each other. Friends? Me and a cute girl? Calm down, Izuku. She just wanted to be friends and nothing more. I am Izuku Midoriya. It's a pleasure to meet you. I bowed slightly to show respect. Oh, don't bow. Now you got me all embarrassed too. She laughed, waving it off. I'm Achiko Uraraka. It's nice to meet you too. Her smile felt like sunshine, and I could feel my heart racing as heat rushed to my face. I can give you my number so we can stay in contact. She started digging into her jacket for her phone. She's giving me her phone number. Sate. You gained yourself a friend. And a girl no less. Shut up. Don't make it weird. I snapped back, unfrozen when she took my hand and handed me a piece of paper with her number on it. Ha! She smiled and ran off, waving goodbye. I'll talk to you later, okay? Tell me if you get into UA or not. See you later, Midoriya-kun. Holy Sirpi, I just got a girl's number. This had to be the best and possibly worst day of my life. If my mom finds out, I'll never hear the end of it. Combined with Meliodas teasing me, I might not survive. Hey, I'm right here, you know? No time to dwell on it. I headed home on the train, eagerly waiting for the letter to arrive. Katsuki Bakugo's POV. I stretched a bit on my way to the train station, cracking my knuckles as I groaned. Damn it, punching those hunks of metal really made my knuckles sore. Well, you are punching metal, kid. I don't know what you expected. Shut it. I suddenly ran into someone and stumbled back, rubbing my head. Watch where you goin'. My apologies. I wasn't paying attention. It was a guy floating on a pillow. Honestly, I probably wouldn't be paying attention either if I had something that comfy. Shitu. Wait for me. I looked past him and saw a pink girl catching up to him, also seemingly flying. Why can they both fly? Oh, sorry, sister. What? They don't look anything alike. Well, looks like I've seen a familiar face. That's interesting. I cleaned my ear with a finger, not willing to question what he said at all. You could have at least waited for me. She huffed, crossing her arms. I'm sorry. Come on, let us make our way home. They passed by me as I stood there in confusion. Oh, at least the sister was kinda cute. I continued walking back to the train station. After receiving joyful news from the letter sent by Endeavor, I decided it would be best to rest up for My Hero Academia. Just as I was about to doze off, I received a text message from Uraraka. I quickly got up and checked my phone. We had talked a bit over the phone while waiting for the UA letter to arrive. Uraraka, I got my letter today. I'm so happy I made it in. How about you, Midoriya? Izuku, yeah, I got my letter today too. I'm glad to hear you made it. Hopefully we get to see each other in the same class. Uraraka, that would be awesome. We'll have to see if it happens tomorrow. I smiled at my phone, imagining ending up in the same classroom with someone like Uraraka. So, how's texting your girlfriend? I nearly threw my phone at the wall. Wadash. I frantically looked around until I realized it was just Meliodas teasing me. Don't do that. You nearly made me throw my phone. He smiled, sitting down cross-legged. What do you mean? I can't congratulate you for making it into your dream school and getting a girlfriend? Talk about rude. I smiled back. It was kind of funny seeing him act all dramatic. You know, I have to thank you. Without you or your guidance, neither of these things would be possible. He smiled warmly. No problem, Izuku. Now get some shut-eye. You've got a big day tomorrow. He was right. UA was something I couldn't take lightly. It was the most prestigious school in Japan after all. I needed all the rest I could get to be ready. The next morning, my alarm went off and I slowly opened my eyes. Today was the day. My first day at UA High School. I grabbed my uniform and got dressed, though I struggled with my tie. Izuku, honey, your breakfast is ready, my mom called. Yeah, give me a minute, Mom. I'm just kind of struggling with this tie. After a few minutes, she helped me tie it, sharing that she used to tie ties for Dad, who also had trouble with them. Dad was always a touchy subject. Mom said he worked overseas, but I never really believed that. It had been years since I last saw him, and sometimes I wondered if Mom even remembered what he looked like. Putting that aside, I ate the breakfast Mom made and grabbed my bag. Just as I was about to head out the door, she stopped me. Izuku, wait. I turned to her, raising an eyebrow. Huh. Good luck out there. Izuku. I smiled softly and waved. Yeah. Thanks, Mom. Once I arrived at UA, I was amazed. It was much bigger and cooler than I had imagined. What class am I supposed to be going to? I wondered aloud. Class 1A. Where is it? I looked around, spotting many students with interesting quirks. Class 1A. There it is. The door was enormous, probably twice or 3 times my height. Time to step into the class and see who my classmates are. Take your feet off of the desk now. You are disrespecting the past heroes who have used this desk. Come on, why did you immediately assume that? Plus, that's oddly specific. Have you done this before? As I entered, I saw the ash-blonde boy I met at the present mic speech arguing with a guy in glasses from the entrance exam. How absurd. I would never do that, hero or not. He turned to me and grinned. Oh hey, it's you. The guy I talked with during that practical exam. Name's Katsuki Bakugo. Well, I didn't think I would see you here either. This is a pleasant surprise. Just then, the glasses guy approached us, introducing himself with a formal gesture. I am Tenya Ida. I remember you from the entrance exam. I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you both, I replied, smiling. Ida nodded but then suddenly bowed, apologizing. I'm sorry for judging you, Midoriya. You clearly understood the true nature of that test and have shown me that you are the better man. Whoa, no need to bow. I just did what was right. I didn't know that part of the test. Meanwhile, I could hear Bakugo's annoyance as he questioned where his apology was. Midoriya. It's you. I turned around, my eyes widening. It was Uraraka, in her school uniform. I can't believe we get to be in the same class together. That's so awesome. She smiled, her excitement contagious. I can't wait for orientation. It's going to be great. Yeah, it's going to be fun. I smiled back, rubbing the back of my head, trying not to stare at how cute she looked in the uniform. If you're here to make friends, then I suggest you do it somewhere else, said a tired voice. We all turned slowly to see a man in a sleeping bag. Why is there a man in a sleeping bag in the middle of the hallway? Bakugo exclaimed, nonchalantly picking him up. Should I report this to a teacher or? How about you let me down, or else I'll expel you on the spot. Bakugo groaned and put him down, crossing his arms. Fine. Who even are you, anyway? The man emerged from his sleeping bag and introduced himself. I'm Shoyuta Aizawa, and I will be your homeroom teacher. That was Eraserhead, the pro hero. I didn't recognize him at first because he was lying down. Take your PE clothes and get ready to head outside to the PE ground. Uraraka raised her hand, looking confused. Mr. Aizawa, what about orientation? He squinted at her in slight annoyance. That type of stuff isn't important for turning you all into pro heroes. Now do as I say and get dressed, then meet me at the PE grounds. To be continued. In the boys' changing room, as I took off my shirt, a purple-haired boy yelled, Guys! There's a hole to the girls' bathroom. He had found it by ripping off a poster in the locker room. Why is there a hole there? Only God knew why. Don't do that, dude. That isn't manly, said a spiky red-haired boy. My little Mineta is the manliest thing there is, the purple boy exclaimed, ripping the poster off and slamming his eye into the hole. I can't wait to see Yaoyorozu's impressive abilities. Ashido's slender waist. Uraraka's curvy figure and Tsu's unexpected skills. Squeak. H-huh? The boy turned his head upwards in a comedic fashion, locking eyes with the green-haired boy's infuriated and disgusted expression. Has anyone ever taught you common sense and respect when it comes to girls at all? The tiny boy looked up at him, terrified and shaking. OFCU. Suddenly, before he could finish, he was interrupted as an earphone jack poked his ear, causing him to spaz out. Jairu's earphone jack. He dropped Mineta, who seemed to have lost his ability to continue. Meanwhile, in the girls' locker room, Jairu Kyoka had used her quirk on Mineta, standing there with a deadpan face. Thank you, Kyoka-chan, Uraraka said, embarrassed and frustrated by the earlier comments. Why did he say nothing about me? Kyoka thought to herself as she retracted her earphone. Once outside, everyone gathered in their gym uniforms, tired and cranky. Their teacher, Aizawa-sensei, awaited them. This will be your quirk apprehension test, similar to the one you took in middle school. He looked towards the ash-blonde boy. Bakugo, how hard did you throw the ball in middle school? Aizawa handed Bakugo a softball, and he playfully threw it around, but Aizawa cut him off. It was like 137 meters. Now, I want you to use your quirk and throw the ball as hard as you can. A big grin spread across Bakugo's face. Your wish is my command, teach. Suddenly, Aizawa and the others felt weak and fell to the floor. What is this? Aizawa struggled to stay upright, noticing that most of the students were down, except for a few. Wow, you guys are still standing? Bakugo remarked, looking at Izuku, Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, Mina, and Hitoshi, who stood without much struggle. I guess I just have more powers than the others, he said, trying to play it off. Momo sighed at his arrogance, unaware that Izuku didn't mean to sound so boastful. Kirishima looked at the two, struggling to contain his admiration. So manly. Alright, here we go. Bakugo chucked the softball, and as it soared into the air, everyone felt their strength return and got back up, sighing in relief. Geez. I felt like a huge weight came off my shoulders. Mina exclaimed, jumping playfully. What a unique quirk. Aizawa had never seen a quirk like this, where the user took power from others to enhance himself. Why thank you, teach? Plop. For some reason, Bakugo suddenly plopped onto the floor, almost comically, right after receiving a compliment from Aizawa. This is sort of a drawback of Snatch, my whole body just shuts down, you know? Izuku sighed as he walked over and helped Bakugo up. Thanks, buddy. Aizawa got up, dusting off his clothes while checking the distance the ball had traveled. 1281 meters. The others were in awe, excited to see how far they could throw the ball, feeling a surge of confidence. We get to use our quirks. That's so awesome, one student exclaimed. Yeah. I wonder how far I can throw it too. This'll be so fun. However, Aizawa had a different lesson in mind. Fun? You think this is all fun and games? Fine then, let's play a game. Whoever comes in last. He glared at his students, his voice filled with intensity. Will be expelled. The students were shocked. They had worked hard to get to this point, and now their dreams could be crushed if they didn't rank high enough. Man, this guy's hardcore. I haven't seen someone this tough since. Hendrickson or something. Who? Another student asked. Nothing. Just focus on not coming in last. Uraraka was the first to voice her complaints. That isn't fair. We worked so hard to get here, and you're telling us it might not even mean anything. But Aizawa stood firm. Not fair? Are natural disasters fair? Are villains attacking fair? Life isn't fair. That's why we heroes exist, to counteract that unfairness in this world. Now we'll be going through 8 physical tests, including this one. Now let's continue and don't hold back. Everyone stiffened. Weiss, Aizawa-sensei. The first test was a 50-meter dash. Ida went up first, perfectly suited for the task. He used his engines to dash through easily, clocking in at 3.04 seconds. Next was Tsu, who finished in 5.58 seconds thanks to her frog-like abilities. Uraraka's quirk didn't help her as much, and she finished at 7.12 seconds. Ojiro and Yuga got 5.49 and 5.51 seconds, respectively. Mina used her wind quirk on her feet and arms, along with her natural flying ability, finishing at 3.26 seconds, almost as fast as Ida, which made her happy. Bakugo, using his snatch ability to enhance his speed, finished in 3.59 seconds. Next up was Izuku, who simply ran, and everyone thought he would finish last if he did that. However, his speed shocked everyone as he came in first, by just 0.02 seconds. This particularly impressed Ida, who gained more respect for Izuku and his speed. The next test was the grip strength test. Shoji went first and achieved a grip strength of 540 kilograms. Izuku followed and matched Shoji's score, which surprised everyone, especially since Shoji had multiple arms that gave him an advantage in this specific test. Next was the standing long jump. Mina and her brother Todoroki easily cleared the jump, as they could naturally fly. Izuku also attempted the jump and cleared the entire sandbox. Then came the repeated side steps, where only Mineta participated, bouncing side to side very quickly using his quirk and easily passing the test. Aside from that, everyone else performed at an average level, with the main advantages being strength and speed control. The final notable test was the ball throw. Bakugo didn't have to take it since he had already completed it at the start. Uraraka impressively achieved infinity using her gravity quirk, while Mina threw the ball using her wind quirk, reaching 2,000 meters thanks to the wind carrying it further. Finally, it was Izuku's turn. This time, use your quirk, Midoriya, Aizawa said sternly. Izuku felt a bit worried since Aizawa seemed to know he hadn't been using his quirk throughout the tests. He tried to calm himself, clutching the ball tightly as he ignited it with onyx flame and took his throwing stance. He threw the ball, which flew before burning into ash. Aizawa smirked, revealing that Izuku had thrown it 1672 meters. Everyone was shocked, as that was higher than Bakugo's throw. Now, it's time to see the overall rankings of this class, Aizawa announced. The rankings were as follows: Izuku Midoriya, Katsuki Bakugo, Shoto Todoroki, Mina Todoroki, Tenya Ida, Fumikage Tokoyami, Momo Yaoyorozu, Mizo Shoji, Mashireo Ojiro, Ijiro Kirishima, Achiko Uraraka, Hitoshi Shinso, Koji Koda, Tsuyu Azui, Yuga Oyama, Antasiro, Denki Kaminari, Kyokager, Toru Hagakure, Minoru Mineta. Mineta was visibly upset when he saw he was in last place, anxiously waiting for Aizawa to announce his expulsion. Instead, Aizawa said, "You all passed," leaving everyone in shock. Ehe. To be continued. The next day, the boy made his way to school as usual, taking a train and walking the rest of the way. Yesterday sure was crazy. With the threat of expulsion, he thought. Despite his abilities to rank high among the students, he couldn't shake his worries about what Mr. Aizawa had planned next. Midoriya-kun. Wait up. It was Uraraka running behind him. Ah, good morning, Uraraka-san. He stopped to let her catch up as they entered the building together. So how are you doing? He asked. I'm doing fine for the most part. Thanks for asking, she replied with a smile. What about you? I'm doing pretty well, but I'm a bit worried. Is it about Mr. Aizawa? She asked. He nodded, and they made their way to class, where they both sat down. Yeah, I'm kind of worried about what kind of curveball he's going to throw into the next lesson. Tell me about it, Bakugo interjected, resting his arm on Uraraka's desk. What kind of nutcase threatens their own students with expulsion on the first day? Kinda weird if you ask me. Actually, now that I think about it, what do you think we're going to do today? Bakugo and Uraraka shrugged, unsure, which was a reasonable reaction after Aizawa had blown their expectations out of the water. Hello, students, a man with a burning beard said, his presence commanding respect. The students turned in shock, recognizing the menacing voice. Number 1 hero Endeavor? Bakugo shouted, quickly returning to his desk to show respect. The excitement in the room was palpable. Having the number 1 hero teaching them was thrilling. It's Endeavor. Mina and Shoto, however, seemed less than thrilled, appearing quiet and annoyed by his presence. We're going to be doing some exercises, specifically a hero versus villain exercise, Endeavor announced. Oh, are we gonna fight actual villains? Kirishima asked, clearly excited. Not exactly. It's going to be an exercise where teams of 2 will be proclaimed heroes and the other 2 will be named villains. Ida raised his hand. Mr. Endeavor, I have a question. Endeavor acknowledged him. What is it, Tenya? Are we going to be able to use our new hero costumes for this exercise? Endeavor asked, sweat evaporating due to his intense flames. I was just about to get to that part. Ahem. I need all of you to get your hero costumes and gather at Ground B. That'll be where the exercise starts. At Ground B, Endeavor looked at the students. You all look great. Truly worthy of the next generation of heroes. He was somewhat exaggerating, especially when it came to one student. Shinso stood out, dressed in casual clothing that didn't resemble a hero costume at all. While some students also looked casual, they had flair that made their outfits stand out. Shoto, for example, wore a white and teal button-up hoodie with jeans and black shoes. Bakugo donned a long maroon trench coat and bright red briefs. Mina's hero costume resembled a princess cosplay, featuring a long white dress with pink highlights and golden streaks, complemented by dance shoes that reflected her passion for dancing. Izuku wore a white and green vest with a green undershirt, both adorned with the UA symbol. He also carried a sword with a dragon hilt. Momo Yaoyorozu sported an orange shirt with a small skirt and shorts. However, Endeavor's main concern was Shinso, who was dressed in a simple shirt and briefs. Now for the way we'll go about this exercise, Endeavor explained. This will be a 2v2 format, heroes versus villains. The villains will guard a nuclear weapon they intend to deploy, and the heroes must stop their scheme. If the heroes capture all villains or reach the nuclear bomb before time runs out, they win. The villains must do the opposite. He held up a box. Now teams will be decided by drawing from a lottery box. As the teams were being organized, Izuku noticed a late Uraraka, who was trying to adjust to her new hero costume. Midoriya. I'm sorry I'm late, she exclaimed. Izuku turned and blushed, somewhat startled. I didn't say what kind of hero costume I wanted, so I ended up in a bodysuit that's so puffy and curvy. Flustered, Izuku waved his hand. It's fine. I think it looks just fine. Eventually, the teams were formed. Team A, Izuku Midoriya and Achiko Uraraka. Team B, Shoto Todoroki and Mizo Shoji. Team H, Fumikage Tokoyami and Tsuyu Azui. Team G, Denki Kaminari and Kyokaja. Team E, Yuga Aoyama and Mina Todoroki. Team D, Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida. Team I, Masahiro Ojiro and Shinso Hitoshi. Team J, Eijiro Kirishima and Hantasiro. Team C, Momo Yaoyorozu and Minoru Mineta. Team F, Rikido Sato and Koji Koda. Izuku and Uraraka exchanged excited glances as she pumped her fist in the air. Oh, we're on a team together, Midoriya. It's almost like fate. Izuku blushed at the thought but shrugged it off, focusing on their opponents. Endeavor took 2 boxes labeled hero and villain and drew the teams. Team D are the villains. Team A will be the heroes. Izuku and Uraraka locked eyes with Bakugo and Ida. Ida and Bakugo, you both need to adopt the mindset of a villain. Since this is a practical experience, I advise you not to hold back at all, Endeavor warned, pausing before adding, but do not go too far, or I'll be forced to step in. Team D went in first to set up the bomb and protect it while Team A strategized. Uraraka, Izuku said, I have a plan, but I need you to trust me first. She smiled determinedly and nodded. If there's anyone I can trust with something like this, it's you, Midoriya. With that, they entered the building, Uraraka sneaking through a window. Successful infiltration, she whispered. Izuku followed cautiously, aware of the many blind corners. Suddenly, Bakugo leaped out from around a corner, ready for a surprise attack. I found you. Izuku tackled Uraraka to shield her, causing her to yelp in surprise. Are you all right, Uraraka? He asked, getting up beside her. Why, just a bit surprised is all, she replied, still processing the unexpected tackle. The other was Bakugo, emerging from an unexpected place. His fist emitted smoke as he pulled it from the wall, grinning at the two of them. He had completely destroyed part of the wall with a single punch. He broke through the wall in one attack? Exclaimed the yellow-haired boy in shock as they watched through the cameras in a different building. He sure can dodge. And he sure can hit hard. Mina added, looking between Denki and the screen. Even Endeavor was taken aback. It seemed like a simple attack, but how strong was this kid? Back to the fight, Bakugo charged at them again, a battle-crazed grin on his face as he ped his fist back. I've been meaning to see your strength ever since yesterday. Tisith. Izuku sprang up, charging his own punch, and they clashed, creating a shockwave from the impact. Anyth. Uraraka was pushed back slightly by the force. Uraraka! Get out of here. I can handle this. She nodded and ran past him and Bakugo as they struggled against each other. Oh no you don't. Bakugo taunted, reaching out to use his quirk to steal her strength. Keep your eyes on me. Izuku shouted, winning the clash as he punched Bakugo across the face, sending him spinning into a wall and down the hallway. Eek dash! Uraraka jumped but continued on, trusting Izuku to handle the situation. Once the smoke cleared, Bakugo groaned as he got up, his arm hanging at an odd angle. Wiping the blood from his nose, he grinned. Man, you're strong. I like it. Izuku waved his hand, acknowledging the strength of Bakugo's punch. You're not so bad yourself. Over the intercom, Endeavor felt compelled to disqualify the other team, noting Bakugo's condition. Stop the exercise. Midoriya, your team I. Shut it, teach. This caused Endeavor to pause, arguing back. Bakugo, your arm is injured and you're bleeding. Bakugo grinned, getting to his feet. You think I don't know that? Almost like magic, Bakugo's broken arm began to heal as he dusted himself off, grinning widely. So how about it, Teach? Can we keep going? With clear hesitation, Endeavor cleared his throat. The match can continue. Bakugo got back into a battle stance, eyes blazing with determination. Good. Now come on then, Midoriya. Show me what you got. This declaration made Izuku smile as he took his own stance. Oh, trust me. I'll show you what I got. They dashed at each other, throwing punches faster than the eye could track. In the spectator building, everyone was horrified by the incredible strength these two 15-year-olds displayed. These two are some of the strongest guys I've met. Kirishima was inspired by their feats, wanting to reach a similar level. Through the camera, they watched as Bakugo threw multiple punches, only for Izuku to knock him down. That seems like it would take years of training to achieve. Denki was both horrified and perplexed by their strength. Even Endeavor was at a loss, wondering how two boys not even half his age could be this powerful. Back in the building, Uraraka reached the final floor, the sounds of shockwaves still echoing. I can still hear the shockwaves? Midori and Bakugo are super strong. She hid behind a pillar, watching Ida as he attempted to play the villain. Halt, heroes. Thou shalt not touch our evil bomb. Hearing this, Uraraka covered her mouth, trying not to laugh. Wait, no, that doesn't sound right. Let me try again. He cleared his voice. I am the ultimate evil. Unable to contain her laughter, she burst out, D-dash. He's so serious. Unfortunately, this caught Ida's attention. I knew you'd make it here, Uraraka. I know your quirk allows you to make any object levitate using the laws of zero gravity. My countermeasure, however. He struck a pose, laughing like a cartoon villain. Involves me removing all of the objects on the floor. Muhaha. The floor sparkled, confirming he had cleaned it entirely in preparation for her arrival. Talk about dedication, Uraraka thought. I will not allow your tricks to work on me, hero. This is checkmate. Muhaha. This made Uraraka cringe a bit, but she knew Ida meant well. It was just hard to take him seriously. Meanwhile, Izuku and Bakugo's fight continued, but Izuku was noticeably slowing down, gritting his teeth as he felt his punches weaken and his speed decrease. Uraraka just needed to get the bomb and then. Hey Midoriya, sorry but Ida found me. I'm inching back but. This caused Izuku to panic slightly, getting punched across the face by Bakugo and sent back. And dash. He rolled on the floor but managed to catch himself and land on his feet, continuing his conversation to figure out where she was. Where are you right now, Uraraka? I'm on the 5th floor in the center. He gritted his teeth as he struggled to defend against Bakugo's overwhelming assault. They had destroyed so much of the hideout that even Endeavor had to call them out on it. They didn't seem to care, however. Come on, Midoriya. I can feel you're still holding back on me. Bakugo ran to punch Izuku with a grin on his face. Izuku tried to counterattack, but Bakugo jumped over him and hit him with a roundhouse kick. Izuku groaned as the fight shifted from being even to him being on the back burner. Things weren't going well for Uraraka either. She tried to use her zero-gravity quirk to jump over Ida and get the bomb, but Ida was too fast for her, simply grabbing the bomb before she could and relocating it. Your quirk poses no threat as long as you can't touch anything. Now struggle as I take your precious time away. Muha. Back with the boys, Izuku was battered and bruised. His hero costume had been ripped apart. The only thing keeping him in the fight was his healing factor and durability. Looks like you're running out of steam, Fight Bud. Fight Bud was a new nickname Bakugo had come up with for Midoriya, and they both seemed to be enjoying this fight a lot. How about you show me your real power? He dashed at Izuku one more time, pinging his fist back for what would be the deciding attack. All right, kid. Give him what he's asking for. Fine. The spectators watched in slight horror as Izuku, seemingly on his last legs, faced Bakugo's final attack. Come on, Endeavor, you gotta stop this. This attack is for sure gonna hurt him. Kirishima stated his worries as Endeavor sweated, grimacing as he held the microphone. Stop this no. Back in the building, before Bakugo's punch could land, his wrist was grabbed and completely crushed as a wave of power spilled out from Izuku. A shockwave was created from his pure aura as the building shook, Bakugo even floating in the air from the force. It's been fun, Bakugo. Really? It has. But me and Uraraka need to win. Bakugo looked on in awe at the sudden change in his opponent, barely registering what was happening. Uraraka. Now. Hearing Izuku through the communication device, she grabbed onto a pillar, Ida being none the wiser. I don't need to drag this on. All I need is this singular punch. He threw a punch that didn't connect, but this seemingly weak punch was all Bakugo needed to realize. We lost. That singular, weak-looking punch created a massive shockwave, completely annihilating the cameras from the floor they were on. Bakugo was sent flying through every single floor and even beyond the 5th floor. He's so strong, was all he could think of as he was sent through the roof. The shockwave eventually reached the floor where Ida and Uraraka were. Bakugo! Ida could momentarily see it, but he saw Bakugo's battered body as he shielded himself from the shockwave. Uraraka used this as her chance. She lifted a pillar using her quirk, apologizing, "Sorry, Ida. I've gotta improvise." She swung the pillar like a baseball bat, hitting the debris Izuku had caused from his punch to create a new move. Comet home run. She smacked the debris at Ida as he shielded himself, exclaiming, "That's an home run?" However, this was a distraction, allowing Uraraka to reach the bomb and latch onto it as if her life depended on it. Secured. No, the weapon? Bakugo eventually came back down to the floor where Izuku was, landing heavily. Thankfully, Endeavor and the others could still see the other camera of the weapon. Seeing that Uraraka had secured the weapon, he announced, "Hero team wins." To be continued. Izuku looked up at the sky, comically stepping to the side as Bakugo landed beside him. Endeavor arrived at the scene and took the boys back to the spectator room for grading on their performances. In the spectator building, the VIP is pronounced as Tenya Ida. The 4 stood in a row. Uraraka wasn't willing to look at Izuku right now. Not because she was mad at him, but because he was a bit exposed, to say the least. Ida was shocked, while Bakugo seemed pretty happy with himself. Thankfully, Izuku had turned off whatever ability he had so he didn't blow everyone away by accident. Sue, however, was confused, putting a finger on her chin. Why not Midoriya or Achiko though? They won. Endeavor put his hands behind his back. Someone please explain to Sue why we have chosen Ida over Achiko or Midoriya. I will, Endeavor-sensei. Momo raised her hand and began to elaborate on Ida's VIP status. From what we saw in Bakugo and Midoriya's fight, it was highly destructive. The whole reason it ignited at all was Bakugo's curiosity, which is also why he left Ida to fight for himself. Bakugo rolled his eyes, grumbling a bit. Whatever. They both were very destructive, and being indoors made it no better. Along with that, despite not being the one who started the fight, Midoriya caused more destruction than Bakugo did, especially with that last attack. Izuku looked down in slight shame. She was right. He had enjoyed fighting Bakugo, but that's not what heroes should do. Plus, that last attack had pretty much destroyed the whole building. Uraraka comforted him with a few pats on the back, saying it was really cool, which cheered him up a bit. Uraraka lost her focus midway through, and that final attack was far too hazardous. Such an attack would be dangerous if the nuclear weapon were real. This caused Uraraka to slump a bit, but Izuku returned the favor by congratulating her for being quick on her feet. Momo then made her way to Ida. Ida formed an actual counter-strategy to Uraraka's quirk and envisioned how the actual struggle would be like. The only reason the hero team won was his late reaction time and exploitable constraints. Ida felt touched, as if his hard work was being recognized. Everyone fell silent, prompting Momo to huff and put her hands on her hips. We've got to start from the bottom if we want to make it to the top. If we don't earnestly cheer each other on, we'll never be top heroes. Endeavor, crossing his arms and closing his eyes, added, I would like to point out that Ito was a bit stiff, but besides that, everything was spot on. They said it better than I could. They chose a new location for the battle since the one team A and D fought in was reduced to rubble. The next match was announced, Shoto and Shoji against Ojiro and Shinso. Shoto and Shoji waited outside, having a small conversation. Not to sound rude, but is flying all you can do with your quirk? Shoji asked, trying to be polite. Shoto gave him a cold glare. My powers are beyond your understanding. To put it simply, my pillow is actually. His pillow started to glow and transformed into a spear. This is Chastyfold. Shoji looked on, amazed. Wow, do you control it? Shoto nodded. Of course I can. He pointed his fingers upward, and it rose. I can control it with the input of my fingers. That's great, but is there a way you can make it less deadly? Shoji asked, worried Shoto might accidentally harm someone during the exercise. Of course I can. The Chastyfold changed again, this time into a big bear resembling a plush doll. Now come on, let's go in. Shoto walked in, with Shoji following. Meanwhile, with Ojiro and Shinso, Ojiro said, all right, I'll go fight them. Are you okay defending this place, Shinso? In a cold and harsh demeanor similar to Aizawa, Shinso replied, it's best if I go fight. My powers have more versatility compared to yours. It wasn't the nicest way to say it, but Ojiro felt he was right. Before he could respond, Shinso was already gone, moving too fast. You didn't even let me finish. Ojiro said, slightly annoyed at his teammate's attitude. Eventually, Todoroki and Shoji found Shinso. All right, let's get this over with. He started controlling the bear to capture Shinso. In turn, Shinso summoned his weapon, Double Bow Harrot, creating energy bows on both arms and shooting at Todoroki, but the bear blocked the attack. This wasn't a very good matchup since it was in a confined space, and Todoroki had a shield that covered the entire hallway. Eventually, Shinso was caught in the bear's embrace and apprehended. Shoji, get the cuffs. Shoji, amazed at Shoto's power, nodded and handcuffed Shinso as Shoto dropped him. We just need to get to the bomb now. They made it to the bomb room, where Ojiro tried to fight but was also grabbed by Todoroki's bear. Shoto touched the bomb, winning the round. Tokoyami and Tsu won against Kirishima and Siro due to the dark environment enhancing Dark Shadow and Tsu's agility. The next match was Denki Kaminari and Jiraiya versus Minoru Mineta and Momo Yaoyorozu. Mineta, I have something to ask of you, Momo said, looking down at him with her hands on her waist. Mineta nodded eagerly. I need you to use your quirk to cover the whole room as a trap and make it as difficult as possible, just in case we need to rely on the timer. What about you? Are you suggesting to fight them by yourself? She nodded, punching her gauntlets together. Do not worry, I have this under control. Kyoka and Denki explained a plan on the bottom floor, figuring out how to work their quirks together. With my earphone jacks, I can sense vibrations and small sounds. With that, we can track the bomb. Denki nodded, explaining his own quirk. My quirk is electricity. I can shock people around me, but I kind of can't control it. He tapped his fingers together, trailing off. I also become a bit less focused when I use it, so that's another drawback. Jiro sighed as she used her earphone jacks to locate the bomb, listening intently. Suddenly, she heard footsteps. I hear someone coming. Get ready. Denki and Jiro got into a battle stance as Momo appeared down the hall. I have found you heroes. I am here to fight you. She took a battle stance, and Jiro and Denki mirrored her, ready for the confrontation. I can assure you I will be enough to handle both of you heroes. Jiro, go get cover. Right. Jiro ran off as Kaminari charged electricity in his hands. Show him the power of the earth, Momo. All right, Lady Diane. 1.3 million volts. He unleashed a massive area of effect attack, but Momo quickly summoned stone from the earth to block it. Once the electricity wore off, she lowered her hands and saw Denki was defenseless. Wait. His brain had seemingly been fried by his own quirk as she approached him with cuffs. To think it would be that easy. Suddenly, she heard a blast from the wall and covered her ears. Ugh? What is that? It was Jiro, trying to stun her to escape with Denki. Come on, go down dash. Jiro groaned, slamming her foot onto the floor and summoning more rocks. R-rush rock. CRP. The stones locked onto Jiro, hitting her and stopping her sound wave attacks. She was soon barraged by rocks and knocked out cold. Momo rubbed her ears, still ringing from Jiro's attack, before cuffing both Jiro and Denki, securing victory for the villain side. Our final battle is Yuya Aoyama and Tanae Todoroki versus Koji Koda and Rikido Sato. Everyone looked at Endeavor, thinking, he did it again. Mina floated a little, seeming less cheerful than usual. Aoyama tried to be all sparkly, but it didn't help the tense atmosphere. They entered the arena, and even when Sato tried to fight while boosted by his Sugar Rush quirk, it didn't impress Mina. Out of my way, she yelled, summoning a wind current that blew Sato into the wall. WWH, what's happening? Mina floated past, moving faster than Aoyama could run without his naval boost. He struggled to catch up, feeling a tummy ache from using his laser. W8, he called out, but Mina was determined to end this quickly. She eventually found the bomb with Aoyama, who was struggling from overusing his naval laser. Their last obstacle was a fearful Koda, trying to get animals to help him fight. Mina rolled her eyes, knowing her father was watching. She raised a hand and blew the animals away, securing the bomb. Hero Team Wyans. She stopped the tornado and bowed gently to Koda and Aoyama. Sorry about that, I wasn't really in the best mood during this. I hope I didn't go too hard on you guys. It was another day of class. Aizawa-sensei walked in, settling down the class. Settle down, class. We have another activity today. This made the class wonder what type of activity it would be. Some hoped it wasn't a training battle, especially after Izuku, Momo, Shoto, and Mina had scared most of the class half to death during previous fights. Today, you'll be voting for class representative and vice class representative. Most of the class looked excited, except for Izuku, Shoto, Bakugo, and Shinso, who weren't looking forward to being class leaders. Izuku doubted his abilities, thinking, what class would want a berserk leader? Bakugo was too laid back to care, Shoto was indifferent, and Shinso found it a waste of time. Just figure it out yourselves. I'm going to bed. If someone isn't made representative by the time I wake up, I'll decide myself, Aizawa said, zipping up his sleeping bag. Kirishima looked confused. Wouldn't people be able to vote for themselves? Mina happily replied, that means they must have really deserved it. Everyone agreed with her statement. As the class discussed what they would do if they became class representative, chaos ensued during the voting. Izuku watched in shock as people, including Ida, expressed their longing for the position. Everyone, calm down. Izuku and Ida shouted in unison, causing everyone to look at them. We need to vote in a non-biased manner. You can vote for yourself, but it's better to be honest and give it to those who deserve it more. Everyone agreed. The votes came in and the results were: Izuku Midoriya, 3 votes. Momo Yaoyorozu, 2 votes. Everyone else had 1 vote. Izuku exclaimed, how did I get 3 votes? Bakugo smiled. I voted for ya. You seemed fit for the job. Uraraka and Shinso nodded in agreement. Izuku and Yaoyorozu went up as Aizawa woke up. Well, these are your class representatives. I hope you're all proud of your decision. Everyone was happy with the results, with some saying, this makes lots of sense, and I can see it, although Izuku still doubted his abilities as a class representative. Lunchtime. Izuku ate with Bakugo and Uraraka, along with Ida, who seemed very out of it. Uraraka looked at him and asked, Midoriya-kun, what's wrong? Izuku snapped out of his thoughts and replied, I just don't think I can handle the class representative job. Remember the last time I fought with my power? I ended up severely wounded. Bakugo has regeneration, but if it were anyone else, just think of what I could have done. Don't worry about it. If you had enough self-awareness to hold back, I'm sure you wouldn't have hurt anyone. So cut yourself some slack. Bakugo said, putting his arm around Izuku's neck. Izuku sighed, Still, I just don't think I'm enough for this job. Ida or Yaoyorozu would have been a better pick. Suddenly, an alarm went off and everyone scrambled to leave, getting trampled by the crowd. Bakugo! Uraraka-san! Izuku yelled as students pushed and shoved around them. What the hell could cause everyone to panic? Bakugo shouted, also struggling against the crowd. Midoriya-kun. Uraraka's voice was strained as she was pushed along. She looked outside and saw the press. It's just the press. But why did the siren go off? She wondered aloud, but was interrupted when Ida bumped into her. Oh. I apologize, Uraraka-kun. Ida said, trying to maneuver through the crowd. Then Izuku heard Ida yell, Uraraka, make me float, and I'll get to the exit using your engines. Izuku watched as Uraraka's quirk activated, lifting Ida upwards. He then rocketed to the top of the exit door with his engines, shouting, everyone calm down. It's just the press, and the teachers are handling it. This is no way for UA students to act. We are better than this. So let's calm down and enjoy our lunch. Everyone seemed to settle down and returned to their meals. Outside, Midnight and some UA faculty observed the situation. How did they get through the barrier? It couldn't have been the press. Someone must have evil intent. Midnight remarked, intrigued. It seems the villains are resurfacing. This year may get ugly. To be continued. Chapter end. After lunch, Izuku fully embraced his role as class president. The class sat in anticipation of their next activity. Their teacher, Aizawa, walked to the front in his usual tired and serious tone. Today we'll be going on a trip to develop your skills in rescuing people. Excitement buzzed through the room. Later, everyone was outside the bus, waiting for a few classmates before boarding. Izuku arrived late, dressed in his gym attire, which confused Uraraka. Midoriya, aren't you going to wear your hero costume? She asked. He rubbed the back of his head, nervously smiling. Well, I would have, but it got torn to shreds, remember? Oh right. How long will it take to fix? He sighed and slumped slightly. They said they would upgrade it so I wouldn't constantly have to repair it. It might take a couple of months. Before they could continue, Aizawa called them onto the bus to take their seats. Now that you're all seated, let's get going. I don't want to waste any time. The bus started driving toward the USJ, and the students chatted about their quirks. This was a sensitive topic for Izuku. I generally say what's on my mind, Midoriya, said Azui, the frog girl. He turned to her, perplexed. What is it, Azui? She quickly corrected him, asking to be called Tsu instead of her last name. Just then she dropped a bombshell. What is your quirk, Midoriya? His eyes widened. He didn't have a name for his quirk, because he didn't have one in the traditional sense. His power was the result of being born a different race. What was he supposed to say? Just tell his classmates, oh yeah, I'm just an entirely different race. It didn't help that Tsu began listing every power he had shown so far. Super strength, speed, durability, and possibly regeneration. He also has some cool purple fire power he used back in the entrance exam. He destroyed the giant zero-pointer like, Wabam. Wapow. She mimicked a punching motion, causing Izuku to panic even more. Well, that's another add-on to your abilities, Ribbit, Tsu said. Izuku went into deep thought and eventually came up with a cover story. I actually have 2 quirks. One of them is my Onyx Flames. He lifted his hand and activated the flames, careful not to burn anyone. They're really hot and destructive. That's why I didn't use it in the hero versus villain exam. I see, Ribbit. My second quirk is called Destructive Swirl. It enhances all my physical abilities and gives me the marking on my forehead, though if I suppress my power, the swirl disappears. It only shows back up when I stop holding back. That part was a half-lie. It was a power-up rather than just suppressing his power. I knew you were holding back on me till the end. Thought you could win without going all out, huh? That's not it at all. I just didn't want to create unnecessary damage. 2 quirks are really cool. I am pretty good at combat, but I don't have a flashy quirk like Todoroki or Mina. Izuku interjected, sounding more serious. So? Being a hero isn't about having a flashy quirk. Look at Aizawa-sensei, he's a prime example. This brightened the red-haired boy's expression. I guess you're right. Then I'll strive to be a lot better, he said, determination burning in his eyes. Eventually, the class made their way to the USJ and stepped out of the bus. The building was huge. Hey, I'm 13. Welcome to the unforeseen simulation joint. This was met with excitement from a brown-haired girl. Oh, the rescue hero 13. Izuku laughed a little, finding it cute. Is she your favorite hero, Uraraka? Yeah. 13 continued to explain what they would be improving on here. You will use this place to utilize your quirks with a method of saving rather than fighting. You can utilize every possible scenario. She was cut off by Aizawa. Yeah, 13, I need to speak with you personally. 13 nodded as Aizawa whispered something to her. They went inside after that, looking around at the amazing sight. A better thing was that Endeavor had arrived, so everyone was hyped. But then, a dark portal opened, and many villains walked out. A blue, ashy man stood at the front, seemingly the leader of the gang. Aizawa and Endeavor got ready as they jumped down to start fighting the villains. 13 protected the students from the misty portal man, but it proved futile as he teleported everyone to a random area. Izuku woke up deep in water, looking around as he was attacked by a shark villain. He dodged an attack and took him out, but then he was surrounded until Tsu saved him by bringing him out of the water. What the hell? We're surrounded. Izuku exclaimed, noticing he was with Tsu and Shinso. Yeah, we're surrounded by multiple water-based villains, so we need to make a plan to get out of here. Izuku nodded. First, we need to know each other's quirks so we can formulate a plan to escape and take out as many as possible. Shinso and Tsu nodded, with Tsu adding, but we also have an advantage, they don't know our quirks. If they did, I wouldn't be here, Ribbit. Izuku smiled. You're right. Shinso looked at him, as if he interrupted something, and Izuku apologized. Shinso cleared his throat and continued, my quirk allows me to cast a bad illusion over someone, sort of like a nightmare, which could lead to knocking them unconscious or weakening them. I can also overwrite and change memories, but it lasts for a short amount of time. My name is Tsuyu Azui. My quirk is Frog Ribbit. It gives me all the attributes of a frog, meaning I can swim, jump high, and more Ribbit. Izuku went next, initially half-hearted in his explanation but then going into more detail. My quirk is superhuman, which gives me strength, speed, etc. My second quirk is a power-up that requires control but lets me use onyx flames hotter than normal fire and blue fire, I think. After a while, the villains considered destroying the boat until Izuku jumped off high into the air and punched the water, creating a giant shockwave. This formed a whirlpool as he concentrated his power, creating onyx flames that merged with the whirlpool, turning it into a fiery whirlpool. He used these flames to propel himself to Tsu, who grabbed him with her tongue. Meanwhile, while those three and the other students were fighting, their teachers weren't having a good time. While they easily handled the lesser villains, the beast was giving them trouble as it was fire-resistant, countering Endeavor's abilities. Endeavor grabbed the Nomu's face and yelled, "Take this, everything I have." As he started to burn the Nomu, the flames turned blue, but he was gut-punched and held his stomach. Shigaraki looked over, disappointed. Where is he? Endeavor looked up in confusion. Who are you talking about? The Nomu proceeded to slam his face into the ground. I mean the real number one hero, the one who defeated my MSTR. Endeavor didn't understand but then remembered years ago, a man with yellow hair and a lion on his back who had defeated all for one in a close fight. He hadn't seen that man in years since he became the number one hero. He had sworn to surpass him, but it seemed the gap was just as big as it had been years ago. I don't know. He gritted his teeth, the thought of that man who bested him weighing heavily on him. But I would rather die than tell villain scum like you. He metaphorically spat on the ground. Fine, guess you won't help in finding his son then, so I should kill you. Endeavor's eyes widened. Son? Who are you talking about? The blue-haired man looked up, seeing the son of his MR enveloped in pure rage. And you. Suddenly, Izuku yelled as he charged forward. Nomu got in the way, slamming its fist into Izuku's face and creating a giant cloud of smoke. Once the dust cleared, Nomu had caught Izuku's punch, visibly struggling to hold it back as it shook. "I'll show you what happens when you hurt Endeavor-sensei." Izuku activated his demon mark, roaring as he tried to break through Nomu and confront the villain in front of him. The blue-haired man grinned, scratching his neck. This was who he had been looking for. "Nomu, be a dear and deal with this pest." Nomu roared, raising Izuku into the air and slamming him down with tremendous force. "Auk!" Izuku coughed up blood, his mark fading as he rolled over. "Now, Nomu, I need you to pick up the boy and take him with us." Nomu obeyed, slowly walking over to Izuku to grab him. But then it was suddenly speared through the stomach and thrown into the nearby lake area, squealing in pain as it made a giant splash. "You seemed in trouble, Midoriya." Izuku got up, holding his arm as blood poured from it. "Why, thanks, Todoroki." He turned to his right and saw his father hunched over, coughing slightly. "I hope you know I was doing this to protect my classmates. It had nothing to do with you." Endeavor, though grateful, was focused on the new information he had received. "Shoto, I need you and the others to look after Midoriya. The villains are looking to capture him." Shoto nodded as Nomu burst out of the water in a fit of rage, taking on a new monstrous form, larger and more menacing. "Echm, this could be trouble." "Then you're gonna need some help, aren't ya?" Bakugo emerged from the wreckage, cracking his neck as he assessed the monster. "So this is what we're fighting? Man, it looks disgusting." He chuckled, cracking his knuckles. "Thankfully, those goons' setup gave me a good warm-up. I think I shook off all the rust." Izuku reactivated his demon mark, standing alongside Todoroki and Bakugo, drawing his sword. "Let's go, you two." "Right. Oh yeah." The trio charged toward Nomu, which roared and charged back. It swung a punch at Izuku, who slid under it, kicking it in the knee. Bakugo followed up, catching it mid-air and slamming it to the ground. Nomu jumped up and swung its fist at Bakugo, backhanding him and sending him flying. Todoroki flew around it, splitting his chastifol into multiple kunai and stabbing it from various angles, causing it to roar in frustration. Izuku ignited his sword with onyx flames, swinging it and leaving a trail of burn marks on the ground. Enchant, Hellblaze. The attack hit Nomu head-on, and it screeched in pain, charging at Izuku on all fours. Bakugo quickly put it in a rear chokehold. "Just go down already, damn it." Nomu screeched, struggling to escape Bakugo's grasp. Just then, it was lifted by a rock pillar and slammed against the ceiling. "Is everyone all right? I had to help Ida evacuate to get the pro heroes before I got here." Izuku looked at Yaoyorozu, remembering that the rest of his class was in danger. "Yaoyorozu, is the class okay?" "Yes, they're all right. 13, Shinso, and Mina are stalling the portal villain who brought everyone here. We just need to beat this thing before they get back up." The rock pillar shook as Nomu broke free, sending boulders crashing to the ground. "Well, let's finish this. Let's kick some butt, all four of us together. I don't condone such language, but I will do what I can to help." Izuku, Momo, and Bakugo charged in, attacking together. Izuku slashed at Nomu with his sword, while Momo and Bakugo followed up with powerful punches to its stomach. This only enraged Nomu further. When Momo went to kick it, Nomu grabbed her by the leg and spun her around, smacking Izuku and Bakugo with her body. Todoroki grimaced, unsure how to attack without hurting Momo. "Damn it! It's holding her. How can I attack without hurting her?" "Todoroki!" "Huh! Attack it! I don't care if I get hurt." He hesitated for a moment, lowering his hands slightly. "Yaoyorozu! Just do it." He grimaced, not wanting to hurt his classmate, but realizing he had no other choice. "Fight fire with fire." He unleashed a barrage of kunai at Nomu. Thankfully, Momo had a plan. Her skin turned metallic to protect herself from the kunai as best as she could. Heavy metal! The kunai rained down on them both. The Nomu roared in pain while Momo blocked them effortlessly, thanks to her heavy metal ability, which blunted the blows against her skin. Suddenly, the Nomu clutched its head with one hand, throwing Momo into Todoroki as she slammed into him. Ugh! Oof! They skidded on the floor as Momo deactivated heavy metal, lying on top of the dual-haired boy. Frantically, she got up. Todoroki, are you all right? He groaned, clutching his stomach in pain. I'm fine. That trick where you turned your skin metal was a good tactic to blunt the blows, as sharp as ever, Yaoyorozu. She smiled at the compliment, but before they could continue, they looked back at the Nomu, which was still roaring in pain. They noticed the kunai embedded in its brain as it frantically tried to remove it, screeching the entire time. Izuku took notice and yelled at the others with urgency in his voice. Everyone, attack it while it's vulnerable. Right. Momo got back up, placing her hand on the floor as she concentrated with all her might to prepare the strongest attack she could. Later, Izuku found himself at the beach again, practicing his various powers with his dragon-handled blade. The sunset was an appealing sight, but it didn't stop him from getting lost in his thoughts during his intense training. He had taken this day off from school to improve himself, wanting to be stronger in case they faced another threat like the Nomu at the USJ. Someone's training hard, Meliodas remarked. Of course. I have to get stronger, especially after the fight with that Nomu, Izuku replied, though he underestimated Meliodas's perceptiveness. The blonde could sense that Izuku was anxious about something he didn't want to voice. What's up, Izuku? What do you mean? Izuku tried to deflect, but he realized Meliodas could practically read his thoughts. Ever since that Nomu incident, you've been less enthusiastic and happy. What's the matter? This caused Izuku to sigh, deactivating his demon mark and sitting down on the sand, hugging his legs. I've been thinking, did that monster really used to be a person? Meliodas understood where this was going and took a deep breath, preparing to explain. I know it had a human brain and body, but they were given demon blood. Izuku raised an eyebrow, confused. What does that mean? When a human consumes demon blood, they gain physical enhancements but at the cost of losing their sanity and turning into a demonic creature. Meliodas pondered what made that Nomu different. However, that Nomu turned into a red demon instead of just any monster. Did that villain create an artificial red demon? Meliodas theorized that whatever had been done to the Nomu, if it had once been human, combined with the demon blood, triggered a transformation that resulted in a red demon, one that was even stronger than a typical one. Maybe. Does that mean they can artificially recreate other demon types? Izuku asked, recalling what Meliodas had taught him about different demon types. Possibly. But that doesn't change the fact it used to be human. Izuku, I know this is disturbing, but you did what you had to do. There's nothing wrong with that. This reassurance didn't satisfy Izuku. He felt he could have done more. What if that person had a family, Meliodas? We could have saved them and brought them back. Believe me, it was beyond reverting. It was basically a demon. Izuku looked down, rubbing his sword in the sand as he contemplated. How would we know if we didn't try? Meliodas felt for him, knowing Izuku meant well and wanted to help everyone. Having faced such challenges at just 15 must have taken a toll on his mentality. There's no changing the past. All we can do is focus on the future. Next time, we can really show those guys who's boss. Hearing this, Izuku stood up, ready to train again, regaining his resolve. You're right. I can't get sloppy. He continued his training, evolving his demon mark further due to his rigorous practice. The mark had grown wider, and his pupils now had a pinkish tint. With a day off to train after the incident at the USJ, Meliodas had been a constant source of guidance, helping him grow rapidly. Checking his phone, Izuku realized it was almost midnight. Oh no, is gonna be so worried. He quickly put his sword away and rushed home, eager not to keep his mother waiting any longer. At home, Izuku's mother, Izuku Midoriya, looked at the food worryingly as her son hadn't come home yet since he said he was going to train hours ago. Her mind raced with possibilities. Oh no, what if he got kidnapped? What if he went with a total stranger? Her heart couldn't take the thought of the dangers her son might be in until, eventually, the door opened. Mom, I'm sorry I'm late. Izuku gently walked inside and closed the door behind him. Izuku! I was so worried. Inko exclaimed. Midoriya sighed, sitting at the table. I'm sorry, I got too caught up in training. Well, as long as you're okay, it's fine. They sat at the table and started to eat the food his mom had cooked, thankfully still warm. As Izuku ate, Inko decided to ask him something important. So, honey, can I ask you something? Yeah, Mom. Are you interested in any girl at school at all? Izuku's eyes widened as he nearly choked on his food. Why would she say that out of nowhere? No, of course not. That's ridiculous. I don't know, sweetie. I see you texting someone a lot. You seem really happy when you do it too. She figured out that he's been texting Uraraka, well, Bakugo and Ida too, but mostly Uraraka. Was he that obvious? So, who's the lucky girl my sweet boy's interested in? I'm not dating anyone, Mom. Oh, okay. Just don't be afraid to tell me, though. I'll support you all the way. He smiled at that, knowing that if he did have a crush on a girl, his mom would always give him love and support. Eventually, he finished eating and got up, pushing in his chair. Thanks for the meal, Mom. I'm going to bed now. She waved him off and smiled gently. All right. Good night, Zuzu. He smiled back at her. Good night. He went back to his room and laid in bed, but something told him he was going to face a rude awakening when he returned to school. To be continued. Chapter end. 2 weeks earlier. Sports festival? That's totally ordinary. Come on. A villain attack in this back-to-back. Are you sure about this? Aizawa was heavily bandaged as he explained the situation, which was already concerning since he barely looked like he had time to rest. He explained that it was supposed to be a demonstration of UA's crisis protocols as he talked about the festival more. Compared to past years, there'll be 5 times the police presence. Anyhow, our sports festival is the great opportunity you'll get. The sports festival was the biggest event in Japan, but now it was the UA Sports Festival, which had taken the place of the Olympics. This means scouts will be there. Top nation heroes, right? Momo seemed very excited at the thought of a top-class hero seeing what she could do, unlike Mineta, who was getting more nervous by the minute. This happens once a year, so you have 3 chances. If you want to become a hero, this is something you cannot miss. The entire class buzzed with excitement about the sports festival. After the 4th PRD finished and it was time for lunch, everyone was talking about it non-stop. However, one girl in particular was very determined to show her skills. Midoriya, Bakugo Ida. Uraraka had a fierce determination radiating from her, which unsettled Izuku and Ida, as they had never seen this side of her before. Uraraka, are you alright? You're not looking very. Uraraka. Even Mina showed concern, and before Mineta could speak, Tfu slapped him with her tongue. Everyone. I'm gonna crush this. Yeah. We're gonna rock this. Uraraka and Bakugo seemed to match each other's energy at last, while Izuku and Ida supported them from the back. Actually, now that I think of it, I've never asked Uraraka. You wanna become a hero for the money? Ultimately, yeah. She was clearly nervous, as indicated by her fidgeting. Sorry, I know it seems shallow and really embarrassing considering Ida's noble motivations and all. Ida started doing weird hand movements while comforting her. But why? There's nothing wrong with wanting a more comfortable lifestyle. Yeah, it's just a bit unexpected. Living a chill and stable life isn't bad, you know. She began to rustle through her hair, avoiding eye contact with the 3 boys. My family runs a construction company, but business is bad. We're poorer than poor. Don't mention that to anyone, please. Izuku and Ida thought about this while Bakugo kept his hands in his pockets. Not to be rude, but isn't it kind of silly not to use your quirk to cut costs? I was going to say something like that. Yeah, it would. But she trailed off, recalling a memory. You want to work for the family? Yeah. When I grow up, I want to help Mommy and Daddy. Her dad gently squatted down to her level and put a hand on her head. That's real sweet, Ochako. But what would be even sweeter is if my baby girl follows her own dreams instead. In the present, Uraraka gripped her skirt as the boys waited for her to continue. When that day comes, you can take us on a vacation to Hawaii. She looked at them with determination. I want to become a hero so I can make that money. So my mom and dad can have easier lives. Ida congratulated her, while Izuku and Bakugo stared, not out of anything malicious but understanding. So she doesn't just idolize heroes. She's thinking of the practical benefits. Hey, there's nothing wrong with making your parents' lives easier. Bravo, Uraraka. Bravo. Eventually, they made their way to the lunchroom, grabbed some lunch, and ate together. After school, the day was over, and students were ready to go home. Izuku and Uraraka talked a bit more about the upcoming event. I can't believe we have 2 weeks until the festival. I just can't wait to get in there. Yeah, me too. Being watched by so many pros is going to be a great motivator. They opened the door and found themselves blocked from exiting by hundreds of students. What's going on? No way out. What are they here for? Bakugo simply passed by Mineta, hands in his pockets as usual. They must be scoping out the competition. I mean, we are the class that survived a villain attack. Izuku and Uraraka exchanged glances, sensing Bakugo's arrogance. Not exactly on purpose, but still arrogant. Hey, can all of you move out of the way, please? We can't leave because of you guys. Izuku tried to ask nicely, but they didn't seem to take the hint. One of them stepped out of the crowd to speak. Well, if it isn't Class 1A, sitting on your high horse as usual. A blonde-haired boy wore a smug grin. It's true we came to look at you, but from the looks of it, we won't need to worry about much. This guy rubbed Izuku the wrong way, and even Bakugo was getting annoyed. The noise drew attention from others in the back of the class. If this is what Class A has to offer, then it really is a big disappointment, isn't it? Shoto flew up from behind Bakugo and Izuku, wanting to see who was talking down about their class. Those of us who weren't able to make the cut were sadly banished to general studies. However, he grinned, clearly trying to provoke them. If we do well enough in the festival, they might consider knocking one of you off to give a real hero a chance. Consider this a declaration of war. Suddenly, another student popped out from the crowd. I'm also from Class 1B next door. I was curious, but all I'm seeing are a bunch of wet noodles. This soured the mood of all the boys. Bakugo was the first to respond. Wet noodles, huh? If you want to talk so much, how about you fight us? Me and these two against all of you. I'm sure you'll understand how we run this. This caused an uproar, and Bakugo had single-handedly ruined their reputation in moments. Izuku sighed as Shoto seemed indifferent to it all. Well, someone had to say it, and I'm glad it didn't have to be me. Midoriya. Sorry, that guy just annoyed me a lot, okay? Despite this, Izuku realized he couldn't just sit back. Everyone wanted to give it their all and do their best. It would be disrespectful to everyone else's efforts to be a real hero. 2 weeks went by, and the class trained hard, with many aiming to reach the level of Izuku, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Momo. 2 weeks later, in the Class 1A prep room. Is everyone good and ready? The event's about to begin. Izuku stretched a bit, knowing he couldn't bring his sword, so he was going bare-fisted. Midoriya. He turned to see Todoroki, hands in his pockets, floating slightly. What is it, Todoroki? Objectively speaking, I'm stronger than you. More capable. This shocked Izuku. He thought they were on good terms. Where did this come from? Todoroki squinted, exposing the sin of sloth tattoo. Whatever this is something me, you, Bakugo, Momo, and Shinso have in common. A birthmark in the shape of one of the 7 deadly sins. Izuku's eyes widened as he revealed his own sin of wrath marking on his arm. I can see that, but what does that have to do with this? From what I can tell, all 5 of us are seemingly on equal footing, but I can promise you, I am stronger. He reformed Chastifol into its original form as he floated up slightly. This isn't just a declaration of war against you. I'm declaring war on Bakugo, Momo, and Hitoshi too. This shocked the entire class. A 5-way war between the strongest in their class? It felt like chaos was about to break loose. Kirishima, worried about the sudden hostility from Todoroki, put a hand on his shoulder. Come on, man, the festival's about to start. No need to pick fights or… Todoroki cut him off, not even looking in his direction. I'm not pretending to be anyone's friend here. Mina already knew what this was about. Shota wasn't doing this for no reason. He was doing it because he knew their dad, Endeavor, would be watching. Bakugo, Momo, and Hitoshi stood up and walked over to confront each other. I've been looking forward to beating you since I saw how strong you were at the USJ. I can't wait. Bakugo declared. This will be interesting, but I promise I will win, Momo replied confidently. I won't lose to you, Todoroki. I'll give it everything I have. Hitoshi added. Todoroki simply nodded, tilting his head slightly. Right. At the stadium, Present Mike announced the start of the sports festival, hyping up the class. First up. You know who I'm talking about. The miraculous rising stars that brushed off a villain attack with sheer willpower. The first years of the hero course. It's Class A. The class walked out of the hallway as the crowd cheered for them. They're really giving us too much credit. What do you think, Baku bro? Kirishima said, feeling humble. Nah, it's just hyping me up more. Bakugo replied. However, the other classes felt differently, struggling to find motivation knowing they were here to support the main class. Now for the athlete's oath. Tokoyami noticed the 18+ rated hero from afar. Should she really be wearing that and teaching students? He wondered. Quiet. Your representative for this will be Izuku Midoriya. Upon hearing this, Izuku completely froze. He hadn't expected to speak for the whole class in front of so many people. Hey! A hand on his shoulder brought him back to reality. It was Uraraka. You got this, Midori. Do your best. She had come up with that nickname during the last 2 weeks before the festival. The rest of the class rallied around him, offering encouragement. If anyone can do it, it's definitely you. You'll do fine. I'm sure you'll do great. Their support touched him deeply, feeling like he was receiving encouragement from family. Knock him dead, Izuku, he heard someone call. Taking a deep breath, he walked up to the podium as Midnight gave him space to speak. The athlete's oath is for everyone to try their best and give it everything they've got to achieve their dreams. As he finished, applause erupted. He was genuinely moved by the positive response, even though some skeptics were present. Izuku stepped off the podium, invigorated and determined to follow through on his oath. Now, without any delay, let us get on to the first event. The screen displayed various events before stopping. Obstacle course race. A gate slowly opened as Midnight explained the race. It's a race between all 11 classes. The course is a 4-kilometer lap around the stadium. Everyone gathered at the gate as she giggled, a hand covering her mouth. Our school preaches freedom in all things. As long as you stay on track, everything is fair game. Izuku got into position, taking a deep breath and recalling Todoroki's declaration. I'll show you, Todoroki. Ding, ding, ding. Start. As they began, they quickly realized the starting gate was too narrow, causing a bottleneck. Let us go, sister. We shall, Todoroki and Mina said, effortlessly flying over the competition to be the first out of the gate. Other students began to emerge, but Todoroki summoned vines to hold them back. Present Mike, in the commentator room, grinned widely. Mummy man, are you ready for our live coverage and commentary? Aizawa sighed, rolling his eyes at Mick's enthusiasm. Not voluntarily. Todoroki noticed many students had managed to get past the vines. Don't count us out, Todoroki. Izuku burned away the vines with his fire, while Bakugo ripped through them, undeterred. Momo used a rock to propel herself, and Shinso jumped off people's heads. This may be harder than I thought. Todoroki realized as more students from other classes made it through. Good thinking staying 2 steps behind, Todoroki. Now it's my turn. How about a taste of my killer, wham? Mineta was knocked aside by a robot, rolling like a cartoon character. Suddenly, multiple robots towered over them. The first barrier, Robo Inferno. The other students were left in shock, realizing the Hero Corps students had dealt with this kind of challenge before. There had to be at least 10 of the zero-pointers, but it was impossible to tell as they could be covering other zero-pointers. So these are the faux villains they used for everyone else's test? Momo remarked, slightly surprised they even had the resources to afford this many. To think this was the best they had. Todoroki was almost disappointed as he waved his hand. Chastifol glowed and began to change. Chastifol, fourth form. The ground shook as a giant flower emerged, causing other students to back up. Whoa! Todoroki just summoned a massive flower in the middle of the track. The flower bud began to shine as he held his hand towards the robots. I expected more from this school, honestly. The flower bud bloomed, shining a beam of light in the center. Especially with dear old dad watching. He crushed his palm, and the flower shot a giant beam of light, obliterating the entirety of the robots except for their heads. Only a handful of students weren't blown back by the shockwave of such an attack. Once the beam of light dissipated, Todoroki moved on with Mina, who was noticeably nervous. Her brother had certainly gotten stronger during these 2 weeks. Mike and Aizawa's jaws dropped. What a shocking show of strength by Todoroki, completely destroying the robots for the others. However, Todoroki quickly clarified, I didn't destroy all of them. Just enough to make it so we got through, their heads are still intact. As he said this, the students looked in shock and horror as the robot heads crashed onto the floor. Izuku coughed as the robots created a dust cloud from hitting the ground. So this is Todoroki's real power? Hey, students got crushed under there? Izuku's eyes widened in horror. What? He looked on, ready to help anyone trapped beneath the debris. Until Raya. As if. Class 1's Kirishima has been crushed. Are you alright? Kirishima. Yeah. Thankfully it wasn't anyone else, or they most likely would have been in serious trouble. However, a Class B student with a metal-hardening quirk burst out of another robot head. Class A is full of a bunch of jerks, huh? Kirishima comedically teared up, feeling overshadowed by someone with a similar quirk. This, however, didn't sit well with Izuku. He intentionally kept the robot heads around just so he could use them as cover. He nearly hurt someone. He clenched his fist, and every student stopped to look at him, sweating and concerned. They could feel the pressure from him, causing multiple students to nearly drop to their knees. Midoriya? Denki was the only one to comment as he noticed Izuku's face, where the demon marking was visible. He silently raised his hand, onyx flames burning in his palm as he jumped over the heads entirely, running across them. Now this'll be interesting. Other students followed Izuku's lead, some navigating around the heads. The current leaders of the pack are overwhelmingly from Class A. Endeavor was watching, noting that Class B wasn't bad either. The only significant difference was Class A's lack of hesitation. They've been exposed to the outside world, up close and personal. They had that fear planted into them, and they're enduring it to become stronger. Aizawa observed, pausing to clear his voice. Each has grown from that experience and forgotten how to hesitate. Izuku and the other sins were determined to catch up to Todoroki and Mina, unwilling to be made fools of, especially after that declaration of war. So the first barrier was a piece of cake. How about the second? Fall and you're out. You gotta crawl across if you want to make it. They got a good look at it. It seemed to be a series of rocks connected by tight ropes. This is the fall. To be continued. Aizawa could visibly tell that the marked students were very motivated to catch up with the Todoroki siblings. He also noticed some inner conflict within Izuku. He seemed completely enraged at Todoroki. He was ready to knock some sense into him. Don't you think you went a bit too far with those other students? Mina questioned, raising an eyebrow at her brother. She's right, you know, Shoto. The King of Fairies was concerned about Shoto's destructive behavior harming innocent people, knowing he wasn't exactly in the right headspace. I told you that I wasn't here to make friends. I'm here to win. The Todoroki siblings flew over the entire obstacle, not appearing to take it seriously. Meanwhile, the other students had to navigate the tight rope. Some had advantages, like Tsuyu's frog-like attributes or Ida's engines allowing him to travel quickly from rope to rope. Momo had a significant advantage as she smashed the ground, creating a rock for herself to float and pass the competition. If I use this, I can simply float over the entire thing like Todoroki and Mina, finishing this as fast as possible without any breaks. Yeah, seems like a good idea. The giant queen congratulated Momo on her quick thinking, but they were interrupted as the weight shifted slightly. Huh. She looked down, and Izuku, Bakugo, and Shinso had all grabbed onto it. What are you dash? Calm down, Yarozu. I can do something that will help all of us make it farther. Momo was a bit hesitant but nodded. All right then. What do you propose? I'll boost us across with my flames. He then deeply inhaled, trying to focus the flames to his feet instead of his hands. Just focus the heat into your feet, and you should be able to fly like Endeavor. His feet suddenly emitted fire as they flew off in a burst of speed. Momo nearly fell from the change in speed but thankfully regained her balance. I'll boost our way over. Looks like the four others have teamed up momentarily and are now rocketing towards the last step in the obstacle course. It seemed to be a giant carpet as Mike continued to hype it up. This is the minefield. It's a deadly carpet. A quick glance is enough to reveal the mine locations. So keep both eyes open and watch your step. Todoroki and Mina turned to each other and then looked forward, unimpressed, as they once again started to fly over the mines. Mike watched as he began to realize the flaw in this obstacle course. It was far too easy for anyone who could fly. Aizawa simply sighed. This is why I proposed getting better obstacles for this year. However, a shocking revelation came along as Todoroki and Mina were passed, their eyes widening. Holy smokes, folks. It seems our two flying contestants were just passed by Midoriya, Bakugo, Momo, and Hitoshi. I told you. I wasn't gonna lose to you, Todoroki. Izuku shouted back at them. Mina gave an annoyed scoff as she swiped her hand to the right, creating a strong gust of wind that blew them off the rock and caused a giant explosion and smoke screen. Ugh dash? They all groaned as they were sent flying. Todoroki and Mina passed through the smoke, completely unharmed. However, this didn't mean all hope was lost, as the others were midair. Izuku saw an opening. I'm really far above them. If I do this properly, I can win. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance, and he didn't plan on wasting it. The fire in his feet reignited as he yelled out to the bottom. Todoroki! Todoroki and Mina looked up in shock as they saw Izuku behind them, very high in the air, lighting fire on his feet, similar to their father. Even Endeavor took notice, seemingly shocked that Izuku had copied his method of flying. I told you I would beat you with all I have. And I don't go back on promises. Suddenly, in a burst of speed, he flew past Todoroki and Mina, momentarily rolling on the ground but quickly getting back up and sprinting as fast as he could. Shoto and Mina were completely flabbergasted as they watched Izuku. They tried to catch up, with Todoroki creating vines to slow Izuku down and Mina using gusts of wind to try and stop him. And Izuku struggled against the forces of Todoroki and Mina. It was almost like nature itself was trying to stop him from winning. This wouldn't deter him. Oh, not a chance. He burned the vines at his feet and powered through the wind thanks to the power of the demon marking. Though this didn't mean he wasn't slowed down. I won't lose. No way. He powered through as he, Todoroki, and Mina made their way through the final stretch. The winner of the obstacle course Theus. Izuku Midoriya. The crowd cheered as Izuku emerged from the tunnel first, breathing but wearing a tired grin. I win. Todoroki. One by one, people finished the race, with Todoroki and Mina coming in second and third respectively, Momo in fourth, Bakugo in fifth, and Hitoshi in sixth. Eventually, Uraraka and Ida made it by, congratulating Izuku on a well-earned first place. Well, Uraraka did. Ida was too busy contemplating his performance since he lost a race with his own quirk. Good job, Midori. That was incredible. Izuku blushed lightly as he waved it off. First place though. I'm jealous. I mean, it's not like it was easy. He was right, it wasn't easy. If he had been blown back like Momo or Bakugo instead of upwards, he would have gotten at worst 6th place. The stars had just aligned for him. Now that it's finally over, let us check the results. First, Izuku Midoriya. Second, Shoto Todoroki. Third, Mina Todoroki. Fourth, Momo Yaoyorozu. Fifth, Bakugo Katsuki. Sixth, Hitoshi Shinso. Seventh, Ibara Shiozaki. Eighth, Juzo Hananuki. Ninth, Tenya Ida. 10th, Fumikage Tokoyami. 11th, Hanada Siro. 12th, Eijiro Kirishima. 13th, Tetsu. 14th, Masahiro Ojiro. 15th, Tetsu Owaze. 16th, Rikido Sado. 17th, Achiko Uraraka. 18th, Minoru Mineta. 19th, Koji Koda. 20th, Kyokujiro. Beyond the top 20, the rest were from Class A, B, or the support department. The next event. I already know what it is, of course. The screen suddenly flashed the words, Cavalry Battle. Midnight began to explain the event. The Cavalry Battle will consist of 42 participants, and those who ranked in the top 42 are qualified. You will form teams of 2 to 4 and earn points by grabbing enemy headbands. Bakugo sighed, we can't be by ourselves? That's disappointing. This confused Izuku. Why would anyone want to fight alone in a team battle? The number of points will depend on your placement in the obstacle course. Sato crossed his arms, thinking this would be similar to the entrance exam but with a twist. So the point value of each team depends on its members. Mina exclaimed just as Midnight yelled for them to be quiet. Thus, your individual scores start at 5 points, so the student in 42nd place has 5 points, and the student in 41st place has 10. But Izuku sensed a curveball coming that would make him a target. Our first place participant is worth 10 million points. Izuku felt everyone's eyes lock onto him. Oh, this is definitely something. I had a feeling something like this was coming, someone said. The higher-ranked players are the ones to aim for. After taking first place in the qualifiers, Izuku Midoriya has 10 million points. Izuku fell silent as everyone stared at him, their eyes wide. Stop it. Stop looking at me like that. He knew these were different stares, reminding him of a time before, and he could feel the pressure mounting. Midnight continued, the match will last 15 minutes. Each team's points are determined by its members. She showed an example with Endeavor riding on 13 and Mike, explaining their point values. The rider will wear a headband displaying the total number of points. Until the match ends, you'll compete to grab each other's points while maintaining your own. The screen displayed the headbands, noting they were fastened by Velcro for easy grabbing. But the more headbands you have, the harder they'll be to manage. And even if your headband is taken, it's not over until it's over. As the timer for team formation started, everyone flocked to Bakugo and Todoroki. Bakugo was unfazed by Sato, Aoyama, and Shoji, but smiled at Siro. Your power is tape, right? Siro nodded. Yeah. I can use my tape to create traps and swing long distances. Bakugo grinned. You seem like a pretty cool dude, Siro. Welcome to the team. Siro did a little fist pump, while Bakugo mostly ignored Sato and Aoyama. Bakugo, Todoroki's team is already full. Mind if I tag along? It was Kirishima, raising an eyebrow with a smile. I know you want to be a rider, right? Your front horse needs to be someone who can take strong punches. Who might that be? Someone not afraid to take risks. He pointed at himself with a grin. You want to take down Todoroki and Midoriya, right? This horse won't break. Bakugo's grin widened. I would love someone like you to join the team. He gripped Kirishima's hand tightly, who hardened his body to withstand the force. You're one of the manliest guys I've ever seen, Bakugo, Kirishima said. You're not so bad yourself, Shark Teeth. But Bakugo had one more unexpected teammate. Room for one more? Mina Todoroki appeared. Bakugo let go of Kirishima's hand, which Kirishima flexed to relieve the pressure. Aren't you teaming up with your brother? Mina shrugged. We decided to separate this time, we aren't glued to each other, you know. Bakugo scratched his head, recalling how they seemed inseparable during the race. You certainly seemed glued to him then. She scoffed, crossing her arms and flicking his nose. You should be grateful I want to join your team. I could have picked someone else. Bakugo rubbed his nose. You are strong, so I guess I'll let you join my team. Mina raised an eyebrow, arms still crossed. Okay, you can gladly join my team. Is that better? Yes, it is. Meanwhile, Izuku was in a panic, feeling isolated. His classmates avoided him, and when he tried to ask Ojiro to join, he was quickly declined. So they must think the best strategy isn't to hold on to my points until the end, but to steal them before time runs out? He put a hand on his head, sweating as he struggled to figure out what to do. His heart felt like it was racing, and even though he was strong, this challenge required a team. There were too many factors that could cost him. What to do? Midori. He turned to see Uraraka, her optimistic expression calming him. How about we team up? His panic began to subside, and his heart rate slowed as he looked at her, still unsure. Are you sure? Everyone's probably going to be coming after us, you know. It'll be fine. We can win if we just run away. I don't think it's that simple, Uraraka. He managed a nervous smile, chuckling at the thought of it being easy. That's fine. Who cares? She smiled brightly, her hands on her hips, making Izuku feel like the world was shining at that moment. Teaming up with a friend just seems right. Izuku smiled back, blushing slightly. What's so funny? Nothing, it's just. I can see why you're called Uraraka. She blushed, and an awkward silence fell between them. Let's get back to finding team members. Why, yeah, you're right. I see what you did there. Using her name as a compliment, you sly dog. Be quiet and let me think. After their awkward moment, they tried to recruit Ida. But were denied. I understand why you need me, Midoriya. However, I want to prove I am also a worthy rival of yours. Like Bakugo and Todoroki. He walked off to join Todoroki's team, leaving Izuku feeling frustrated. Ida. Izuku wished he could have convinced him, but everyone viewed him as an enemy now. They needed help from unlikely places. Hey, Izuku turned to see a pink-haired girl with goggles approach him. Team up with me, Mr. First Place. She introduced herself as Mei Hatsum from the support course. I could be useful for someone in your position. Izuku stared at her, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Well, at least you don't mince your words. Joining with you means I'll inevitably be in the spotlight. Then, my amazing inventions will be noticed by the industry. Uraraka looked confused, struggling to keep up with Hatsum's enthusiasm. Hold on now. Inventions? What are you talking about? Hatsum ignored Uraraka, excitedly showing Izuku various machines, including a jetpack modeled after a famous hero's. Is that right? By the way, my quirk is... Uraraka frowned slightly, feeling annoyed by how quickly Hatsum was getting along with Izuku. They seemed to be fast friends. I assure you, this girl will change nothing between you and Midoriya. This is simply a mutual benefit. I guess you're right. After recruiting Mei Hatsum, they needed one more member, and Izuku set off to find the last teammate. Alright, 15 minutes are up, so let's start this, shall we? Meanwhile, in the commentator's room, Present Mike woke Aizawa to commentate on the cavalry battle. Once in formation, Izuku called out to his teammates to hype them up. Uraraka. Yep. Hatsum. Hee. Tokoyami. Yeah. Let's do this. To be continued. Formed your teams? Made your plans? Too bad if you didn't. Here we go. The countdown to this brutal battle royal. The teams prepared as the countdown began. 3, 2, 1. Start. Immediately, the teams charged at Midoriya. You may be strong, Midoriya, but it's 4 against 1. This is really a fight for the 10 million and everyone knows it. Izuku quickly ignited his hand, swiping it to create a firewall to block off the attackers. We have to get out of here. Right. They tried to run, but suddenly they found themselves sinking into the ground. CRP. Looks like that fire wall wasn't enough. He activated the jetpack. Uraraka. Hatsum. Look away. They did as instructed, escaping from the mud-like liquid as Tetsu looked on in annoyance. It must be that support girl? Jiro. Got it. Jiro attempted to use her earphone jacks to attack their flying target, but Dark Shadow knocked the earphones away. Gotcha. Well done, Dark Shadow. Make sure to cover our blind spots. Wow. That's awesome. The defensive power we were lacking. But now we're covered at mid-range from every direction. Good going, Tokoyami. You're the one who chose me. Eventually, Uraraka announced their landing. How do you like my inventions? Cute, aren't they? That's how I made them. Uraraka made everyone weightless except herself, so all we're carrying is her, plus our clothes and equipment. Izuku smiled at Hatsum. They're totally making us more mobile. Your inventions are amazing, Hatsum. Aren't they? Uraraka pouted slightly, feeling a twinge of jealousy as she heard Izuku praise Hatsum. Only, 'cause I floated you. Toru suggested they go after them for revenge, but they noticed her headband was completely gone. Just call me an opportunist. Nito Monoma, the blonde boy who declared war on Class 1A, spun the headband around his finger, but suddenly it flew off. What? Monoma looked in the direction of the headband, his fury growing when he saw who had taken it. You little... Thanks for the headband. We'll put it to good use. Bakugo had used his quirk to snatch the headband from Monoma and put it around his own neck. Monoma was infuriated. He had just been outsmarted by Class 1A and that brute of a boy. I saw your plan. You wanted to sit back and watch everything we can do, right? Monoma gritted his teeth, frustrated that he was supposed to be the mastermind planning Class A's downfall, not being stopped by someone like Bakugo. Well, too bad. Not everyone shows their full hand too early. 2 minutes have barely passed and it's already a chaotic battlefield. Izuku and his friends were completely surrounded, unable to focus on Bakugo and Monoma's clash. With everyone scrambling for headbands, it's not just the 10 million that's there. Other high rankers are worth a shot as well. Someone from Class 1B tried to attack them, but Dark Shadow fended him off. They saw Shoji charging in at them, his multiple arms flailing. Shoji's alone. But this is a team cavalry battle? There wasn't time to question it. They had to move. Uraraka struggled as she accidentally stepped on one of Mineta's sticky ball. I'm stuck. Izuku looked around in confusion. That's Mineta's. But where is he? Suddenly, Mineta peeked out from the tent-like structure Shoji had his arms in. In here, Midoriya. Is that legal? Sure is. Unfortunately for Izuku and the rest, it was indeed legal. Just then, a tongue shot out of the tent. Izuku dodged it, and Tetsu barely managed to avoid it as well. Whoa! What the hell? Good job dodging, Midoriya. Tsu was also hiding in the multi-arm tent with Mineta. Seriously, how many people can fit in there? My name is Tsu. Team Mineta uses its members' varying sizes to form less of a horse and more of a tank. They attempted to propel themselves using Hatsum's boots, but they broke free from Mineta's sticky ball. My baby got ripped apart. No. Sorry. But we managed to get away. Just then, Todoroki flew up to them. You seem pretty full of yourself. Let me change that. Chasteful transformed into a giant bear, trying to grab Izuku's headband. Tokoyami blocked the bear but was being overpowered. Geez, what's this thing made of? Dark Shadow struggled to hold it back as Izuku charged fire in his hand and shot at it. Get back! T-dash! The fire burned the bear, causing Todoroki to scoff as he flew back to his team. Is that even allowed? It is here. As long as he doesn't touch the ground. It looks like Class B was trying to play the long game by throwing the preliminaries. Though, that doesn't matter much. If anything, that means they won't target me. Izuku suspected they looked stronger than they wanted to appear. Guys, I don't think it'll be too hard to evade. Before he could finish, he encountered Team Todoroki, who stared him down. Or maybe it won't be that easy. We're coming for you, Midoriya. To be continued. Team Midoriya and Team Todoroki faced each other as Tokoyami summoned Dark Shadow. Looks like we're gonna have to fight our way out of this. They really are gunning for you, Midoriya. Todoroki noticed Team Mineta getting desperate, going after either him or Midoriya. Izuku gritted his teeth. We're halfway through, so we've got to keep moving. But there are. He trailed off, seeing multiple teams approaching them. Forward, Ida. Okay. Yaoyorozu. Lock them in so nobody else can get to us. Right. There are multiple teams attacking us. Kaminari do. Yeah, I got it. Just stay alert. Shoto created a big bear plush from his chastifol, hugging them as a shield against the electricity. Indiscriminate shock 1.3 million volts. Dark Shadow blocked the attack, but it came at a heavy cost. Just then, Todoroki put both hands near the ground, causing vines to grow and encase almost everyone, trapping them. What's this now? Todoroki's taken out a herd of cavalry teams in one fierce attack. Yaoyorozu. Now. All right. She stepped on the ground and created a tiny stadium inside the main stadium. Wow. Yaoyorozu created a stadium inside a stadium. Stadiumception. It seems he waited for Kaminari to shock them and then created his vines. Last time he did it raw, lots of people made it past. Nice play-by-play, Shota. Izuku tried to fly away, but his jetpack wasn't working. The pack's on the fritz? My baby. Guess there are needs for improvement then. Uraraka panicked along with everyone else. They're too strong. We'll never get away. I'll create a diversion. Tokoyami launched an attack with Dark Shadow to throw them off. Todoroki called out to Momo. Yaoyorozu. Got it. She created a rock for Dark Shadow to hit, which smashed the rock but forced him to retreat. Tokoyami gritted his teeth in annoyance, while Momo gave a confident smirk. Izuku was clearly annoyed as well. Damn it, her quirk. What a pain. Tokoyami disagreed. Kaminari is actually the bigger threat here, I'd say. His light-based attacks would have wrecked my armor. Izuku suddenly remembered when he first recruited Tokoyami to his team. Right, just focus on defending. There's no need to attack. In a flashback, Tokoyami explained, the darker it is, the more ferocious my quirk attacks. But then the beast is hard to control. In the daylight, he's easier to manage but not much help in a fight. He turned to Midoriya with his arms crossed, smiling confidently. It's not like you knew, but picking me and my quirk for purely defense? Not a bad choice at all, I'd say. Back in the present, Tokoyami said, use me as best you can. I trust you, Midoriya. Right? Kaminari's electricity. If he stays around, it'll be harder to keep up. Tokoyami's Dark Shadow seemed almost defeated as he moped, wishing for friendship rather than conflict. So you have less offensive power now. But they don't know that, right? Likely. I only ever told my weakness to Kukita back in the USJ, but he never talks much. Izuku put his game face back on, focusing on the enemy team. That as long as they don't know, we can fake them out. We'll be fine. Then the 10 million points stay with us. Meanwhile, outside the fight with Izuku and Todoroki, Monoma was struggling against Bakugo, who landed another punch. Monoma tried to use Snatch to weaken Bakugo and take his headband, but it didn't work. So you can copy quirks, huh? But you can't exactly copy strength, can you? Bakugo jabbed Monoma, sending him reeling. His teammates watched in horror, realizing he stood no chance. Monoma, we have to get out of here. This guy's a monster, one teammate urged. Come on. We were just having some fun. Shiro and Kirishima exchanged concerned glances, looking at Mina. Should we stop them? He's completely beating the snot out of this guy. Mina, however, cheered Bakugo on. Get him, Bakugo. Show him what happens for disrespecting our class. Suddenly, another teammate with a glue stick for a head appeared. It's you, Bondo. We can leave still? We need more points if we want to advance. Monoma's team faced a dilemma. They had to win this fight to secure their points. Bondo then released glue, effectively slowing down Team Bakugo. Damn it. I'm stuck. This stuff is hard as hell. Bakugo scoffed, annoyed, while Monoma chuckled at his frustration. What's wrong? Nervous, Class A scum? Monoma's team and Bondo charged at Bakugo, who cracked his neck and knuckles. Alright, you guys want these headbands so bad. He grinned, welcoming them with open arms. Then you'll have it off of me. Back with Izuku and Todoroki, they remained in the same position as before. Izuku had protected the headband for 5 minutes, while Todoroki had made little progress. Midoriya has been able to evade Todoroki's attacks inside the small space for 5 whole minutes. As Todoroki's group got closer, Izuku simply backed up, not allowing them to advance. Endeavor watched from the sidelines, observing Shoto's struggle. Come on, Shoto. Take this seriously. Izuku analyzed the situation. He keeps his distance and stays to my left, he's sharp. That way, he can immobilize us with vines, but it would also hit Ida. I can't attack recklessly or it'll be my downfall. He eyed Kaminari, assessing the situation further. Tokoyami is blocking Kaminari's electricity. Everyone in the minute or so that remains. I am going to do something that will render me useless, then it's up to you guys. Ida. Be sure to grab it. Izuku took a deep breath, preparing to activate his demon mark. Recipro burst. In a sudden burst of speed, they blitzed past Team Midoriya. WHWHAA? What just happened? That was too fast for the naked eye to see. Todoroki, did you grab the headband? That I missed. The team turned to look at Team Midoriya as Izuku nearly stumbled, breathing heavily. But Midoriya was able to dodge the assault and maintain his headband. If it weren't for my demon mark, I wouldn't have been prepared enough for that. We would have lost the headband for sure. He turned to see the fury and shock on Todoroki's face. I really see that you meant what you said, Ida. He grinned, the demon marking emitting an eerie dark glow as his eyes seemed to burn with intensity. You're challenging me. Todoroki flew up, readying Chastifol back in its original form as he charged at Izuku. Todoroki? His teammates called out as he charged at the green-haired boy. Meanwhile, Bakugo was effortlessly dealing with both Monoma and Bondo at the same time. You Class A scum. You think you're so much better than us, don't you? Oh, I never said anything about that. Suddenly, Monoma's body gave out as he gritted his teeth. Damn it. It must be the effects of his quirk or something I didn't know about. Let's go. We have to defend these points with our lives if we want to have a chance. Suddenly, they started running as Kirishima was finally unstuck from the glue, fleeing from Bondo's team. Man, Bakugo. I can't believe you managed to deal with them by yourself. However, Bakugo wasn't satisfied. Chase them down. Huh. All 3 of them were confused as they questioned him, but they started after them anyway. But why? There's no need to risk our points if we're basically guaranteed second. This isn't about that, moron. He lightly bonked Kirishima on the head. I'm doing this because he disrespected our class. Trying to make us seem like the bad guys. Call this petty or whatever, I don't care, but... He grinned, standing tall and ready for action. Nobody's gonna insult my class. And get away with it. Suddenly he jumped from his cavalry, ping his fist back. Monoma looked up in shock, calling out his teammate's name. Tsuburaba. Guard. Got it. Tsuburaba blew air in Bakugo's direction, creating an air wall. Bakugo landed right on it. How do you like that? It's an invisible wall. Bakugo sneered as he pet his fist back. Well, you know what we say to walls, right? We break through 'em. He then yanked the last headband off Monoma's head, jumping off the air wall as it faded. Absolutely merciless. Bakugo just robbed Monoma's team of every last headband he possibly owned. Monoma could only look on in frustration as he yelled, "You brute!" However, it seemed that jump wouldn't be enough for Bakugo to make it back. Oh, seems like he didn't have enough momentum or preparation to make a good enough jump back to his team. If he hits the floor, he'll be disqualified. But before that could happen, a sudden powerful gust of wind propelled Bakugo upward, lifting him high into the sky. What the? He suddenly realized as he looked back at his cavalry, who were trying to position themselves to catch him. Whoa! A sudden gust of powerful wind has propelled Bakugo upward before he could hit the ground. He's back in it, folks. This caused Bakugo to laugh as he looked at his team with a grin, wrapping the headband around his neck. Ah, Mina, you're the best. Mina responded in frustration. I am helping you, so how about you don't insult me? That was a compliment. Can you two not have a back and forth right now? Zero held out his elbow as he wrapped his tape around Bakugo, safely bringing him back to the team. At first, I only got you guys so I would just be able to qualify. But now that we've actually played through it, you're the best squad I could have possibly asked for. Kirishima almost teared up hearing Bakugo say that. You're the best person I could have ever carried, bro. It's no problem, Bakugo. Thanks. But I'm still mad about what you called me. In the sky, they suddenly saw Todoroki's kunai as they realized who was being chased down. Midoriya. And fight fire with fire. He sent all the kunai flying towards Izuku, who forcefully pulled back and flew away from the kunai as they chased him. Whoa, folks. Looks like we're gonna get a fight between Midoriya and Todoroki for the last minute. Right after we had that all-star performance by Bakugo. Midoriya. Don't let him take the headband. Don't let him take it, Midori. Tokoyami and Uraraka screamed out at Izuku, causing him to realize what exactly he was fighting for. Uraraka. Tokoyami. I have to become a hero. So I can make things better for mom and dad. That's right. I'm not just doing this for my own hopes and dreams. He flew in a circle as Todoroki followed him with his kunai. I could be useful for someone in your position. They put their faith in me. I trust you, Midoriya. Todoroki eventually took the headband, struggling to wrap it around as he snapped his fingers, changing Chastyful's form again. He took the headband, folks. I am fighting for the dreams of my teammates. 10. He reached out for Todoroki with onyx flames burning in his hand. Hiya! 9. Todoroki turned his Chastyful back to its original form, also holding his hand out, determined to win this himself. 8. Ha-iya! Suddenly, Todoroki started to glow and gain a yellow aura as his Chastyful also began to glow. 7. Wah! 6. When Todoroki noticed his aura, he suppressed it, not letting it go further. 5. No? I can't use that. 4. Todoroki, watch out. 3. He then noticed Izuku, who was still charging at him at full speed. 2. I'll advance for them. For their dreams. 1. Izuku snatched 2 headbands from Todoroki's head as he looked back at the boy. I won't lose to you for that reason. Time's you up. Izuku and Shoto breathed as they slowly descended, taking deep breaths. Now let's rank the top 4 teams. Team Todoroki. In first place. Todoroki held up the other headband around his neck, the only one Izuku hadn't been able to grab. Izuku's heart sank as his team came to comfort him. In second place. Team Bakugo. With an all-star performance of their own. Bakugo wrapped his arms around all 3 of his teammates, grinning happily. For what we were working with, we completely destroyed. They all smiled, even Mina rolled her eyes and slightly smiled at him. It looked like he cared about this class after all. At least in the context of fighting, but it was definitely a start. In third place, Tets, W. It's actually Team Shinso in third place. Thanks for your help. He smirked as Ojiro, Aoyama, and Nairenjiki looked at him with nervous expressions. In fourth place, Team Izuku Midoriya. Izuku looked up in shock along with his teammates, completely surprised. What dash? How? He glanced at the headbands he had grabbed, noting it was a 685 headband. These 4 teams will advance to the final event. Izuku hugged his teammates, tears of joy and happiness streaming down his face. Uraraka hugged back, Tokoyami surprised by the sudden display of affection, and Hatsum was busy trying to fix the jetpack. Todoroki clenched his hand in frustration. No. I can't do that. It's just what my old man expected. To be continued. Izuku made his way toward a quiet spot in the stadium walls, feeling perplexed. Todoroki had called him for a private conversation, and he needed to be there. When he arrived, he found Shoto waiting. About time, Midoriya. Meanwhile, two top heroes met, number 1 Endeavor and number 2 Genist. Despite being the top heroes in Japan, they rarely spoke, creating an awkward atmosphere. It's been a while, Endeavor, almost a whole decade. Endeavor looked at him sternly. You're right. So, why are you here to talk? Genist smiled, though it was hard to tell due to his clothing covering his mouth. Simple, I want to shout you out. This earned an annoyed sigh from Endeavor. What for? I'm number 1, so I don't think I need it. Genist praised Endeavor but shifted the focus. Your kids, Todoroki, Shoto, and Mina, are incredibly impressive. Especially Shoto, even without going full power, he put on quite a show. Endeavor regarded him. What's your point? Any advice on raising the next generation so we can see potential like your kids? Endeavor fell silent and stood up to leave. I don't know, Genist. I don't know. He closed the door, leaving Genist perplexed by his reaction. Back with Shoto and Midoriya, Todoroki said, I'm going to make you pay for what you did, Midoriya. I'm sorry, but what exactly did I do? Izuku was taken aback, unsure what to expect from this conversation. You were trying to make me use my full power, weren't you? This confused Izuku. Hadn't he been giving it his all from the start? He wanted to hear more from Todoroki, which kept him calm. Have you heard of quirk marriages? Midoriya blinked, surprised. Quirk marriages are when people marry not out of love but to create a strong person through a combination of their quirks, right? Todoroki nodded, hugging his pillow form of chasteful. He wanted me to be something that surpasses a certain man. He never specified who, just that he was a man of the sun. Midoriya inhaled deeply. He wanted me and Mina to surpass that man, and that was all he thought about. I was born just as a tool. He touched his scar, recalling something from his mother. My mom was always crying. I can't stand to see that left side of yours, she said before throwing scalding water on my face. Izuku was shocked. So that was how he got the scar? From his own mother? Even then, I hurt Mina when he forced me to train. I healed it back, but we've never been the same. He clenched his fist, glaring at Izuku. That's why I don't want to use my full power. If I win without it, I'll spite my father. Izuku took a deep breath, looking at him. You know, despite both of us aiming for the top, we're really different. Todoroki paused, listening but not looking at him. Despite how strong I am, I haven't done everything on my own. I've had help from many people to get this far. He thought of his friends and mentors who had supported him. I want to be my own hero, someone who can save people with a smile and make them feel safe. He looked up at Todoroki, determination in his eyes. That's why I want to beat you. After that, Todoroki turned away. I'll show you then. However, they weren't alone. Bakugo had been listening in, starting to see Todoroki and Mina in a whole new light. The break was over. All the male students of Class 1A walked out, leaving everyone else confused. Where are all the girls? Bakugo said, looking around. Bakubro is right. Where is everyone? Kirishima added. Suddenly, they got their answer as all the girls walked out in cheerleader outfits. This drew a thumbs up from Mineta and Denki. Mineta, you bisu. Yamamo shouted, clearly angry. Uraraka covered herself, blushing heavily. This is so embarrassing. We should never have listened to them. She looked up, mortified, and saw Midoriya staring at her, his mouth agape. Midoriya-kun, she began, but was cut off by Izuku's face turning red as he looked at her, flabbergasted. Aya, don't look, she exclaimed, comedically hitting him with her pom-poms, leaving Izuku frozen in place. Shoto glanced at Yamamo, feeling sorry for her. HM. I would supply you with clothes, but unfortunately, I don't have anything. If it makes you feel better, I think you look fine in that. This earned a slightly shocked reaction from Momo, who lightly blushed at the compliment. Oh, well, I appreciate the compliment, Todoroki. He offered her a light smile. Bakugo looked down at Mina, snickering a bit at how the girls had been tricked into this. Don't look at me, she shouted, sending a blast of wind his way. Jesus Christ, Denki exclaimed, trying to look away from Jiro. What are you looking at? Jiro snapped, embarrassed. Denki quickly turned away, terrified. And nothing. After a bit more commotion, midnight finally got everyone's attention. Now it's time for the final event of the sports festival. The battle tournament. She proceeded to draw the pairings for the matches, which soon appeared on the screen. Izuku Midoriya vs Hitoshi Shinso. Shoto Todoroki vs Hantashiro. Denki vs Nairenjiki. Tenya Ida vs Mei Hatsum. Yuga Aoyama vs Mina Ishido. Fumikage Tokoyami vs Momo Yaoyorozu. Ejiro Kirishima vs Ojiro Mashireo. Katsuki Bakugo vs Achiko Uraraka. Izuku looked at the screen, realizing he was up against Shinso. He turned to him, noting that he had never seen Shinso's powers before. It felt like he was diving into a fight without knowing what to expect. Poor Siro, on the other hand, was sure he was going to get overwhelmed by Todoroki's strength. Bakugo glanced at Uraraka. HM? So I'm fighting you this round, huh? This should be interesting. He grinned, making Uraraka nervous. She felt like she was in the same position as Siro, facing one of the strongest students in class. Before the battles began, a few students dropped out of the tournament, including Ojiro and Nairenjiki, which shocked their classmates. They exclaimed. Nairenjiki explained, I didn't exactly get to choose my team, and I felt forced to join because they exploited my nightmares. I don't feel right moving on. Ojiro nodded in agreement, adding, it felt too real. I acted irrationally but made it through anyway. I shouldn't have made it. Midnight nodded. All right, if you're sure, I will let you drop out. This means. She looked over at Tetsu and Ibara. You two get to join in place of our two missing opponents. Tetsu was thrilled. Ooh, yes. Midoriya felt a weight on his shoulder and turned to see his friend. Midoriya, watch out for Hitoshi. He can access your worst fears, but I don't know how far it goes. Be careful. Midoriya nodded. Thanks for the advice. As the first match was about to start, Present Mike announced, for this match, we have Izuku Midoriya vs Hitoshi Shinso. Both Izuku and Shinso walked up to the ring, standing their ground as silence filled the air. Ready? Clash. As soon as those words were said, Hitoshi formed two bows from his hands. Double bow, Harriet. Izuku looked on in shock. That's Gauther's sacred treasure, Midoriya. Don't let him hit you with an arrow. Hitoshi charged up an attack. Rewrite light. Suddenly, beams of light shot from his chest. OHCRP. Izuku jumped, but the arrows tracked him, and he was hit, feeling drowsy as he landed on his back in the ring. He was transported somewhere long ago. Wah! Where am I? He exclaimed, looking around frantically. He found himself in an underpass, back in his middle school uniform, which made him feel nostalgic. That aside, I looked around the area to try to find anything that was off. This is like a trip down memory lane. Everything was so quiet, all I could hear was the sounds of birds chirping as I walked along. Meliodas? Got an idea on how this ability works or anything? Meliodas? Meliodas? He didn't respond, and it seemed like I was going to have to be on my own for this one. I kept following the underpass, and it felt like it was never ending. Seriously, what is this? Suddenly, I heard a sound of clanging from the manhole. I turned around and got into a fighting stance. Is this some sort of thing where I have to fight my way out of here? Well, bring it on. As I said this, a wave of sludge spewed out of the manhole, almost like a polluted sea, and I was swept in its wake. Ugh dash? I clawed my way out of the sludge, gasping for air and trying to catch my breath. What was going on? This isn't how it went. Not this much sludge. You'll never become a hero. Screams echoed around me, and I felt like a lost man at sea, forced to let nature have its way with me and hoping to survive. Sludge villain, come out here and face me. I'm ready for. The villain suddenly emerged from the sludge, but it was a nightmarish version of him. One of his eyes had melted, and you could see parts of a skeleton merged within the sludge, which had a charred scent. You're a murderer. My eyes widened as I started to remember. I had burned this villain in an act of self-defense. The screams only got louder as he grabbed onto me. Is this what you wanted when you said you wanted people to smile? It then smiled as both its eyes fully melted into the sludge, opening its mouth wide to swallow me whole. No. Stop. Get away. Get away. Get away. Shinso was watching, while Midoriya outside was clawing at his hair. As he walked slowly, he explained, "This is my ability, invasion. This version would be called Nightmare Teller. I can remind someone of a past traumatic event in their life and retell it to them in a horrific manner." He walked up, getting into a stance for a punch until it was caught. He looked down and mumbled, "I didn't mean it." He looked up at Shinso, the demon marking fully emerged on his face, staring at him with a cold expression. This shocked Shinso. He tried to pull his fist back, but Izuku had a firm grip on it. It was agonizing as he tried to back up, feeling as if his arm would snap off. However, a part of him was intrigued. Nobody had ever reacted this way to his invasion before. It always ended the same, people crying and screaming, hating him for making them relive it and calling him a villain. This was different. Thankfully, the purple-haired boy kicked Izuku's hand away, causing some damage. Backing up to gain distance, he resummoned his sacred treasure and charged up for another dose of rewrite light. Handle this. The boy stared at the beams of light, a quiet but intense look of anger on his face. His hand caught fire like swiping a match on wood. He grit his teeth as he swiped away the beams of light with incredible force. The heat felt even by those in the stands. Geez. His fire sure is blazing. Bakugo remarked, lifting his shirt to shield himself from the heat, only to be smacked by Mina and called a pervert. Shinso groaned as he nearly was sent out of the ring, shaking off the fire from his clothes as he stood straight and looked at Izuku. It must feel really good having a flashy quirk, doesn't it? Good quirk? His demon marking faded as he no longer needed it. Flashback. Ever since Shinso had figured out his quirk, his class had been afraid of him. They kept their distance and often didn't even notice him. He tried to make friends, but they would usually run from him. However, he kept himself busy by studying human anatomy, interested in the human mind and emotions. He never felt accepted, often called a villain because of his quirk, with the thought on his mind, "Can I be a hero?" Flashback and Midoriya understood, sighing as he looked at Shinso, still keeping a fighting stance to avoid being caught again. "I think your quirk is pretty useful." He smiled, a genuine and understanding one. Shinso didn't understand. He had just messed with his head and memories in an exaggerated manner, and yet Midoriya was fine with it? His thoughts were interrupted by a right hook that sent him back. It doesn't matter what type of quirk it is. He tried to recover, gasping for breath as he received a left hook from Midoriya, now caught off guard. What matters is what you make of it. He went for a stomach blow, but Shinso caught it, being driven back to the edge as he punched Izuku in the face. "Let go of me." He was flustered and bewildered, completely confused by why he was acting this way. Izuku placed another hand on his shoulder, still forcing him to the edge as he reeled his fist back. "As long as you can become a hero with it. How can people call it a villain's quirk?" His fist ignited, and he punched Shinso in the stomach, sending him out of bounds and off the ring. Izuku Midoriya had won. After the match between Izuku and Hitoshi, the next match was between Shiro and Shoto Todoroki. While walking to the ring, Shoto encountered his father, #1 hero Endeavor. "Shoto, I'm disappointed in you for your rebellious behavior. You nearly harmed many students. You can't have that on your resume if you want to surpass me and him." This frustrated the dual-haired boy. "I know. I said I'm sorry so many times. Can't you see that? Plus, if I already surpassed you, then what? You keep saying him, As if you don't even know how strong he is. He turned away, scoffing. It doesn't matter. Everyone here is beneath my power anyway. Then what about people that aren't from here? Endeavor pressed, causing Shoto to pause. Not to mention, what about that Midoriya boy? He was faster than you and won. What happens if you fight him? Shoto walked away, annoyed. It'll just end the same anyway. At the tournament arena, the announcer called out, now at the left, we have Mr. Tape Man, Hanta Zero. And on the right, we have the son of the #1 hero himself, Shoto Todoroki. The crowd cheered as Zero stretched. Todoroki stood silently, which threw the tape user off. Ready? Clash. Zero immediately shot tape at Todoroki, hoping to immobilize him as he dragged him across the ring. Shoto still did not react, simply allowing himself to be grabbed. Meanwhile, in the stands, Class A watched in confusion. Midoriya knew Todoroki could have easily avoided that, but he just let it happen. Uraraka was puzzled. Why did Todoroki-kun not dodge? The tape couldn't have been that fast. Mina observed, somewhat sweating. It's probably because he isn't in the right mindset. Usually, when this type of thing happens, he goes quiet and then unleashes a sudden burst of energy. They focused back on Todoroki, who finally showed his face. Mina was right. He looked completely infuriated as he mumbled, sorry about this. Suddenly, from Todoroki's feet, vines grew instantly, surrounding Zero and the stands. He had created a forest of spiky vines. Midnight flew over to Zero. Can you still fight, Zero? He was paralyzed by the pain of the vines and unable to navigate through them. No, he stammered. Midnight raised her hand. Hanta Zero has been immobilized. Therefore, Shoto Todoroki is the winner. The audience cheered at the display of power. Shoto called the vines away, and Zero was sent to Recovery Girl to heal his injuries. The third match featured Denki Kaminari versus Ibara Shiozaki. Denki, while a decent opponent with a good quirk, knew Ibara's vine-type quirk had him beat. The match began with Ibara sending many vines after him. Denki, in his usual comedic fashion, ran away from the vines, knowing he needed to get close to win, but it was nearly impossible. He ultimately lost after betting everything on a 1 million volt shock, which backfired. This drew laughter from Monoma, who bragged about Class B winning a match against Class A, despite their supposed superiority. His bragging was cut short when Kendo knocked him out. Izuku analyzed the fight. It's unfortunate. If it was anyone else, Kaminari most likely would have won. He sighed, feeling pity for the electric quirk user. Uraraka smiled at him. Geez. Ever since I first met you, you've done nothing but show me how incredible you are, Izuku. This caused Izuku to blush. Yeah? Really? Most people just call my mumbling weird. Before she could respond, she got up. Something came up. I'll be back, Izuku. After she left, the fourth match was underway. Tenya Ida versus Mei Hatsum. This match was longer than expected, as Mei used Ida to advertise her inventions instead of actually fighting. Ida struggled to perform at his best due to the machinery surrounding him. Eventually, Mei forfeited, and Ida moved on, dismayed that he had won in such a manner. Now, the fifth match was about to begin, Momo Yaoyorozu versus Tokoyami Fumikichi. To be continued. The first round was coming to an end, with only 3 matches left. Momo versus Tokoyami, Mina versus Aoyama, and Kirishima versus Tetsutetsu. Last but not least, Uraraka versus Bakugo. As Momo and Tokoyami approached the arena, they stared each other down. Momo bowed respectfully. I hope we can have a good fight, Tokoyami. He responded with a slight bow. So do me and Dark Shadow. Present Mike then explained, all right. We have the spirit of the earth, Momo Yaoyorozu, fighting against the Lord of Shadows, Tokoyami. Aizawa looked at Mike with a hint of annoyance. It was hard for Mike to tell, given Aizawa's stoic demeanor. There's no need to be so dramatic. Not like this is the finals or something, he said, closing his eyes as Mike sighed. Okay, fine, eraser, them. Ready? Clash. Tokoyami immediately summoned Dark Shadow and launched an attack. Momo swung at Dark Shadow, surprising both Tokoyami and Dark Shadow as she overpowered the Shadow Bird, driving him back. "W dash," she exclaimed, pushing him away toward Tokoyami. "I don't think you understand. You're not the one with the power here." She began a rapid flurry of punches against Dark Shadow. Tokoyami realized he had to think outside the box. "Dark Shadow, kick up the floor," he commanded. Dark Shadow punched the ground, kicking up dust and temporarily blinding Momo. "My eyes," she cried, her innocent response contrasting with her earlier aggression. Tokoyami seized the opportunity and attacked, landing a hit while Momo struggled to regain her sight. When the dust cleared, Tokoyami found himself on the defensive, holding his side where Momo had struck him. "Give up, Tokoyami. You won't be able to beat me. My training has made me come a long way." He groaned. "I'm sorry, but I cannot give up." He attacked again with Dark Shadow, but this time the sound of metal clanging echoed as Shadow retreated back to him. "Ow! That hurt!" he exclaimed, his fist comedically red. "How do you like my new technique?" Momo said, her arm transforming into metal. "Heavy metal," she announced, her skin turning metallic as she smiled. "Just try and hurt me now." Meanwhile, in the stands, Class A looked on in shock. "Wow, Yamamo became metal. Just like Kirishima becoming a rock." Mina exclaimed. Izuku took mental notes, recognizing her increased strength and defensive capabilities. On the Class B side, Itsuka Kendo looked amazed. "Wow. She's just like you, Tetsu." Tetsu, however, appeared somewhat annoyed. "Eh? She's stealing my ability, damn it," he grumbled, earning a sigh from Kendo. Back in the fight, Tokoyami realized he couldn't match Momo anymore. Even his strategy of blinding her had failed. Moving or hurting her was nearly impossible. She dashed at him, and he attempted to send Dark Shadow to intercept her, but she ducked and kneed him right in the stomach. "Blah?" he gasped, spitting out a small amount of blood as he was knocked out of the ring, with Momo winning the match. She leaped out of bounds to help him up, returning to her normal state. "I'm sorry. Was that too much?" she asked, placing a hand on his shoulder as he breathed heavily. "Was a little excessive," he replied. Momo handed him over to the recovery robots, apologizing profusely, somewhat comedically tearing up. I'm sorry. I went too far like I usually do." Thankfully, he forgave her. The next match was Mina Todoroki versus Yuga Oyama. We have the Wind Princess, Mina Todoroki, fighting the flashiest student, Yuga Aoyama. Mike announced, making Mina smile at the nickname. Wind Princess. "I should think of that as my hero name soon," she mused, receiving a smile from present Mike. "Ready? Clash." Yuga started shooting lasers, trying to maintain a long-range attack. Mina held her hands out, flicking a finger as a gust of wind hit Yuga right in the stomach, comedically knocking him out of the ring and giving him a severe stomach ache. Mina looked somewhat disappointed, sighing. "That didn't last as long as I wanted it to." To be continued. The second-to-last fight of round 1 was underway as Kirishima and Tetsutetsu clashed fists. Kirishima landed a gut punch, and Tetsutetsu retaliated in kind. Tetsutetsu kneed Kirishima in the face, but Kirishima responded with an uppercut that made Tetsutetsu's head snap backward. Meanwhile, Achiko Uraraka was in the waiting room, noticeably worried and stressed about her upcoming match against Bakugo. Izuku knocked on the door. "Can I come in?" She jumped slightly but turned to the door. "Oh, of course, Izuku-an. Come in." Izuku entered and walked toward her. The 5th match went by in a flash, and the 6th fight is nearing its end. She nervously chuckled. "Yeah. Next match after that is me against Bakugo." Izuku looked at her, concern evident on his face. Just then Ida walked in, trying to reassure her. "I'm sure he'll go easy on you since you're a girl," he said, performing his classic hand-chopping motion. Izuku turned to him. "He isn't the type of person to hold back based on gender, you know." He then turned back to Uraraka, wanting to offer her support. "I know how he fights. I could help you come up with a countermeasure for him, so..." She waved him off. "Thanks, Izuku-an. I really appreciate it. but I want to prove my independence and show how good I am on my own. She raised her arm, causing the boy's eyes to widen as he was mesmerized by her attitude. Okay. She got up looking at them. Oh yeah. Congratulations on your win against Hatsum Ida. He nodded. Ah, thank you, Uraraka-kun. Izuku looked at her, still worried. I'm still worried. Are you sure you don't want help? She smiled at him. Nope. I've been relying on you guys so much. I want to prove my independence and how strong I am on my own. His eyes sparkled. He swore he could see actual light beaming off her face. All right. If you say so. She walked out to watch, with the two following. Izuku couldn't shake the nerve-wracking feeling in the pit of his stomach. He felt as if he would be sick but didn't understand why. It wasn't a fight to the death, so why did he feel so bothered? You're getting that feeling, aren't you? The feeling of worry despite knowing it'll all be fine. He nodded. Yeah, I am. The blonde boy sighed. I felt that way when Elizabeth was by herself too. Combine that with your hero complex, and yeah. No worries though. It'll all be okay. This reassured him as he took a deep breath. Thanks. The rest of the classes and audience watched in awe as the battle between Kirishima and Tetsutetsu came to an end. Both were tired and bruised, charging at each other, screaming, Ari! Rah! They collided, both falling back, unable to continue. Midnight waved her flag. Neither Kirishima nor Tetsutetsu can continue. This match is a draw. The crowd cheered, and both students were taken to the recovery room to be healed by Recovery Girl. The next match was Achiko Uraraka versus Bakugo Katsuki. Both of them got up, with Bakugo walking away. Uraraka stopped and gave a thumbs up to Izuku. I'll see you in the finals, she said, shaking but trying to be optimistic despite her current situation. They stood on opposite sides of the ring. Uraraka tried to look confident but was very worried, while Bakugo looked at her seriously, which wasn't like him. So, Uraraka, you sure you don't want to give up? I'm not going to hold back, you know. She swallowed her fear and doubt. No, I'm not going to give up. How can I think of being a hero if I give up now after getting so far in the festival? This earned a grin from the ash-blonde boy. Good. I like that attitude. In the stands, Tenya looked at Izuku curiously. So, Midoriya, what was your plan for Uraraka to defeat Bakugo? Izuku looked at him, somewhat unsure. Katsuki is a fast and strong opponent. He outdoes Uraraka in every physical aspect. The only way I could think of her winning is by getting the first hit in and making him float. However, with him being serious, it'll be very hard to do so. Ready? Go! Uraraka immediately dashed at him, putting Bakugo in a stance to counterattack rather than dodge. She thought she could catch him off guard, but he dodged her attempt, whispering, "Too slow." He punched her right in the stomach, and she felt her lunch threatening to come up. Clutching her stomach, she followed up with an uppercut that sent her flipping backward before landing on the ground, down but not out. She coughed profusely as Bakugo stood on the other side of the arena, unmoving and focused on her next move. Don't take your eyes off her, brat. You have to respect her by giving her all your attention and power to come out on top, said the teal-haired man. Bakugo muttered to himself, Yeah, I know. What do you think I'm trying to do? He jumped up and slammed his fist down, creating a cloud of dust and debris. To Bakugo's shock, he hit her sports attire instead of her. Damn it! Where could she? She ran out from the smoke and into his vision. I'm right here. She reached out to touch him, but he ducked under her hand and grabbed her wrist, trying to avoid being touched. Clever, but I won't. He was cut off as he had to guard himself against her other hand, grabbing her wrist again and lifting her arms up. Be done like that. He spun her by the arms and threw her across the ring. She skidded on the floor, groaning in pain as she kicked up stones. Thankfully, her shirt didn't ride up, sparing her from serious burns. Slowly, she got up again, seeing only his silhouette and the glow of his eyes from the smoke. The crowd watched in horror as Bakugo continued to dominate their exchanges. Give up. You're not going to win this, he shouted. She didn't listen, pushing herself despite his warnings. A man in the crowd suddenly started booing Bakugo, and soon the entire crowd joined in. "Stop hurting her, you villain. Leave her alone." Bakugo looked baffled and somewhat hurt. He had been trying to get her to stop, yet he was suddenly cast as a villain. He couldn't understand it and thought about giving up for a moment until, "Oi, are you the pro-hero around here?" The crowd fell silent, and so did Bakugo and Uraraka. "If you are, then go home and hang up that cape of yours. Look for different career paths." Bakugo is simply using his fierceness and strength to get to the top while respecting his opponent and keeping her at bay. The teacher of Class A hated to admit it, but seeing Bakugo's conflicted expression made him feel a twinge of sympathy. He was misunderstood by the people for who he was. It wasn't his fault that they failed to see what he was trying to prove. "Now, both of you can continue." Bakugo got into a battle stance again, and Uraraka mirrored him as she charged. She stayed low to the ground, trying to play defensively and ensure Bakugo's strikes hit the floor so she could launch a clean attack. He struck the ground again to push her away, kicking up debris. Despite her good strategy, the power difference was too great. The shockwave from his punch sent her flying back, but she landed on all fours and quickly got up. "So, had enough yet?" he taunted, still in a fighting stance as she breathed. "Why, thanks for keeping your eyes focused on me, by the way." In the stands, Class 1B's student Monoma realized her plan. "I see." Her strategy was to make him hit the ground to create debris so she could attack him from above. The crowd noticed the massive amount of rocks accumulating above the stage, and Bakugo's reaction shocked everyone. "Oh, with all that, she may be able to win this," Mina exclaimed, optimistic. However, Izuku countered, "As much as I want to believe it, I think this match is already decided." Todoroki and Momo nodded nervously. "Eh? What do you mean? Are you saying she won't win?" Izuku replied, "As much as I believe this will work. She's too heavily outclassed." Those were his last words before she shouted, "Release!" The rocks began to fall like a meteor shower. Bakugo looked up, unfazed, and cracked his knuckles. Didn't expect this. He started attacking the rocks at lightning speed, breaking them apart faster than anyone could follow. This was a diversion as Uraraka charged at him. "I'm gonna win. Then I'll be just like Izuku." She believed this was her moment until her body suddenly gave out. She felt drained and fell to the floor, still conscious. Desperately, she tried to force her body to move, looking up in disbelief as Bakugo continued to attack the rocks, now more toned and muscular. "What? You thought I needed a hand motion to use snatch?" he yelled, breaking the last of the rocks. He crouched down to her. "It was a good strategy, I'll give you credit for that. It definitely would have worked on anyone else. Well, maybe besides Captain and a few others." He smiled. "I'm proud of you for not giving up, you know? I'm sure Captain is proud as well." She smiled weakly and mumbled, "Thank you," before closing her eyes and fading into unconsciousness. As the aura around Bakugo faded, he struggled to get up. "Teach." Midnight flew over and placed a hand on Uraraka's back. "She's out cold. The winner of this round is Katsuki Bakugo." Bakugo left the ring and walked to the corridor, accidentally bumping into Izuku. They exchanged glances. "Hey Midoriya. You getting ready for round 2? "Oh, not exactly. I was going to check on Uraraka after the match with you." Bakugo walked up the stairs, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. "Hey, did you come up with that plan for her? It was pretty good if I say so myself." "Nope, I had nothing to do with it. She came up with that on her own." He paused, blinking and grinning as he kept his hands in his pockets. "That girl really does have some bite to her. I better be careful or I may get caught off guard." He hummed as he made his way to the spectator stand. Izuku watched him go before heading to the waiting room where Uraraka was. I walked over to the door thinking, I gotta find out if Achiko is alright. She seemed pretty down after losing that fight. I took a deep breath and knocked. She opened the door, revealing some bandages on her face, but she smiled at me. "Oh, Izuku, come in. Sorry if I took long to answer." I walked in as she closed the door behind me. "Oh no, it's alright. If you wanted to take your time, I don't mind." She walked over to the table and sat down. I gestured to a chair, raising an eyebrow. She waved it off as I pulled up a chair and sat down. Are you okay after the fight with Bakugo? I asked. She tilted her head and nodded. I'm fine. I didn't feel sure, something felt off. She seemed so determined, and it looked like she really tried her hardest to win that fight. I don't plan on losing ever again. I just gotta grow my strength, and I'll be able to beat people at your and Bakugo's level. She kept smiling, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. You're always so determined to face the next opponent, even if they're stronger than the last. You barely show any fear. Do your wounds still hurt at all? I gently placed my hand on the bandage on her cheek, careful not to hurt her. I'm doing just fine. The pain's definitely gone away by now. She stammered as I took my hand away. That's a relief. Izuku Midoriya and Shoto Todoroki, please come to the arena for the second round. After hearing that, I got up to leave the room. Looks like I gotta get going. I have a match with Todoroki next. I'm really sorry for wasting your prep time, Midoriya-kun. I heard her get up and apologize. It's no problem. I was the one who wanted to check up on you after all. She smiled and gave a little wave. Good luck out there. I'm rooting for you. Did my heart just skip a beat? No, I can't focus on that. I need to get to my next match. Yeah. Thanks, Uraraka-san. I smiled back at her, leaving the room and heading to my fight with Todoroki. Uraraka's POV. Silence. That was the best way to describe the room after Midoriya left. I took out my phone and called someone, hoping for an answer. Eventually, they picked up. Sorry for missing the call before. Dad. Not at all. Your mother and I know you're busy. We even saw the fight on TV. You were amazing out there, honey. Great job. Despite his words, I didn't feel better at all. If anything, I felt worse. It wasn't close, nor was it great. I was completely outclassed, Dad. That panic move I did at the end just sealed my fate. The strength gap between me and Bakugo was too great. Is that right? I'm not an expert, but I'm sure one match doesn't mean you're done, right? Next year is always an option. I wished I could take his words to heart, but it wasn't. That simple. This felt more complicated, and next year felt like a letdown rather than comforting. It only really matters if you win, though. Scouts are looking for people who can handle different types. They'll see nothing about me if I just lose my single fight. What's the rush, though? What kind of question was that? Shouldn't it be obvious why this was such a rush? Flashback. Hey, can I ask all of you a quick question? Bakugo was stuffing his face full of food while Midoriya and Ida ate normally. Why did you guys want to be heroes anyway? I'm just a bit curious. Bakugo slurped up his food, leaning back with his arms behind his head. Well, I just mostly did it because it looked cool. I mean, why wouldn't beating up bad guys and helping others be cool? Bakugo was pretty casual about it as usual. I kind of wished I was as chill as him. I did it to follow in the footsteps of my brother. Ingenium. Oh, you're Ingenium's brother. That's awesome. We all didn't even know that. That's amazing. After Ida explained how it was in their bloodline to continue the Ingenium name, Izuku spoke up. I wanted to be a hero because I dreamed about it since I was a kid. He smiled, looking at his fist before looking back at us. I wanted to be someone who brings peace and makes people smile. Being a hero is my way of doing that. He raised his fist with determination. What about you, Uraraka-san? He tilted his head, looking at me with a smile. He always had that patient and kind demeanor. Oh, I did it to make money. I wanted to help my parents. We aren't the richest people in the world. It sounds a bit selfish now that I'm talking about it. I expected to be ridiculed, but it was the opposite. There's nothing wrong with making money to help people. Especially family. Yeah, no need to feel ashamed for helping out family members. Money is important for a stable and healthy lifestyle. There's nothing wrong with helping family. Present. I need to. No, I have to for you. And Mom. You don't have to go all crazy for us. His voice was soft, like he was there with me, comforting me like when I was a kid. Either way, I know my kind little Ochiko. I'm going to be a great hero someday. I couldn't stop it. I wanted to seem strong and hide these feelings of weakness, but I just couldn't. It felt terrible losing, especially when it was something as significant as being scouted and doing well for my parents. I heard the sound of crying coming from Uraraka's room. I should have known. Of course she's upset about it. Why wouldn't she be? I balled my hand into a fist, gritting my teeth. I had all this power, but I couldn't help her or be of any use to her like she has been for me. Even through all that, she still rooted for me. This wasn't just about winning anymore. It was about proving to myself that I was worth her hopes. Hello. Suddenly, Endeavor appeared from the corridor. Endeavor? What are you doing here? He looked down at me, a look of desperation on his face. I saw what you did out there. It was incredible. You can manipulate a substance and create purple flames along with supernatural physical abilities. He was praising me, but I felt a bit unsettled. Todoroki seemed so resentful of his father. I had no idea why, but that kind of tension doesn't happen without reason. Have you heard of quirk marriages? Someone had once asked. You mean when people marry not out of love, but to create stronger quirks? He wanted a child to surpass a certain man, but he never specified who it was, only that he was a man of the sun. I want someone to help him break out of his shell. Endeavor knelt down, looking me in the eyes. I need someone to help him realize he has to give it his all if he wants to be a hero. So please, go all out on him if you must. I looked at him, realizing this was the #1 hero assigning me a task to help with his family issues. Listen, Endeavor, I understand you want Shoto to be stronger and surpass you. I took a deep breath, trying to be serious. It was the #1 hero after all. But he isn't like you. He doesn't want to be seen just as your son, someone who will surpass you. He wants to be viewed as a person with his own destiny and choices. As hesitant as I was to admit it, I agreed that Todoroki couldn't think he could just coast through everything. A mindset like that could get him hurt in the real world. I made my way past Endeavor, thinking to myself, if anyone is going to push Todoroki to go all out, it's going to be me. Izuku walked down the hall slowly, glancing at his opponent as they both approached the center of the ring. The crowd cheered for either of them, but the noise faded as they locked eyes, standing almost completely still. Alright folks, here comes the showdown of a lifetime. The two most impressive students are going to face off. Place your bets on who'll win, the unexpected king of the sports festival, Izuku Midoriya, or the prince of the #1 hero, Shoto Todoroki. Don't gamble on the students fighting, you idiot, Aizawa responded to Mike, sighing in annoyance. After a tense moment, Midoriya spoke first. Why are you still not using your full power? Todoroki's blank stare finally shifted, revealing a scowl. I don't need to use it. This wasn't the response Izuku wanted. He got into a stance. You're telling me I have to prove myself to handle your best before you'll get serious? Todoroki floated upward, Chastiful at his side. I wouldn't act so confident. Now, are you ready? Now clash. Todoroki attacked first, whipping his fingers in a series of quick motions as Chastiful flew past Izuku from all directions, getting faster and faster. I call this move Bumblebee. Suddenly, he jumped onto Chastiful, holding on in a comedic manner as Shoto scoffed, changing the form into hundreds of kunai, all aimed at Izuku. Chastiful Form 5, Increase. He crushed his palm, and the daggers homed in on Izuku. Activating his demon mark, Izuku shouted, Ha-ia! His aura blew away the kunai as he landed back on the ground. Phew! Thankfully I had more power. Almost anyone else would have been toast. He looked at Shoto with a smile. Right, Todoroki? Don't get cocky. Todoroki retorted, raising his finger as the kunai flew back up, spiking them down. Fight fire with fire. Izuku rolled to the left, shooting fireballs at the airborne Todoroki. He swerved to the left and then flew down, but this was enough for Izuku as he ran under him. Hi-ya! He jumped, grabbing Todoroki's leg. What? He slammed Todoroki onto the floor, backflipping away. Stop underestimating me, Todoroki. Get off that high pedestal you hold yourself at. Todoroki got up, somewhat winded from the impact. This provided an opportunity as Izuku dashed towards him, showcasing his hand-to-hand combat skills. He pressed Todoroki with punches to the left and right of his face, punctuating each strike with, "Stop. Holding. Out." He finished his combo with a roundhouse kick, seemingly sending Todoroki out of the ring. And with that 9-hit combo, Izuku has KO. Wait. What was that? Oh my god. Mick's voice trailed off as he saw Todoroki slowly floating up, bruises visible on his face as he clutched his side. Anger was evident on Todoroki's face as he realized Izuku was getting into his head. You! Suddenly, kunai raised from the ground, aiming towards Izuku's backside. I knew it. Huh, he turned just as a barrage of kunai struck him. He tried to block, but cuts and scrapes appeared on his arms, legs, and occasionally on his chest and face, leaving his uniform ripped and tattered. He breathed heavily alongside Todoroki, who changed Chastifol back to the spear. Why do you want me to go all out? What does it matter to you? Todoroki swiped up and down with Chastifol, but Izuku jumped out of the way, grabbing a sharp rock. As Chastifol came flying at him, Izuku deflected it with the stone. Why do you think? This earned an annoyed response from Todoroki. Let me guess, my old man put you up to this. No. It's because you're insulting everyone by not doing so. Suddenly, Izuku was hit by the blunt side of Chastifol, dragged across the ring. He managed to avoid being flung out, getting back on his feet and realizing he was close to the edge. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Fine. If you don't go all out, then I will." A demonic power ignited around him, creating an aura that seemed to burn anyone nearby. Todoroki thought he could handle it, but he was mistaken. Suddenly, Izuku disappeared from sight. Where did? Todoroki felt the gust of wind as Izuku struck the right side of his face with the back of his fist. Dash. Todoroki spun out, flying back, but Izuku caught up, grabbing him by the leg. Hiya! He threw Todoroki upward. As Todoroki gathered the kunai, preparing to attack, Izuku raised both arms, surrounded by a ball of fire. Take thighs. Hellfire erupted from his hands, and Todoroki was seemingly hit head-on by the attack. And Todoroki has been caught up in Midoriya's attack. Did he possibly go a little too far though? Mike proclaimed, while the audience whispered, concerned for Todoroki's safety. Izuku, however, knew better. No, he's still alive, thankfully. As the smoke cleared, coughing was heard. Todoroki was shielded by a charred bear, breathing heavily. Thankfully, Guardian was here, or else I would have definitely lost. He slowly floated down to the floor. Izuku backed up, tired but grinning. He couldn't heal, as that would take more stamina, so he had to deal with his cuts. So, Prince Shoto? Gonna go all out on me now? Todoroki scoffed. I'd rather die than give in to the old man's wishes. This earned an angry reaction from Izuku. Be quiet. I'm tired of it. His aura flared up as he zoomed in, grabbing Todoroki's collar. I'm tired of hearing you talk about endeavor. This rebellious streak you're having is honestly stupid. He threw Todoroki back, who stumbled but remained standing. Don't you get it? People who don't go all out are simply going to get killed. Do you want that? Todoroki stumbled over his words. But he. Stop talking about your father. Can't you see? Ever since I went all out, you haven't made a single scratch on me, Shoto. Look at yourself, half your power and half a man. Izuku's rage began to subside as he continued, you aren't like him. You are never going to be like him. Everyone is unique and their own person. It's honestly weird, you have completely different quirks. How can you proclaim that he could control your power? Todoroki seemed shell-shocked, and Izuku gritted his teeth, yelling his heart out, it's your quirk, not his. This caused Todoroki to shudder, flashing back to childhood memories. Shoto, let us train that power of yours. To be continued. How can you even proclaim that he could control your power? It's your quirk, not his. Flashback. Mina and I were walking down the hall, holding our father's hands. I looked to the side and saw my siblings, They were playing a game. Look down there, sister. They're playing a game. Should we join them? She nodded and smiled. Yeah, let's go play with them. Before we could make our way down, our father, Endeavor, took us both by the hand and led us away. Dad? Why can't we play with the others? Because as a father, it is my job to make sure you both grow up to be excellent heroes. With potential like yours, there's no telling how strong you could become. Training wasn't fun for either of us. It consisted of us fighting our father and being beaten repeatedly. We kept training until our bodies were sore and our muscles ached from overusing our abilities. The only real friend I had was Mina and the man I talked to in my head, Harlequin. He was there for me and tried to comfort me as much as he could. Our mother was also there for us but could never stand up to our father. You can't keep treating them like this. Can't you see that I have to do this? These two are children. Why are you expecting so much from them? We need them to be strong in case he comes back. Who even is this person you talk about so much? You've done this too many times, Enji. You talk about this man like it excuses you to overwork our kids. After that, Mom stopped trying to defend us and training resumed, but this time it was harsher. Shoto, Mina, I want you two to battle each other. But Dad, I don't want to hurt Mina. You're going to have to do it. Only then will I be able to see how you two progressed. Mina took the initiative and started to attack me first. I was scared. I didn't want to hurt her. Why was she being so mean? Back then, I didn't notice the tears. She was crying. I'm gonna win this. Get out of my way, brother. Looking back, she must have been going all out to make things faster and easier for both of us. Shoto, start fighting back. I know you can do better than this. I don't want to. If you don't fight back, how could you ever hope to survive in the real world? Please stop. I trained you both to be strong. So fight like you mean it. The sound of blood could be heard. Mina checked the left side of her head and felt blood. Her ear had been cut. She screamed and cried as she covered the wound. I was mortified. I didn't mean to, it was an accident. I healed her out of panic and hoped, prayed, it would work. Luckily it did. However, our relationship was never the same. I could tell she was scared of me and Dad. I used to watch TV with Mom, looking at other heroes like the number 2 hero, Best Jeanist, and number 3, Edshot. I always remember watching with glee as they saved the day. One day, I want to become a hero. But not like Dad. She patted me on the shoulder and spoke in her gentle voice. Of course, sweetie. Be the hero you want to be. However, I overheard something I likely wasn't supposed to hear. I can't even look at his blue eyes anymore without being reminded of his father. I can't raise him anymore like this or else I'll. Mom, what are you talking about? She turned to me, giving me a cold stare. Grabbing a teapot, she accidentally burned my face with hot water. I yelled out, and while I couldn't see her, I could hear her panicking and apologizing as frost was applied to the burn. After that, things only got worse. Father, no, Endeavor, sent her to a mental institution. I only had one thought in mind, I hate Dad. Presently, back in the fight, Shoto started to glow golden with power. His chastity had noticeably grown nearly to the side of the stadium. Izuku looked on mesmerized. So this is your full power, Todoroki? The crowd watched in awe at the seemingly pro-hero level power they were witnessing. I'm gonna be the hero I want to be. From the ground below, Izuku picked up a sharp piece of stone and took a deep breath, getting into a battle stance. Here we go. Suddenly, he was also enveloped in a golden glow, but it formed in the shape of a tornado instead of just cloaking him like Todoroki's. Todoroki took a few deep breaths. You still have more in you? You really are a monster. Just because I brought it out of you doesn't mean I'll lie down and take it. Todoroki looked down at him, taking one last deep breath. Don't blame me for what happens next. Midnight. Cementos started to create tall cement walls to stop the two boys from clashing. Midnight snapped her fingers and created a perfect cube to limit the damage done to everyone around them. If they collide, their bodies are done for. Izuku dashed toward Todoroki at full speed. Golden particles were left in his wake. Gotta get close. He clenched the piece of stone harder as he gritted his teeth. And give it everything I've got. Todoroki got into a throwing position, silently talking to himself. Midoriya. Thank you. They crashed through the walls Cementos had made as they prepared to unleash their attacks. True Spirit Spear Chastiful. Revenge Counter. As the two attacks collided, the ring exploded into a golden tornado of power that, if not contained, could have destroyed the entire stadium. The crowd looked on in awe, mesmerized by the sight as it slowly dissipated into thin air. Smoke filled the arena as midnight lowered the barrier. Hopefully they didn't kill each other in there. As the smoke cleared, it revealed Izuku and Shoto both on the ground, bloodied and beaten. Izuku's arms looked as if they could fall off, while Todoroki appeared to have suffered a major head injury, bleeding from his forehead. Cementos looked on in shock. Call the match. Midnight nodded and raised her hand. This match is, however, she paused, noticing something. Both of them were still conscious, struggling to get up. Wow. Incredible. Despite that clash, they're still moving and trying their hardest to outdo each other. What are these kids made of? Izuku, trying to use his arms, slowly rose as he heard the crowd cheering for him. Midoriya. You can do it, a brown-haired boy yelled. Oniai-chan. Don't give up, a pink-haired girl shouted simultaneously. Hearing this, Todoroki also tried to pick himself up, motivated by Mina's encouragement. I can't. Not now. Come on, Midoriya. You got this. Shoto. You must become the hero you want to be. Izuku was about to finally get up and win, but his arms gave out, and he slowly fell back down, passing out. On the contrary, Todoroki kept pushing himself, recalling everyone who was counting on him to win. Mina. Fuyumi. Natsuo. I will win this for me. First. So you can watch. He got on one knee, then another, shaking as he stood up, slowly but surely. And yes, even you, Midoriya. You can watch me become the hero I want to be. He stood tall and screamed, not caring if he would pass out from lightheadedness. He wanted everyone to know who he was, Shoto Todoroki. Silence. There was nothing but silence. Then suddenly he felt a gentle kiss on his forehead. His heavy eyelids finally found the strength to lift, allowing him to see the world again. He woke up to an elderly woman tapping him on the head with her cane. Ow! You two should be careful. You could have seriously hurt yourselves from that clash. She yanked him by the ear, causing him to jolt in pain. Can you please take it easier? I just woke up. You're lucky I was able to help you when I did. You suffered a major head injury from that attack. She released his ear and turned to the other side of the room. He rubbed his ear as he heard her start scolding Midoriya. As for you, young man. Oh wow. You could have seriously injured him if you hit him with that much power combined with the force you propelled yourself off the wall with. Your arms were a complete mess. Your classmates were worried sick. Wait, how long have we been out? She shifted her focus from scolding Midoriya and walked over to him. It's been at least 40 minutes. It took them that long to fix the ring, and Ida just finished his battle with Ibara from Class B. I see. So who is fighting right now? That should be Bakugo and Yaoyorozu. But how do you feel, Todoroki? He looked somewhat shocked, glancing down and clutching the blanket sheets. I want to be a hero of my own. That's good. Glad you feel that way. He got up out of bed, winding his arm, which confused him. Hey, aren't you still hurt? No, not really. I want to see the next match too. You know, gotta look ahead and improve. He smiled, walking out of the room as Izuku laid back down, staring at the ceiling. I'm going to be my own hero. And do my best. Izuku made his way out of the nurse's office and eventually returned to the spectator stands. Hey guys. Midori-kun. Uraraka tackled him into a hug, flustering him. He patted her back. Sorry if I worried you at all. Of course you worried me. Half of us thought you and Todoroki killed each other. He hadn't realized it was that serious. He was too focused on helping Todoroki and trying to win. I'm sorry. I feel like I let you down. He averted his gaze, looking down in disappointment. She took his face in her hands and made him look back up at her. You didn't let me down, you did your best, and that's what matters most. You seem to have helped Todoroki too. So I think you gained a lot, even if you didn't win. She smiled happily, and the boy's eyes lit up as he smiled back at her. Thanks. I needed to hear that from you, Uraraka-san. Ahem. Mina cleared her throat, and they both backed away from each other, blushing heavily. Be lovey-dovey somewhere else. We have a match to watch. All right, they said in unison as they sat down in their seats, slightly sweating from being called out like that. Now for this match. We have the Queen of the Earth, Momo Yaoyorozu. And on the left, we have the King of Greed, Bakugo Katsuki. The crowd seemed more supportive of Momo than Bakugo. Bakugo rubbed the back of his neck, groaning. He wasn't complaining about fighting Momo, he was more annoyed at hearing the crowd's reaction again. Forget about the crowd. I want you to go all out, Bakugo. This surprised him, but it was all he needed to hear. He grinned and got into a battle stance. Now that's what I like to hear. Ready? Clash. Bakugo suddenly dashed at her with a grin. He went to attack, but Momo put her hands on the ground, raising a pillar of stone into the sky. Holy! He backed up a bit and regained his footing, looking up at her as she looked down at him. She clasped her hands together and summoned rocks from the floor. Rush rock. She motioned her hand toward Bakugo, and the rocks aimed at him. Bakugo rolled under the first, jumped over the second, and punched the third rock, causing it to break into tiny pebbles. He looked up at her, quickly understanding her game plan. The game plan's to outrange me, huh? She looked down at him with her arms crossed. Looks like you're a quick thinker. What's wrong? Scared of a little hand-to-hand? Momo brushed off the remark with a confident smile. Of course I'm not scared. I think you should be the one quaking in your boots. Can't you see? Bakugo raised an eyebrow, confused. See what? You're at a natural disadvantage. I can use my powers as freely as I want. This stadium is basically my territory. Bakugo threw a left hook, Momo blocked and hit him in the liver. HURK. He uppercut her jaw. Echide. She backed up, looking back at him. Nice punch. Bakugo rubbed blood off his mouth. I should say the same to you. They re-engaged, Momo went for a punch to the face and he ducked, going for an uppercut. She dodged by tilting her head back and went for a headbutt, which he caught and kneed her in the stomach. Look at them go. To think this is pure hand-to-hand combat without any usage of quirks either. The crowd cheered, watching the exchange. Suddenly, Bakugo started to speed up, while Momo began to slow down as he bulked up. I told you that you'd never want to fight me in a 1v1, she somewhat tried to fight back. And I told you. Don't underestimate me. She punched him across the face, and blood spewed everywhere as he was sent tumbling back, coughing up blood. That was good. Seems despite Bakugo slowing her down, her punches are still heavily deadly. So, Earth Girl, how long do you want to drag this out? As long as I need to. They dashed at each other, hitting each other in the face before backing up. Momo put her hands on the floor. Sand ward. Suddenly, the ground under Bakugo turned into sand, and he began to sink. What the? WWH. It seems as if Momo had turned the area around Bakugo into a sinkhole. I've seen your ability. If I simply time it out, I'll get a free win. He struggled to get out, digging his feet through. The hell? Is this quicksand? Of course. I would only be hurting myself by fighting you hand-to-hand at this point. The best course of action is to time you out. Despite his stolen strength, Bakugo struggled to escape. I may not have wanted to win like this, but I'll do anything I must. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Who said? He started to aggressively dig his way out of the quicksand in fury. This is how you'll win. He escaped from the sand ward, jumping and coming down with a punch, which Momo blocked. You're stronger than I initially thought. I'm sorry for underestimating you. They returned to hand-to-hand combat, clashing punches and reaching a standstill. Heavy metal. His eyes widened as he tried to punch her in the stomach, but she tanked the punch. Ha! Hiya! She punched him in the stomach, causing him to spit up blood. This punch hurt more than the last one. I won't deny it, even through heavy metal, that hurt a lot. But now you'll need more than that to best me. Bakugo then palmed her face and slammed her onto the floor. If you're as heavy as metal, then you'll have a hard time getting upright. He grabbed her by the legs and started to spin her around with a cackle. Wah! Ah! Whoa! Bakugo is suddenly spinning Yaoyorozu like a top. He's gonna throw her out of the ring. Momo gritted her teeth as she brought her head back and slammed it right into Bakugo's head, head-butting him. Cock! Bakugo dropped her as blood spurted from his nose, visibly stunned. Whoa! It seems she got Bakugo to drop her after a deadly headbutt. Thankfully Bakugo is basically undead, so he should heal up. Momo seized the opportunity as she got up and rushed in, determined to end the fight. I can't let him recover. I have to finish this now. She threw a hard left hook, followed by a right hook, jabbing at his head before delivering a roundhouse kick right to his face. This sent the ash blonde tumbling out of the ring. The winner is Momo Yaoyorozu. Eventually, Bakugo regained his composure, groaning and rubbing his head. My head. That hurt. He was now dealing with a headache as Momo approached him, apologizing for the hit. I'll be fine. Just give me a bit. Mina floated down, crossing her arms with a smirk. So what happened to all that bravado? Shut up, I'm having a headache, and your nagging isn't helping. Meanwhile, in a bar, a small TV streamed the sports festival live. Keep watching, Tamura. You'll need this to understand your opponents and their weaknesses, Kurogyari said, washing a glass. What's the point? They overpower me in terms of strength and quirks, Shigaraki replied, kicking his feet. You don't always need strength to overwhelm your opponents. Remember, we still have those Nomu. Shigaraki turned to him, intrigued. You mean the Nomu infused with blood from a demon? Kurogyari nodded. Yes. We also have a mission from MSTR regarding the sports festival. Shigaraki's interest piqued. What kind of mission? Kurogyari pulled out a necklace with a gem. This is a goddess amber. It will allow you to seal away any demon, no matter how strong. A demon? You're telling me Emister wants us to kidnap a demon at UA? Where will we find that? Kurogyari paused before answering. Actually, MSTR told us where to find one. Alright, where? Kurogyari rewound the broadcast, stopping it at the start of the Izuku and Todoroki battle, zooming in on Izuku. Shigaraki's eyes widened as a devilish grin spread across his face. I get it. The MSDR's son is a demon. It all makes sense now. So what are your plans now, Lord Tamura? It's obvious, Kurogyari. We're going to raid the sports festival. Todoroki sat in the waiting room, removing his bandages as he waited to be called. Todoroki? A voice called and he turned to see Momo approaching him. I didn't expect you to be here. This caused Momo to laugh. Sorry for surprising you. If we both make it to the finals, I want you to go all out like you did against Midoriya. Todoroki was taken aback. Didn't she see what he did before? She wanted to fight that side of him? Really? Are you sure? She nodded, placing a hand on her chest. Yes. I want to gauge my strength compared to yours. I want to reach that incredible display of power you and Midoriya showed. Todoroki was flabbergasted. He wasn't used to compliments about his strength. His father only ever told him to improve. Though he felt mentally drained, he was also physically tired. If you don't want to, I understand. I won't force you. But you just... That's what I want. Rather than something you want, right? Momo's approach was different from others. She wasn't trying to motivate him with a speech but giving him a choice. Why are you telling me all this? He asked, trying to understand why he felt more at ease. Because I want to know you. I want to help my friends and make a positive impact on as many lives as I can. She backed up, heading to the door before turning back with a smile. Because that's the will of the earth and me, to live in peace and harmony with others. Todoroki's face lit up with a smile. Fine. If that's what you wish for. He couldn't quite understand it. He had treated her like a tool before, yet she still wanted to be friends. Suddenly his name was called, and as he walked out, he felt hopeful and happy, finally seeing the light ahead. This match features the Prince of Nature, Shoto Todoroki, against Tenya Ida, a member of a renowned family of heroes. The crowd erupted in cheers, excited for the showdown. However, it quickly became clear that the fight was unbalanced. Ida struggled against Todoroki, whose ability to fly made it difficult for Ida, a close-range fighter, to land any attacks. Despite his best efforts, including using Recipro Burst, Ida was outmatched, leading to Todoroki's victory. After the match, Todoroki extended a respectful handshake. "It was a good fight," he said. Ida accepted the handshake, determination in his eyes. "I promise I'll get stronger to reach your level and the others." Todoroki maintained his calm demeanor, looking forward to Ida's growth. As Ida exited the ring, he encountered Izuku and Uraraka. "Are you all right?" "That was a tough match," Uraraka said, concern etched on her face. Ida adjusted his glasses and sighed. "I understand, but this just shows me how much I need to improve." He felt a sense of disappointment, wishing he could have done better for his family. "I really hope he's okay," Izuku said, sharing Uraraka's worry. "Yeah, he seemed really down," he added as they made their way back to the spectator stands. "Come on, we need to get back. Mina and Momo are up next." Uraraka's excitement returned as she remembered the tournament was still ongoing. They rushed back to their seats just as Todoroki walked by. "Oh, hello you two," he greeted with a smile. "I expected you to be in the bleachers already," Izuku replied. "I expected that from you two as well," Todoroki said as they walked together. "Are you going to cheer for your sister?" Uraraka asked. "Of course. She cheered for me, so I want to return the favor," Todoroki replied, though he secretly hoped Mina would win. They settled in to watch the next match, Mina versus Yamamo. As both competitors entered the ring, they exchanged bows. "I hope we have a good match," Yamamo said. "Indeed," Mina replied. Present Mike took the mic, announcing, "Now we have the princess of the #1 hero against the princess of Earth. This is the second to last match in the festival. The winner will face Todoroki Shoto in the finals, so get ready to clash." The match began with Mina unleashing a powerful gust of wind to blow Momo away. However, Momo countered with heavy metal, turning her skin into pure metal and standing firm against the wind. "Good thing I learned this. Otherwise, it would have been much harder to get close." Momo charged at Mina, who dodged the attack. "You may be tough, but getting close won't be easy." Mina continued to create gusts of wind to keep Momo at bay. Momo, however, summoned rocks to help her reach Mina. "Rush rock," she called out, jumping from rock to rock. Mina realized Momo's strategy and increased her wind strength to try and steer the rocks away. But just as Momo was about to reach her, Mina blew the last rock away, causing Momo to fall. "I don't need to worry as long as you're on the ground," Mina declared confidently. As Momo fell, she executed a few hand signs, smiling. "Who says I need to be the one who catches you?" Suddenly, giant hands formed from the rocks and grabbed Mina, pulling her down. Wow! It seems Yaoyorozu was able to create 2 rock golems to catch Mina. Present Mike exclaimed. Mina struggled but couldn't break free. Momo looked at her. "It was a good fight. But I could see you aren't as strong in hand-to-hand combat. All I needed to do was hold you to win. Can you move at all, Mina?" Izuku asked, concern in his voice. Mina sighed. "No." Midnight raised her hand. "Then we declare Momo Yaoyorozu the winner of this match." Momo jumped up and down in celebration as the crowd cheered, exclaiming, "I did it. Now I get to fight Todoroki in the finals. I'm so proud of you, Momo." "Thank you, Diane. It means a lot to me." Momo walked out of the ring, waving and appreciating the support from the crowd. In the waiting room, Izuku sat, having told Uraraka and Bakugo he would be back shortly. "You got a bad feeling something's gonna happen?" Uraraka asked. "Yeah. Something is brewing in the air." He sat there, his blade resting on the table. He couldn't bring it to fight in the tournament, but he kept it on standby just in case. I gotta get ready for it. Midoriya? Izuku turned to see Todoroki, who smiled nervously. Oh, hey Todoroki. I see you're getting ready for your match with Yamamoto. Yes, I was preparing for the fight against her. Get ready. Todoroki looked confused at Izuku's vague words, raising an eyebrow. If you're asking me to get ready for my match, then I already. No, not that. What? Yes, but something else. Izuku grabbed his sword and placed it on his back, looking at Todoroki with concern. I feel like something's gonna happen. You don't have to take my word for it. I might be paranoid from the last villain attack. Todoroki nodded, understanding where he was coming from, feeling a little tense himself. He wanted to assume it was just nerves about fighting Momo, who had always been kind to him. He walked back to the spectator stands, where Uraraka looked at him. You're back, Midori. She noticed the sword on his back and looked curious. Why'd you bring your sword? I just feel safer with it around, just a personal thing. Oh, all right. She gave him a worried look. So, have you talked to Ida or anything? He shook his head, taking a deep sigh. Nope, he left after telling us he needed to check on his family. Before they could ponder further, Present Mike came online. All right, everyone. Let's get ready for the final match of the sports festival. The crowd cheered, hoping this match would be exciting. I'm with you folks. We have the Queen of the Earth, Momo Yaoyorozu, against the King of Nature, Shoto Todoroki. Kind of funny since both go hand in hand. They took their stances, giving each other stern looks. Ready? Clash. Shoto immediately threw Chastiful at her, and she activated her heavy metal, which ground against her metal skin. Shoto kept his distance by flying up, using various strategies to keep her away, including creating vines to restrict her movements. The Diamenid. These vines. Momo struggled to break free, but it was a slow process, leaving her vulnerable. She took a hit to the face, causing her to recoil. Ugh! She shook it off, ripping the last remaining vines and getting ready to continue the battle. The crowd cheered in excitement as they stood poised for action. It seems they're both waiting for the other to make a move first. Truly a battle of minds. Suddenly, multiple red, Noma-like creatures dropped from the sky, landing on some audience members. The students and staff looked on in shock. That's not part of the act. Mike shouted as he ran out to help the students. Aizawa, infuriated, could do little due to his injuries. The crowd roared in horror as the red creatures attacked. Please help me. Civilians cowered and ran in fear from the Nomu. The students prepared to fight. These things again. Bakugo rushed to help the civilians while Izuku jumped down to confront the Nomu on the ground. So I was right. There was something wrong. Todoroki and Momo stood back to back, fighting off their own Nomu. They made a strong duo, with Momo creating mud golems and Todoroki using kunai to take down multiple foes. Izuku activated his demon mark, dashing across the stadium and dispatching several Nomu with a series of slashes. He looked up to see a teal-haired man watching the chaos from above. Seems like the audience is dying for an encore with the Prince of Destruction. Shigaraki, he exclaimed, a twisted grin spreading across his face. This will be so much fun. To be continued. Shigaraki jumped down with a twisted grin, landing and disintegrating the ground beneath him. Before he could continue, a stream of fire whizzed past his face. I don't think so, villain. It was Endeavor, who had shot a small beam of fire. Ah yes, the #1 hero. Unfortunately for you, we aren't here to kill you. However, Endeavor was suddenly overwhelmed by multiple Nomu that dogpiled onto him. These things again. Shigaraki walked past him, slowly approaching Izuku. It would be a nice side objective. Then why are you here? Izuku got into a battle stance, Shigaraki's smile only growing. For you, obviously. Shigaraki snapped his fingers, and the Nomu cried out, grabbing Izuku by his arm. What the? Get off! He charged up fire in his free hand, but another Nomu grabbed his other arm, both of them holding him up. Get the hell off. Me! He powered up more, trying to get them to release him. The Nomus struggled as he created a shockwave of energy. It's so funny seeing you squirm. You're like some kind of wild animal. He stood in front of Izuku, smiling and turning. How about we get out of here with our prize? Izuku gritted his teeth. If he had been at full power, he would have been able to blow off these Nomus, but after his brutal fight with Todoroki, he hadn't fully healed. However, the Nomus were blown away by a strong gust of wind, causing them to release Izuku as he turned to see Mina. Mina, she had used her power of wind to blow them away, holding out her hands. Be careful, Midoriya. Shigaraki grimaced in annoyance as he held his hand out, more Nomus coming from warp gate portals. Let's see if you can handle this, hero. He got into a battle stance, exhaling deeply, his pupils shrinking. I'll destroy all of them. In a sudden burst of speed, Izuku went on to eliminate multiple Nomus as blood spurted everywhere. It was almost majestic in a gory type of way. Meanwhile, Kirishima and Tetsu, with the help of the pro heroes like Snipe, were using teamwork to take down as many Nomus as they could. Get him. Snipe. You got it, kid. Snipe then shot one in the brain, and they all took a deep sigh. You aren't exactly that bad. Neither are you, bro. Now isn't the time, boys. Mina was supporting any student from the sky by blowing away Nomus if they ever got overwhelmed. Todoroki proceeded to help their father by using Chastifol and its multiple forms to take down a mass amount of Nomus. Shoto? Calm down, old man. I'm doing this because I can't let you die. That would be the easy way out. Plus, we have people to save. Endeavor got up, dusting himself off. You're right, Shoto. Let us continue. Momo was left by herself to deal with them, but she was very capable. She handled multiple Nomus at a time thanks to her golems and brute strength, along with her technique and control over her powers, which made it easier to keep them at bay. While the others fought, Shigaraki had fled the main stage, realizing that the boy had grown stronger than he had anticipated. Fighting him was a choice of suicide. He needed to lure him in, something that would let him drop his guard and allow him to capture him. Everyone get out of here. We'll take care of it, but for now, you need to focus on leaving the stage. He looked to one of the evacuation groups and saw a girl with brown hair helping the pro-hero present Mike evacuate citizens. That girl. She's from Midoriya's class. Kurogyri. Yes, Simhar? Let's make a quick stop before we continue pursuing the boy. As they evacuated citizens, Uraraka was suddenly gripped by the neck. Ichiridash. If you don't mind, I'll be needing this quickly. Present Mike turned around as he saw the pale-faced villain grab Uraraka. Gonna need you to let go of my friend's student. He got ready to attack, but Shigaraki put Uraraka in front of him, his hand near the ground. ADPP. Don't attack, hero, or you'll be the reason everyone here, including the girl, is turned into sawdust. Mike stopped, gritting his teeth. He couldn't fire off an attack due to many reasons. Much as he hated it, he had to stand down. Good. Now go back to being a good dog and evacuate the citizens. Shigaraki backed up slowly into the warp gate made by Kurogyri. Don't worry, I won't kill her. I just need to borrow her quickly. Meanwhile, with the Todoroki family, things were looking fine. Hiya. Endeavor shot fire at the horde of Nomus as he struggled to keep them at bay. Endich. Let me help you, Endeavor. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind empowered his flames, turning them into more of a heat wave than just a fire blast. Thank you, Mina. Now let us continue at full power. Right. They both roared as they combined their powers, creating a fire tornado that incinerated the Nomus. That was going well for Mina and Endeavor, but Todoroki was running on fumes. He had fought much more than the both of them, suffering major injuries along the way. They just keep coming. How many are there? A Nomu grabbed Todoroki by the neck, starting to strangle him, his feet dangling as he coughed, trying to flick his fingers to summon Chastifol for help. Before he could, Endeavor grabbed the Nomu by the head. Take your hands off my son. Endeavor roared as he slowly fried the Nomu's head, his flames turning blue, eventually killing it. Todoroki coughed and caught his breath as he landed back on the ground. Now we're even. Todoroki scoffed as he got up and dusted himself off. Whatever, old man. The family took notice of a burst of demonic energy. That's Midoriya's power? Before this, Izuku took deep breaths. Blood. Blood everywhere. His sword was covered in it, but he had to keep going. It didn't matter if he was tired. It didn't matter if he was hurt. I needed to keep fighting. Slice. Another inhuman cry from the Nomu echoed as it fell. I had lost count of how many I had killed. My sword reeked of blood, but I couldn't shake the thought that these were once humans. Oh, Midoriya! I looked to my left and he wasn't there. To my right, however, I saw him. You could only imagine the look on my face when I saw what, likely who, he had brought with him. I have a surprise for you. Midori. My heart sank. He held Uraraka up by the neck, shaking her. If you want her, come and get her. Kid, wait. This could be a trap. Meliodas' warning fell on deaf ears. Uraraka was in trouble. I couldn't think about anything else. I raced as fast as I could, reaching out for her. If I was just fast enough, I could free her. Uraraka. Midoriya. She extended her hand toward me, but as I reached for it, nothing. All I saw was a white light. Then nothing. Uraraka's POV. Izuku was coming towards me. He was coming to help me, but then all I saw was a white light, and now he's gone. I was thrown from his grasp, finally able to catch my breath. I looked up as he held a piece of jewelry in his hand, a sneer spreading across his face. Ha, 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 ha 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 ha. Confusion and fear washed over me. Why was he laughing? What had he done to Izuku? Emister was right. You really are a demon. I can't believe it. A demon? That can't be. Those don't exist, right? Plus, even if they did, demons were always depicted as mean and with horns, but he had none of those. You specifically have been a pain for so long. Now I have you in the palm of my hands. Save Izuku now and question later. He had seemingly forgotten about me. I could get a surprise attack in. I charged up my best punch. Hwh. Ugh. I actually sent him back a bit. I grabbed Izuku's sword and the jewelry he dropped, pointing the sword at him. What did you do to Izuku? Tell me now. He slowly got up, scratching his neck as I backed away. I couldn't get caught again. If I did, I'd be dead for sure, and they'd take Izuku. Doesn't it seem obvious, or are you really that stupid? His voice was raspy, like he hadn't had a drink in days. What you are holding is the goddess Amber. He pointed at the jewelry in my hands. I instinctively pulled my hand back. I don't know exactly when it was made, but my MSTR told me it was created to capture demons. Stop calling him that. Izuku isn't a monster. He's the kindest and one of the strongest people I know. You're so stubborn it's annoying. He charged at me. Prepared myself, dodging his first attack and even managing to cut him with Izuku's sword. You brat. I tried to swing at him again, but he grabbed my arm and started using his quirk. Pain surged through me. I didn't know what to do. All I could do was plead for help. Help me. Please, someone help me. I felt my skin decaying, and I cried out for Izuku. Izuku, please. Izuku's POV. Help me. Please, someone help me. Her voice. Izuku, please. She's calling for me. Save her. Protect her. I will protect her. Narrator POV. As Shigaraki slowly broke Uraraka's arm apart, a dark shine emitted from the crystal. A massive explosion of energy erupted, separating them as Shigaraki released Uraraka. Once the energy fully dispersed, it revealed none other than Izuku Midoriya. Izuku. There he stood, his gym uniform reduced to nothing but shorts, destroyed by the sheer presence of his new transformation. I should have known that diamond crystal wouldn't be enough to contain you. Shigaraki stepped back, sneering. You really are a demon, Izuku Midoriya. To be continued. Despite everything, the sight of Izuku in this new form brought silence to the battlefield. Shigaraki stood wary, taking a step back as he stared into Izuku's soulless eyes, dark and empty, like an abyss. "And Midori." Izuku glanced at her, and she nervously stared back. He felt off, eerie in this new form. It scared her. It wasn't that he would hurt her, but his presence was overwhelming. She held his sword and handed it to him. "You can have this back. I won't really be needing it." She smiled nervously. Despite the situation, she looked at the positives. At least Izuku had been freed. That idiotic girl? She's going to get herself killed if she tries talking to him. However, it was quite the opposite. Izuku gently took his sword from her hands, examining it with curiosity. Sort of like a child being given a toy, Izuku swung his arm, attempting to wield the sword as if he had never held one before. In this seemingly unintentional display of strength, he cut the arena in half and even sliced through a mountain in the distance. Ansar never said this could happen. The pale villain backed away in fear, scratching at his neck. Uraraka shared the same shock at Izuku's newfound power. Meanwhile, the loud attack echoed throughout the arena, prompting reactions from the onlookers. "What was that?" one asked. "This doesn't bring back very fond memories," another replied. "You've seen this before?" "Yeah, but it was less chaotic." Shigaraki stumbled back, raising a hand defensively. "And now hold on, hero. I'll make you a deal. If you let me go, I'll—" Suddenly, Izuku appeared in front of him, grabbing his arm and breaking it with a swift motion. Shigaraki's cry of pain filled the battlefield, and he collapsed, gripping his broken arm. Izuku looked down at him with cold, emotionless eyes, focused solely on protecting Uraraka. As Shigaraki struggled to his feet, he called out to Kurojiiri, "Open a warp gate now." But before he could finish, Izuku's giant dark claw grasped his head and brutally slammed it against the walls of the stadium. The spectators watched in a mix of awe and horror as Izuku spun and slammed Shigaraki into the center of the ring, creating a shockwave that sent debris flying. Shigaraki lay in a crater, coughing up blood, his skin burned and battered. Izuku raised his hand, preparing to deliver a finishing blow. "Midoriya, no?" Bakugo tackled him, desperate to stop the violence. "We won. All we have to do is let them leave." Izuku regained his footing, his expression still cold. "If it's really you in there, then you should know heroes don't kill. So snap out of it or—" Suddenly, Bakugo's head fell to the ground, and everyone screamed in horror. "Bakugo, no?" Uraraka looked down at Bakugo's head in shock, tears welling in her eyes. Listen, Pink Cheeks. We can't brute force our way through this, he's too strong." Bakugo's voice came from his regenerating body. "Talk to him. He seems to hold back with you." Uraraka's eyes widened. Bakugo was right. Throughout the chaos, Izuku had avoided hurting her. "Why, you're right. I'm the only one who can stop him." Gaining courage, she stood up and faced the direction Izuku had gone. Izuku approached Shigaraki, raising his sword arm to create a giant blade of darkness. "Must protect." Shigaraki's eyes widened in fear as he faced his impending doom. "Izuku, stop." Izuku turned, curious about the voice that called out to him. "Just stop. We've won now, so please stop hurting everyone." He looked around at the destruction, momentarily pausing. The arena lay in ruins, split in half, with all the Nomu defeated, but at a great cost. Izuku had hurt his own friends in the process. He suddenly collapsed to his knees, and Uraraka rushed to him, catching him in her arms and hugging him tightly. "I'm here, I'm safe and sound," she reassured him. Izuku sank into the embrace, wrapping one arm around her and murmuring, "Ochako." Silence enveloped them as they held each other, while others slowly began to recover and watch the scene unfold. "Seems like she has this under control," Midnight commented, glancing at Endeavor. "Seems so," he replied, both observing the tender moment. "Isn't young love a appealing thing, Endeavor?" Midnight added. "This is a terrible time to be talking about this right after." Endeavor started, but was interrupted by a sudden whoosh and boom. Izuku's feet skidded on the dirt as he breathed, blood dripping from his sword hand, holding Uraraka protectively by the waist. Izuku, what happened to your arm? She exclaimed. Just then, a man clapped his hands, having been summoned by Kurojari. He looked down at Izuku and Uraraka with a sinister smile. Endeavor's expression hardened as he recognized the villain from long ago. It's you. All for one? He shouted. Glad you still know who I am, Endeavor, even with this disgusting look. Suddenly, All for One appeared in front of Shigaraki, tossing him over his shoulder. So much destruction, I can only think it was caused by you, he said, pointing at Izuku, who was still holding Uraraka. I'm certainly impressed. So much chaos brought to you by my dear old son. Shock rippled through the crowd, and Uraraka looked at Izuku wide-eyed. Did you know this guy, Izuku? She asked. As she spoke, Izuku's aura flared, and he let go of her, growling as darkness began to envelop him. Oh my, this will get interesting, All for One remarked. Suddenly, Shigaraki expelled some sludge and teleported off All for One's shoulder, charging at him with a fierce yell. All for One blocked the attack with an evil grin. Oh son, don't you know not to swing on your father? Endeavor shouted, Midoriya. That isn't your father anymore. That is the #1 villain. All for One. So don't hesitate to fight. With those words echoing in his mind, Izuku's punch intensified, surprising All for One and forcing him back. Haven't I told you not to listen to strangers? Maybe you need more DSPLN, All for One taunted. Izuku growled in anger. Kill you. To be continued. In the midst of their standoff, All for One grabbed Izuku by the wrist, forcing him to meet his gaze. When your father is talking to you, it's rude not to look him in the eye. Izuku retaliated by charging a fire attack, but was kneed in the stomach, causing the attack to dissipate. Hawk, he gasped, clutching his stomach as he raised his sword hand. Take this. He swung down, but All for One caught the blade with his hand. Such barbaric actions. But then again, I can't blame you for this berserk state, he sneered, trying to force the blade to cut his hand. Blood spilled as a severed arm fell to the ground, a painful scream echoing through the arena. The blade dropped, still attached to the arm, which suddenly began to float, a dark stream of energy connecting it to Izuku's missing arm. What's going on? Bakugo exclaimed, watching in disbelief. As the arm reattached itself, Izuku moved it, finding it good as new. I'm surprised. It seems you're far more advanced in your skills than I thought, All for One remarked, clapping his hands. Izuku felt the condescension and snapped, Stop treating me like Idaman child. He broke free and kicked All for One in the stomach. How's that? He challenged, but All for One merely chuckled. Mind giving me another? I need to wake myself, and you're not helping in my fight against slumber. Izuku's frustration boiled over as he attacked again, determined to prove himself. How dare you ever compare me to the likes of you, he shouted, power radiating from him as the marks on his body expanded. Such impulsive reactions. You're more mature than this from what I've heard, All for One replied, dodging Izuku's rapid attacks. Interesting. He's still getting stronger the longer this goes on. Suddenly, Izuku landed a clean blow to All for One's head, staggering him back. Finally! Izuku thought, ready for the next round. I got a clean blow. He tapped his face, the bruise visible. Why are you so silent? What happened to the things you were saying? An ominous energy filled the air. Animal. He appeared behind Izuku, backhanding him with such force that he fell to the floor. Sorry, lost a bit of myself. Let's end this little charade. He charged an attack from his fingertips as Izuku struggled to get up, breathless. Izuku! Endeavor, Momo, Bakugo, and Uraraka rushed to protect him, while Cementos created a wall for defense. We won't let you. All for One watched their attempts with a smile, whispering something under his breath. Suddenly, dark tendrils with red highlights shot from his fingers, piercing Cementos's wall and causing it to collapse, along with Izuku, who fell to the ground. Everyone looked on in horror as their friend lay there, the marks retracting and disappearing. Izuku! Uraraka's voice cracked as she clung to him. Please don't die. Bakugo glared at the man responsible for this. What the hell is wrong with you? That's your kid. How could you do that to him? All for One chuckled softly. It was simply DSPLN. The demon marking on his forehead vanished. Bakugo wondered if it had appeared after Izuku struck him. Plus, I don't need to explain myself to you. He snapped his fingers, and sludge seemed to emerge from Shigaraki's mouth, causing them to disappear. Class 1A and Class B mourned as they surrounded Izuku's lifeless body. Endeavor and the other heroes felt ashamed, realizing they had let a child die while trying to protect him. Please don't leave. Don't leave us. Uraraka's tears fell on his face. Suddenly, Izuku began to breathe faintly, shocking everyone, especially Uraraka. Please. Please wake up, Izuku. Izuku started to glow, releasing a golden light that enveloped everyone and the area around them. Real grass began to sprout over the fake turf, flowers blooming everywhere. Everyone felt rejuvenated, their injuries healing. What? My injuries? They're gone. I feel great. Momo exclaimed, and everyone echoed her sentiments. Uraraka, what's happening? Mina asked, confused. I don't know. Uraraka's eye changed color, now a unique gold. The hole in Izuku's chest healed as he opened his eyes and sat up. What happened? Why is it all grassy and why are there flowers? Izuku! Uraraka hugged him tightly. Uraraka! He returned the embrace, looking at everyone. Hey guys! They all smiled, some tearing up with relief. Thanks. Though I wasn't exactly dead, he said, running his fingers through Uraraka's hair. Aizawa spoke up. What do you mean? You were shot through the heart. While Uraraka's ability to heal is impressive, I doubt it can restore organs. Almost on cue, Uraraka looked up at him. Do I feel 6 other heartbeats? Izuku turned red, realizing he was almost completely naked except for his shorts. Uraraka blushed, feeling his body heat change. Sorry Dash. I forgot. I understand, don't worry about it. But to answer that, yeah, I have 7 hearts, well 6 now. That's because me and my dad are demons. To be continued. It's been a week since the attack on the sports festival. The heroes at UA gave their students a week-long break to recover and cover up the incident, crafting a story about how Endeavor and the other pros managed to fend off All for One. This was the second major crisis in a single year, and the heroes faced backlash from the public regarding security measures. In the Midoriya household, Izuku Midoriya was stress-eating more than usual. Ever since the UA Sports Festival, Izuku had been acting differently, more independent. She worried that he was training excessively, staying up late to do so. She sat in a chair, waiting for him, checking the time on her phone. It was 9:48 p.m., and the sun had set. She sighed, wrapping up his food in transparent foil to avoid waste. I'm home, Izuku said, lightly opening the door and rubbing the back of his head. Sorry I'm late again, I've been training. Yes, I know, sweetie, she replied, appreciating his apology but feeling concerned. He sat down, looking her in the eyes, but she noticed he had forgotten to turn off his quirk again, something she didn't like to see. The physical changes from the marking were visible. Izuku knew more than anyone because it was her son and his quirk. She noticed that the marking had progressively gotten bigger, overtaking more of Izuku's being. Looking at him, she said, Honey, you forgot to turn off your quirk again. This caused Izuku to jump as he quickly turned it off. Sorry. I forgot. He looked around. Not to be rude, but where's dinner? Izuku unwrapped the food from the transparent foil and placed it on the table. It's a little cold. He waved his hand dismissively. It's okay. That's my fault for not coming home earlier. As he started to eat, Izuku watched him, enjoying the moment. He was just relishing her food, not training or stressing, but sitting down and talking over dinner like the old days. Yet she worried. Ever since he signed up for UA, it had been nothing but fighting and danger for him. She just wanted him to be safe. Was this getting too dangerous for him? The next day, Izuku departed from his house and took the train he usually rode to UA. However, he didn't expect people to notice him. "Hey, you're that kid from the sports festival," said a passenger, eyes fixed on him. He was surprised and somewhat flustered. He didn't get noticed much even after starting at UA. The sports festival had given him more popularity than before, and he felt flattered by the acknowledgement. But that feeling faded once he got off the train. As he walked to you, Tenya ran past him. "Come on, Midoriya. We should be at least 10 minutes early for school." The two boys hurried into the building together, chatting along the way. "Ida, is your brother okay? You seemed in a real hurry ever since you got the call about it." Ida turned to him, performing his usual hand-chopping motion. "You don't have to worry. Thankfully, he is doing fine." "I'm sorry for making you worry." It was a nice walk to class, but as they passed a group of UA students, Izuku overheard whispers. "Isn't that the green-haired demon kid? Didn't he kill a bunch of monsters during the attack? How is he not expelled? Heroes don't kill." Izuku's heart sank as he heard their comments, his expression shifting to shock and sadness. "Midoriya, something wrong?" Ida noticed his change in demeanor. "Nothing. Just a little sad you had to deal with all that stuff with your brother in the hospital." He forced a smile. "I told you he's fine. Nothing to worry over." They entered the classroom, but the uncomfortable attention continued. Some classmates looked at them and then quickly turned away. Ida remained oblivious. They must all be shaken up about that villain attack during the sports festival. "I wish I were there to help, but I was at the hospital checking on my brother." Izuku laughed nervously. "Why yeah?" He sat down, and his usual friends approached him. "Hey, Midoriya," Bakugo said as he plopped down next to him. "How's it going, buddy? Hope you've been training for the past week." "I sure have." Izuku grinned. "Of course I have. Why wouldn't I?" He could use this, especially since he had been dealing with the backlash from his outburst at the festival. "Good morning, Izuku-an." Uraraka chimed in happily. Izuku turned to her and smiled. "Good morning to you as well, Achiko-chan." Aizawa walked into the room a few minutes later. He glanced at Izuku, making him nervous, recalling their earlier conversation at the sports festival. "I hope all of you had a good little break. Ever since we were attacked at the sports festival, we've had to increase security to ensure our students' safety." He paused, looking at Izuku again. "I understand some of you may be unsure how to feel and nervous since the revelation. But we must not dwell on it to the point where it stunts your growth as heroes in training. Speaking of growth, this next week will be crucial in shaping your careers as heroes." The class listened intently, anticipation building as they prepared for the challenges ahead. "It's time for your hero internships." The class looked on, completely excited until Shinso raised his hand. "Mr. Aizawa, aren't we supposed to choose our hero names before we choose our internships?" Aizawa nodded. "Of course. However, I won't be the one helping you with that." The class door suddenly opened, drawing everyone's attention. That would be me. It was the R-rated hero Midnight, walking to the front alongside Aizawa. "Midnight will be the one who'll assist you with your names." He proceeded to get into his sleeping bag, lying down. "Don't be too loud or else." Now that he's out of the way, we can get started on your hero names. Midnight clasped her hands together, her excitement contrasting sharply with Aizawa's demeanor. "I'll give all of you 15 minutes to write your hero names on the boards I'm handing out." She distributed a board to everyone in the class and set a timer on her phone. Ida's POV. "I looked at my board, unsure of what to choose. I ruffled my hair in frustration. I couldn't figure out what to do. It wasn't like me to feel this way, but I had been trying to maintain the facade that my brother was all right. I felt foolish for lying to my classmates, especially knowing the truth would soon be on TV. Flashback. I was in a hospital room, a rush of medical staff working to save the turbo hero, Ingenium. He had been fatally injured by a villain known as the Hero Killer. The doctors told us there was nothing they could do, and we were allowed to say our last words. We were horrified by what we saw. He had lost all of his limbs, and a giant slash on his back had destroyed his ribs. "Ida, please, carry on the torch of Ingenium. For me." Tears streamed down my face as I nodded. I will. I will, Tensei. One more thing before I go. Please, don't go after the Hero killer. His voice weakened, and the heart monitor let out a heart-wrenching beep as Tensei passed away in front of us. And a flashback. I made up my mind. I would become the new Ingenium in place of my brother. I wrote down my hero name, fully aware of the expectations that came with it. 15 minutes later. The timer signaled the end. Time's up, everyone. Put down your markers and come up so I can judge and approve your hero names. Shinso was the first to approach. My hero name is Invader. He flipped the board to reveal his name written in kanji. That's a good hero name. It fits you, Midnight approved. Other students presented their names as well. Tsuyu became the rainy season hero. Froppy, Ojiro was the martial arts hero. Tailman, Denki was the stun gun hero. Chargebolt, and so on. Then it was Shoto's turn. My hero name is Shoto. Eh? That's just your first name. Midnight seemed confused. I want people to feel safe no matter who I am supposed to be. I don't want a name that makes them see me differently, he explained. Midnight nodded, understanding. Ah, I see. Sorry for not grasping your message. Bakugo approached next. Hero name, Katsuki. I see. I suppose your naming is the same as Shoto's. Midnight asked. Yeah, of course it is. Kid, we all know you were too lazy to come up with a name. Shut it. Finally, it was Izuku's turn. He walked to the front, feeling the weight of everyone's eyes on him. The tension in the air was palpable as he glanced at his classmates. Shoto, Mina, Bakugo, Shinso, and Uraraka, eager to hear his hero name. Taking a deep breath, he revealed his board. My hero name is Wrath. He smiled. I chose this name because I want to bring down the wrath of justice upon villains to create a better world for everyone. Midnight smiled back. I get it. Don't worry, you pass. Izuku's face lit up with a happy grin. Really? Wow. Thank you. Thank you. The excitement in the classroom was palpable as students discussed their new hero names. All right, settle down, their tired teacher, Aizawa, said as he woke from his nap. Since you've finally finished creating your hero names, let's put them to work. You'll be choosing a hero internship to really start your career. Aizawa moved aside to reveal the board filled with pro-hero recommendations. We usually don't have internships for first years, but count yourselves lucky. All the pros are interested in your futures, especially after your performance at the festival. The nominations were relatively balanced among the top contenders. Todoroki Shoto, 2134. Bakugo Katsuki, 2071. Momo Yaoyorozu, 1620. Mina Ishido, 1021. Tenya Ida, 496. Tokoyami, 491. Achiko Uraraka, 200. Denki Kaminari, 121. Kirishima, 100. 092. Izuku scanned the board, searching for his name among the nominees. Unfortunately, he didn't see any nominations from the pro heroes. Disappointment washed over him, but he tried to shake it off. I mean, why would they choose me? I totally lost it at the sports festival. He tightened his grip on his arms and shook his head to clear his thoughts. Oi, Captain! How many pros nominated you? Bakugo yelled across the room. Me? I kinda didn't get any, Izuku admitted, looking down. Wow, that's a bummer. You won't be able to get into any agencies, Mina said, puzzled by his lack of nominations. Aizawa interrupted their conversation. Even if you didn't get a nomination, you'll still have to participate in an internship. Thankfully, we have 40 pro heroes ready to take on apprentices from UA, each specializing in different aspects of heroism. Isn't that great, Izuku-an? Achiko exclaimed, happy that her friend would still get to participate. Yeah, that's great. Izuku replied, though he still doubted his own abilities. It was nice to know he could participate like a normal student. Quiet. Ahem. You all have until the end of the week to choose one workplace from your respective lists. Choose wisely, because you may not get to pick a different one once you've locked in. Yes, sir. The staff room after class. Aizawa sorted through the hero internships. Knowing these kids, they might take a while to choose, he noted to himself. However, he was surprised to see Ida's choice already submitted, Hosu City Hero Office. He found it curious as there were better options available for Ida, but he didn't question it. To his surprise, more students had made their decisions sooner than expected. About a week later, the day of the workplace field training had arrived. Class 1A gathered at the train station with Mr. Aizawa, who was there to escort them safely to their workplaces. I want to remind you all, you have your hero costumes. Do not wear them in public and do not lose them. One last thing, mind your manners. I wish you all luck. Students boarded the train one by one. As Tenya's train arrived, his friends stopped him. Ida, if you need someone to talk to, you can talk to me, Katsuki and Achiko, one of them said. Ida nodded. I will. He turned away, holding back tears. He hated having to turn away from them, especially when he needed someone to talk to about his brother. They likely knew about it from the news, which only made him feel worse about his decision to keep it private. Flashback to 2 days ago. It was Tensei's funeral, and Ida's family was grieving. They hadn't invited anyone from Class 1A, wanting to keep it a family matter and ease their pain together. The news coverage meant they wouldn't be without support, but it still felt isolating. Flashback and he boarded the train, questioning if this was truly what he wanted. Was revenge really what a hero should seek? After a while, Uraraka and Bakugo left for their respective trains, leaving Izuku and Tokoyami standing awkwardly together, unsure of how to start a conversation. Tokoyami broke the silence. I'm not scared, you know. Izuku turned to him, surprised. Just because of what happened at the sports festival, that won't change how I treat you. You're still my classmate and an ally. Izuku smiled, grateful for the support. Wow, thanks, Tokoyami. I needed that. It's all right. I understand. Just then, Izuku's train arrived. Well, see ya, he called as he boarded. Thanks for the conversation. Izuku thought he was going to be by himself. Midoriya, we both go on the same train. Oh, he realized he would be able to talk with Tokoyami more than he thought. Wow, thanks, I needed that, Tokoyami. It's all right, I understand. Well, see ya. Thanks for the conversation. Midoriya, we both go on the same train. Oh. They both awkwardly entered the train, and soon enough, it started moving across the rails. Izuku turned to Tokoyami. So, who do you think our sensei is going to be like? I can imagine them being somewhat like Aizawa-sensei, a wise but stern and strict person. As he said this, he imagined their sensei sternly staring at them, a brow raised. Really? I kind of expect it to be like Midnight Sensei or something. He imagined their sensei to be very cheerful and outgoing. I would doubt that. Most pro heroes are professionals, after all, so they likely act professionally as well. Yeah, I guess you're right. Eventually, they made it to their stop, Kyushu, Japan. It was well known as the third largest of the 4 main islands in Japan, and it seemed pretty mainstream compared to where they lived. So, Aizawa-sensei told us to look for a hero office somewhere here. He proceeded to walk around, with Tokoyami in tow. Do we even know what these buildings look like? Yeah, they're a green and pink building. We'll be able to sign up for Hawk's agency there. Oh, I see. Though, do we even know where we have to go to find it? No? This response was followed by almost half an hour of searching for the hero office, possibly even longer. Eventually, they found the building, though it was very time-consuming. It was all worth it in the end as they could finally sign up for their hero agency. Once outside the building, they were happy they finally made it. All right, now we can sign up for our hero agency. Izuku pumped his fist in the air happily. After almost more than half an hour. Yeah, but that's okay. Come on, let's go sign up for it. They entered the building, looking around at many heroes, either their age or older, all signing up for hero work in the office. So many heroes. Izuku was mesmerized by the sight, while Tokoyami looked ahead. Let's head to the front desk, then we'll be able to sign up for Hawk's agency. This caused Izuku to snap back to reality. Oh yeah, I kind of was focused on everything else, my bad. They walked up to the front desk, and Tokoyami responded, that's all right. I guess all these heroes here would be somewhat overwhelming. Once at the front desk, They were greeted by a seemingly nice woman. "Hello, you two. How can I help you today?" "We're here to sign up for our agency, for Hawks." She nodded, getting out some paperwork. "Your names, please?" "Izuku Midoriya." "Fumikage Tokoyami." She perked up, seemingly recognizing their names. "Oh, you two are the kids from the sports festival. Sorry I couldn't recognize you. That being said, I can only assume this is for internship training." They nodded. "Okay, sign your names here, and once you're done, I'll tell you boys the location." She handed them a piece of paper, pointing where to sign. Once they finished signing, they handed it back to her. "Thank you. So for you boys to find his agency, you'll need to find a tall white building with a slope on the top and a few satellites. Go down the street and take a sharp right, and you should find it." They nodded before leaving the building. "Thank you, miss." They followed the lady's instructions on where to go. "Thankfully we got directions this time." Agreed. After going exactly where they were told, they looked around. "Isn't that it over there?" Tokoyami pointed to the right. Izuku turned and confirmed, "Yep, it was what we were looking for." They entered the building and saw their sensei, Pro Hero Hawks. Hawks turned around to see his two new interns. "Oh hey, you two kids must be from UA. Name's Hawks." He put on a smile. Suddenly, one of the presumably sidekicks looked at them. "Yeah, we need more help with the cleanup after all." The two boys were confused. "Cleanup?" But they were here to do hero work. Hawks pretty much solves everything himself around here. The rest of us essentially are just here to help clean up after a rescue. This information was being processed, and once it did not sit right with either of the boys. "Really? But we came here to train and get more experience in hero training," Izuku said in disbelief. Hawks chimed back in, "Oh, you will. You'll learn how to do stuff like paperwork, cleanup, and other tasks." This, however, wasn't a satisfactory answer for either of them, but they just went along with it, hoping that maybe it would all change for the better. In Hosu City, the sun was beginning to set, marking the end of the first day for their internships. Tenya was out on patrol with Manuel, simply admiring the city at this time. It looked appealing. "Sorry it's so monotonous for our patrol. I bet you were expecting a lot more action, right?" "No, it's all right. It's better this way," Ida said in a tired voice. "Hey, I know what's been going on with your family, and this may be hard to mention, but let me guess. You're after the hero killer, aren't you?" This caused Tenya to pause. "I kind of thought so. I mean, there wouldn't be any other reason you would come to my agency, don't get me wrong. I'm glad that you chose me out of everyone else." He returned to a stern expression. "Though you shouldn't be pursuing personal grudges, despite our roles in society. We don't have the authority to arrest people or punish them." Ida's eyes widened as Manuel continued, "The only reason we are allowed to use our quirks is because of the regulations placed on them. That's why, no matter how noble the reason may be, a hero must not use their quirk for themselves. If a pro used their power for their own selfish desires, it would be a serious crime." Both paused before Manuel added, "Not to say the hero killer isn't guilty of anything. You just seem like the earnest type, you know? I'd hate for you to focus on one goal and ignore everything else." He mimicked Ida's chopping motions. "Thank you, I appreciate it," Ida replied, bowing slightly. "It's all right. You just have to understand what I'm saying. So we good?" Manuel walked off, and Ida simply followed, thinking to himself, "Manuel, I appreciate it, really I do. I also appreciate the pep talk you gave me to try and make me feel better." He paused again. "But I can't forgive the hero killer for killing Tensei." Night had nearly fallen upon Hosu City. Families were bustling out of stores as their children sought costumes for Halloween. Over this lively city, however, stood a man with burning conviction, the hero killer, Stain. He looked at the city below. "Where is he? He promised he'd meet me before nightfall." He was waiting specifically for someone, stabbing his blade into the ground as he waited. He looked at the society around him with disdain. This world was filled with nothing but cardboard cutouts, fakes, liars, and hollow people they called heroes. They didn't work for justice. They only acted when it benefited them and fed their insatiable egos. His thoughts were interrupted by a portal appearing behind him. He turned to see a figure emerge. "Took you long enough. I've been waiting for what feels like hours. My apologies, hero killer. Follow the portal, and you shall meet with everyone accordingly." Stain withdrew his blade from the ground and walked through the portal, which closed behind him. It felt surreal, nothing but darkness until he emerged on the other side. He found himself in a bar or tavern of sorts. A poster of Endeavor, clawed out, hung on the wall. The portal shut behind him, and he focused on the man sitting in one of the chairs. The man had teal-colored hair and a hand covering his face. In front of him was the one who had brought him there. "You must be the villains who attacked UA," Stain said, recognizing them from the news of the USJ and sports festival attacks. "Hero killer, it's quite a pleasure to meet you," the teal-haired man said, spinning his chair to face him. He stood up and walked over. "I'm Tamura Shigaraki. I would like to welcome you to the League." Stain scrutinized him, finally seeing his face. "Cut the CRP. What makes your goals so important that you wanted me to join your group of misfits? I don't have all the time in the world." Shigaraki laughed lightly. "I want to kill Endeavor and destroy anything that doesn't align with the world we envision, including the students from UA." This annoyed the hero killer. Such a reason seemed childish. There isn't an ounce of bloodshed within a cause like this. Before Shigaraki could respond, a man in a suit walked out from the back, placing a hand on his shoulder. He told him something, but Stain couldn't make sense of it. "What do you mean?" he asked, confusion evident in his voice. "How can you expect me to agree to join such a childish cause with an amateur like you?" This seemed to set him off as he lunged at him. Stain dodged the attack with ease, spinning on his heel and elbowing him straight in the stomach, causing him to recoil. He followed up by sweeping his legs and pinning him to the floor by stepping on his left arm. He incapacitated his right arm by stabbing his shoulder with one dagger and putting a knife to his neck. "Kurogyri. Take him away right this instant." However, Kurogyri didn't move. Stain didn't remember using his quirk on him, but that made it easier for him. This society is flawed. It's filled with nothing but fakes claiming to be our saviors while they throw their power against villains endlessly. He aimed for the killing blow, but the man in the tuxedo stopped his advance. "That's enough, hero killer. You will not be killing my disciple on my wooden floor." Stain took a good look at the man. It was all for one, the symbol of evil. Stain immediately backed up. "The symbol of evil? What are you doing here?" This earned a laugh from him. "Simple, I am the leader of this organization known as the League of Villains. I was going to let you and Tamura go on about your ideals, but I couldn't just let you kill him." He laughed, shaking his head. "Thank you, Now Stain, how about you tell him why exactly you won't join?" Stain wanted to be angry, but fear held him back. He his teeth and complied. "Besides our goal to destroy this society, we have different aims. Though I can see something crooked within him, I can only wonder what it'll sprout." All for one nodded. "Thank you for your time, Kurogyri. Return him to Hosu." Kurogyri nodded, warping him back to the Hosu Hero office. Tenya Ida had returned from patrol and greeted his colleagues with a smile as he made his way to his quarters. He sat down in a chair, thinking, "The hero killer Stain. I am starting to figure you out." He had time to do his own research, wanting to avenge his older brother. It had been festering in his heart ever since the news. He had solved the hero killer's pattern, like a boss in a JRPG. "I'm sure he'll be here to attack 3 more pro-heroes." He clenched his fist in silent rage. "I need you to appear, Stain, so I can end you with my own hands. Just like how you did to Tensei." To be continued. On the building in Hosu, Stain, Shigaraki, and Kurogyri looked down at the city. "Hosu City, huh? It looks more prosperous than I thought." Stain scoffed, looking down with him. "My goal is to reform the city of Hosu by sacrificing these greed-driven pro-heroes. The only people who deserve this title are those who've achieved great undertakings." He jumped off, mumbling something in the distance. Shigaraki scratched his neck in annoyance. That hero killer constantly preaching about his goals. Every time he spoke about his ideals, it annoyed him, especially since he could possibly do it. When he fought Stain back in the hideout, he felt the overwhelming pressure of his presence. It especially annoys me that he reminds me of that kid. His neck scratching grew more infuriated. You shouldn't mock Stain's preachings, Shigaraki. It has proven to increase your strength and produce great results overall. This intrigued Shigaraki, but he returned to his annoyed attitude. Me and him won't get along if that's what you're hoping. He wanted to rid himself of this feeling, and what better way than to take it out on something. Kurojiiri, I need you to summon the Nomu. And for extra measure, summon the... Kurojiiri's eyes widened. Are you sure, Tamura? He received a nod. Of course. Kurojiiri bowed slightly. I understand. Shigaraki grinned. Good. Meanwhile, Endeavor and Todoroki had arrived in Hosu City. Why did you bring us here? Todoroki asked, looking up at his father. Endeavor explained, I've been trailing a well-known criminal, the hero killer. He's been murdering pro-heroes for weeks and has made a big name for himself. I was able to track him here. Todoroki nodded. I see. So you wanted to bring me along to help you take him down. Endeavor confirmed, of course. As they walked, he continued, I wanted to get to Hosu early with you, so we could track him down immediately if we find him. They passed children in Halloween costumes, the festive atmosphere contrasting sharply with their serious mission. It seems they had come to Shinjuku at a time of festivities. There were pumpkins scattered around along with ghost lanterns. It seems that we've arrived during a Halloween celebration. I wish Mom and my siblings were here. Before this internship, Todoroki and Mina had seen their mother, Rei Todoroki. She was in a mental institution, but she wasn't insane, so they were free to visit. Endeavor sighed, I know, Shoto. Maybe we can celebrate later if you want. He smiled, but this was met with a scoff. Just because I've acknowledged you as number one doesn't mean I am going to forget everything that happened. He sighed. You're right, I'm sorry. We have a goal to focus on anyway. Well, this is a surprise. Came to enjoy the festivities, Endeavor? Said a voice from above. Todoroki and Endeavor looked up. Midnight, why are you here? He asked, somewhat confused. Same reason as you, tracking down the hero killer. She turned to see Shoto. I see. You brought young Shoto here too. This was met with a nod. Yes, I thought he could help track down the hero killer with us. She smiled, seemingly confident in him. Alright, sure. I trust in his power, as should you, Endeavor. Hours later, the night was slowly becoming young. Children trick-or-treating had started, bustling with their parents. It all seems so nice here. Shoto couldn't help but smile. Everyone seemed so happy. Endeavor smiled too. Children wore costumes like pro-heroes, and everything seemed to be going all right until... Crash. A crash of glass could be heard as Todoroki and Endeavor looked on in shock. A creature had just broken into a train. Thankfully, it had emergency stopped. If it had kept going with the creature inside, it could have fallen off the rails. We mustn't waste time, father. Shoto flew towards the train, summoning Chastifol at his side to assist him. Endeavor followed suit, flying up with his fire. They made it onto the train, looking around as people had already been harmed, but it could have been much worse. Another Nomu? This Nomu was gray and had wings. Todoroki was annoyed and wasted no time believing Shigaraki was behind this. He flicked his fingers, stabbing straight through the Nomu's chest and pinning it against the wall. Good, Shoto. Now we must focus on keeping the Nomu contained while we get off this train. Endeavor picked up civilians and safely carried them off the train and to the ground. Father, what's going on down there? He ran towards the hole made in the train, looking out. He met a terrible sight. Fire lit the streets of Hosu, like a jack-o'-lantern illuminated by a candle. Children and adults alike were running away from the flames and monsters threatening to show them the true meaning of fear on Halloween night. Out of my way! He forced the Nomu pinned against the wall out of the train, retracting Chastifol from its body. He flew towards the burning street, his father in tow. Two civilians were being attacked as everyone else ran away. Thankfully, Midnight was still in the city. She had blasted away another demonic Nomu with a powerful bolt of electricity. "You two must leave here, it isn't safe." The two civilians thanked her and ran off. "Midnight-sensei, what's going on?" asked a bewildered Todoroki as he stood back to back with her, apprehending another red Nomu. "I don't know." These three Nomu suddenly appeared. "This could have been the work of the hero killer," said Endeavor. "Or it could have been the work of Shigaraki from the League," rebuked Todoroki as he fended off the same Nomu he had just defeated. How did he regenerate so fast? Above the destruction, Shigaraki could only smile. "Yes. My three weapons of destruction. Destroy this place and make everyone forget about Stain by the end of this night." Kurogiri looked on, curious. "Are you not going to join in, Shigaraki?" "I wish I could. However, I haven't fully healed from my fight with Stain, so I'll leave it up to these three for now." In an alleyway, Stain could hear the carnage from outside. "It seems Tamura has made his move." He turned to the fresh corpse of Native. "This fool stood no chance against me." He turned away, planning to take his leave. However, he sensed something coming towards him at lightning speeds. He swung his katana at the person, knocking them down immediately as well as their helmet. "Wait, this seems familiar." He looked at the glasses on the floor. "Do I?" He looked up at the person, realizing it was not a man, but a child. "Know you from somewhere? How could you forget? The face of the man you killed?" The child looked at him with vengeful eyes as he got up. "You took my brother Ingenium from me, and I came here to take you down in his stead." To be continued. Stain looked at him, squinting at him, focused on the look in his eye. "Those eyes. I can see the vengeance within them." He pointed his katana at him. "Real heroes shouldn't be seeking vengeance, you know. You've been searching for that closure. I want you to remember the name Ingenium. That'll be the hero that takes you down once and for all." Tenya declared, with Stain grimacing at this. "I want you to know if you leave right now, I might spare your life. I'm not against taking down children if I have to." He revved up his engines and attacked furiously, with Stain dodging to the side. "Learn your place." He jumped and kicked Ida straight in the leg. "TC." This caused him to spin out and land on his face, skidding on the ground. "Why you?" Tenya struggled to rise, but the pain in his leg hit him all at once. "And my leg? What did you do to my leg?" He couldn't move it, it was completely broken. His face was slammed into the concrete again by Stain's foot. "Wanna know why you and your brother lost against me?" Stain stabbed him through the shoulder. "It's because you're both fake heroes." He liked the blood-stained sword. Suddenly, Tenya felt a jolt of numbness spread through his body. What is this?" Stain looked down at him. "This is my quirk. It paralyzes the person whenever I lick their blood from the waist down. You're nothing but bait for me now." Tenya's eyes widened in horror, and tears began to roll down his face. No. It can't end like this. I need to avenge Tensei and kill you with my own hands." His voice cracked. Stain crouched to meet Tenya eye to eye. So sad, all that bravado turned into nothing but crumpled paper on the floor. "Tell you what, kid, I'll show you a little secret of mine. Not that you'll live to tell anyone, plus I feel pity for you." He began to undo his mask, causing Tenya to gasp slightly. "Need you to pay attention real good for me, hero." Once the mask was off, what Tenya saw shook him to the core. "Wait, it can't be?" But it can be. Tenya could feel it, almost tasting the power. It felt similar to Midoriya back at the Heroes vs. Villains exam, but this was stronger. "But how? I thought Midoriya was the only one with that quirk." Stain's eyes widened slightly. "Midoriya? You mean another kid like you has this type of power?" He scoffed. "No matter, I can question this later." He tied his mask back on. "And you'll have all the time to question it in the afterlife." He raised his sword, grinning. "You can also take this time to learn what being a true hero is." He brought the sword down toward Tenya. Tenya winced, hoping his brother would forgive him for this mistake. Suddenly, a spear knocked the sword out of Stain's hands, and it clattered to the floor. The spear spun back around, reacting as Stain jumped away from Tenya's body. I'm glad I made it in time. It was Shoto Todoroki, arriving just in time. Your Endeavor's kid? You don't seem to have any quirks similar to him. I don't know either, but questioning isn't why I'm here. He floated up, summoning Chastiful at his side. I'm here to stop you from killing anyone else. Stain laughed, applauding. Good, good, a hero with noble intentions. I don't see those much nowadays. What will you do, hero? Todoroki raised a brow. What do you mean? My comrades are causing quite a commotion outside this alleyway. They've let me in on a big secret plan they're going to execute here. So what'll it be? Possibly the lives of thousands on Halloween night, or saving all of them and sacrificing this one fake. Todoroki smirked. I think you forget the connections I have, so I'll give you a miscellaneous answer. He took out his phone, showing a location. I called a friend to help out here. Stain's confident expression shifted to annoyance. He had called for backup before arriving, but who exactly he was calling remained a mystery, one that intrigued him and could potentially make his job easier if the backup turned out to be stronger. I see, smart kid calling for backup. But your concern should be. He drew another sword from his back, creating a sword of dark energy to dual wield. Can you survive long enough for them to see you alive? I'm sure I can manage. In another part of the city, chaos reigned. Fire blazed, and monsters roamed the streets on Halloween night. A terrified figure ran, feeling powerless to help anyone. What was I going to do to help anyone? I couldn't save anyone before, why could I be able to now? The monsters roared, and the figure, with blonde hair streaming behind, searched for a place to hide. Suddenly, a monstrous creature grabbed them, lifting them into the air. Help! Someone help me, please! They felt doomed, lost, and ready to accept a meaningless fate. But just as despair settled in, an attack struck the creature, causing them to fall. As they plummeted, the figure braced for impact, shutting their eyes and holding back tears. But nothing happened? Sir, are you all right? They opened their eyes to see a woman with long black hair and deep blue eyes looking at them with a calming expression. Why, yes. Thank you, Mississippium. It's midnight, sir. She floated down, gently setting me down. You dropped these, by the way. It was my pair of yellow glasses. She took my palm and handed them to me. They seemed slightly broken. Thank you, though I'm going to have to tell the eye doctor that I'm here to get a new pair of glasses. She laughed a bit. You're quite funny. She flew up a bit. Mind telling me your name? I froze up a bit, not thinking someone like her would ever ask for a name from someone as weak and feeble-looking as myself. Oh, it's Toshinori Yagi. She smiled. Well, Toshi, I will see you after this fighting is over, possibly. She flew off, back into the fray. I felt a twinge of envy at her confidence and control, so unlike my own. Okay, Tosh, let's get out of here. I ran off, seeking safety until. Stomp, stomp, stomp. I could hear loud stomps from a distance, as if earthquakes were being formed at that very moment. I looked behind me in terror at the creature that had arrived. Kyushu, Japan. The trio of Izuku, Tokoyami, and Hawks were on a mission. Well, more like it was Hawks on a mission, while Izuku and Tokoyami played cleanup. This is getting infuriating. Tokoyami said, his face showing visible annoyance. I feel ya, bud, Izuku responded, feeling the same way as his feathery friend. Hawks flew down. You know, if you two weren't reliant on the ground, maybe you could keep up. He put his hands behind his head, walking towards them. Before a retort could be said, Izuku suddenly received a notification on his phone. He took it out to see it was from Todoroki. He opened the notification. Todoroki, we need backup on the attack in Hosu City. I found the hero killer. Izuku's eyes widened as he turned to his mentor. Hawk-sensei, we need to get to Hosu now. It's under attack, and they found the hero killer. Hawks looked somewhat stunned. The hero killer? He immediately remembered the reputation of the hero killer and how the League of Villains could be tied into this attack. All right, recruits, Time for a real mission. He stretched his arms. We gotta go hunting for that hero killer. Right. Of course. Hosu City, alleyway. Todoroki spun Chastifol around next to him. Just give up now and you won't get hurt. The man laughed in response. Is that supposed to scare me? Stain raised his katanas, their blades lit aflame. I don't think you understand, I don't run from heroes. Heroes run from me. Really? Let's change that then. He threw Chastifol at Stain, who jumped off the ground and stuck to the wall using his sword. He redirected Chastifol towards him, responding by throwing a dagger at it, sending it off course. He motioned to attack Stain again, but before he could, Stain shot a wave of fire from his free hand. Take this. Todoroki dropped down to avoid the attack, looking around. Stain had seemingly disappeared, leaving only his sword on the wall. Todoroki! Behind you! Todoroki turned around, trying to move instinctively. However, he reacted too slowly, receiving a slash across his torso. HRK. He backed up, a hand on his wound as it bled. Stain liked the blood. It's over now. Suddenly, a wave of sharp vines charged at him, forcing Stain to back up. Your quirk only activates when you lick blood, right? He snapped his fingers as the vines turned into little daggers. Then I won't give you a chance to lick that sword. Stain looked on in shock. There were so many daggers that they filled the whole alleyway. Take this. The daggers all charged at him as Stain held up his sword to guard and deflect as many attacks as he could. Demon Brat. He tried to take as little damage as possible, but it was hard due to the small alleyway and the sheer number of daggers. Any he reflected just spun around him, creating more opportunities to get hit. I'll give you this. Nobody's had to push me this far. He grinned, blood dripping from his cuts. I'll make this quick. Suddenly, in a quick burst of speed, he knocked away all the daggers, disappearing from sight. What? Where did? He turned his head around, only to receive a slash to the back. Auk! He stumbled, trying to stand as all his daggers hit the floor. He attempted to form Chastifol into a different shape, but he was forced onto the ground by Stain's quirk. Now that's over with. Stain glanced back at Todoroki, noticing the markings had spread, his mask no longer enough to cover them. He walked over to Ida, who had been down the longest. I want you to learn, kid. He raised his sword. You should never mess with an adult. Or else things like this will happen to you. He stabbed into Ida's arm, breaking through his protective hero suit. Aowa! Ida yelled out in pain, unable to clutch his arm, still under Stain's quirk. I'm not one for torture, but you kids must learn the hard way not to mess with me. He raised his sword above Ida's chest, going for the kill. Stop! Meanwhile, in the streets of Hosu, they stepped off the train, looking around at the destruction surrounding them. This is what's been happening, huh? Hawks looked on, surprised. Come on kids, let's go. Right, said the two boys in unison as they followed the pro-hero. They ran in frustration until they reached the main attack site, where they saw the chaos unfolding. What the hell? Tokoyami exclaimed, gazing up at the giant creature that was destroying buildings with each step. Helicopters buzzed overhead, reporting the incident. This just in, a giant white monster is attacking the city of Hosu. The monster swiped at one of the helicopters, which narrowly avoided the strike. Oh, we gotta get out of here. Oi, you two. Go help the others with the hero killer. I'll stay here with the other pros to take this thing down. Hawks flew off towards the creature. Izuku and Tokoyami exchanged determined glances before Izuku led the way to the hero killer's location, deep in an alleyway. What happened? How did they find the hero killer? Tokoyami asked, worried they might have been ambushed. Ida. Izuku grimaced, fearing the worst. When they arrived, their fears were confirmed. HM? Look who's come to join the fight like lambs to the slaughter, the hero killer taunted, standing over Ida, who appeared lifeless. Todoroki lay on the ground, still conscious but barely. There you two are, the dual-haired villain said before slipping into unconsciousness. Both boys were shocked, especially Tokoyami, who had seen Todoroki fight fiercely before. Tokoyami, get Ida. I'll fight the hero killer. Izuku readied his sword, scowling as he powered up. Now I see what that speed brat was talking about. The killer sensed the tension, realizing he and Izuku were similar. Get out of my way or die. He lunged at Ida's body, swinging his katana, but Izuku blocked the attack with his own sword. Tokoyami, go. Tokoyami rushed to Ida's side, checking for signs of life while Izuku distracted the hero killer. Stain attempted to throw a kunai, but Izuku knocked it aside as he pressed the attack. Stop focusing on them and focus on your opponent, hero killer. Stain scowled but acknowledged Izuku's interest. Don't order me around, kid. He knocked Izuku back, who quickly retaliated with a ferocious slash. Stain sidestepped and roundhouse kicked him across the face. Izuku regained his footing midair and slid next to Tokoyami and Ida. Stain glanced at Todoroki's body, contemplating a lethal move, but knew Izuku would stop him. Tokoyami, how's Ida doing? Izuku asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. He isn't breathing, Tokoyami replied, sweat beading on his forehead. Izuku's eyes widened in shock. An opening! Stain seized the moment, unleashing a fire attack that filled the alley with smoke. Where'd he? Izuku exclaimed as Stain descended from above. He raised his sword to block the attack but was moved backward, feeling the blade pierce his abdomen. Hawk! He coughed up blood, splattering it on Stain's face, followed by a kick to the chest. Tokoyami tried to summon Dark Shadow to fight back, but Stain was too powerful, easily overpowering him. Izuku struggled to rise, knowing Tokoyami was in danger. Tokoyami? Stain grinned, paralyzing Izuku as he fell to the ground. This is backup. I could think of way better than you children. He continued to assault Dark Shadow, which retreated back into Tokoyami. How could you say this after killing a child? Tokoyami shouted defiantly. Because he was a fake hero. Out for revenge instead of helping people. I'll admit you two are the first real heroes I've met. It's a shame you'll have to die for getting in my way. He broke through Dark Shadow, leaving Tokoyami vulnerable. Now you're all going to die like that kid and his no-good brother. As Stain raised his sword for a final strike, Tokoyami's eyes widened in fear. Farewell, bird boy. He closed his eyes, bracing for death. Mother, father, I'm sorry I have failed you as your son. I wanted to become a hero to help people, but it seems I will be one with the shadows. Silence enveloped him, and he opened his eyes, expecting to see a holy gate. Instead, he saw Izuku standing, having stopped Stain's attack with his arm. How? How are you moving? Not even type O blood gets up this quickly? Stain exclaimed, confusion turning to shock. Take that back. Izuku declared, determination burning in his eyes. Izuku had once again evolved and changed. He scowled and yelled, take back what you said about I? He started to slowly crush the hero killer's arm. Stain squinted in pain, but it didn't deter him. Using a kunai, he slashed at Izuku, cutting across his face. Still wearing the same scowled expression, Izuku threw Stain away from him. Tokoyami watched as Stain regained control in the air, landing on his feet. Now this is something I didn't expect, Stain remarked. He had never seen someone brute force their way through his blood curdle, though he suspected that the man in the suit he met at the League would have been able to do the same. However, just because he was standing didn't mean he was any faster. Stain struggled to force his body to move, each slow step cracking the ground beneath him. Come on. Move, damn it. This calmed Stain's nerves. Sure, the boy was possibly stronger than him, but that strength meant nothing if he couldn't reach him. Impressive. I've never seen someone overpower my blood curdle before. I guess that means anyone physically stronger than me doesn't get fully paralyzed but rather slowed down to the heaviest degree. Stain ignited his katana with the burning onyx flames of the demon clan. Though it means nothing if you can't reach me. He swung at the air, sending a flame slash flying toward Izuku, hitting him directly. T-dash. Izuku was forced back, feeling as if the world was pressing him to his knees. He couldn't even use full counter to knock it back, but he quickly noticed that his head remained unaffected. My head can still move freely. That's all I need to stall for time to get help. I could have won alone in a normal circumstance. But not like this. Stain kept attacking, grinning ear to ear. He furiously pressed his advantage, knowing Izuku couldn't dodge, and even if Tokoyami interfered, he wouldn't be able to do much. Tokoyami could only watch in horror as his friend was being chipped away. He barely got his arms up to block, though they were burnt from the fiery attacks. I just need to find an opening to attack. He gritted his teeth, fire escaping from the sides of his mouth. Izuku had to make himself look helpless, giving his arms time to heal. His arms drooped as he inhaled and exhaled through clenched teeth. Stain, seeing this, fell for the bait entirely. He ran up, jumping to grab his katana from the building it was stuck in, aiming both katanas to gouge out Izuku's eyes. It's over, hero. There dash. Izuku gritted his teeth as fire erupted from his mouth, releasing a giant fire blast upward. It was almost like a dragon's breath. Sheet? Stain was engulfed by the attack, burned greatly as the flames scorched the alleyway. When the attack dissipated, Izuku could suddenly move freely again. Midoriya, are you all right? Tokoyami asked, sweat running down his face. Yeah. I can move freely now. Izuku began winding his arms, stretching after the ordeal. What happened to the hero killer? I don't know. I can only assume since I'm fine now that he's dead? Right. They both turned to the burning alleyway, shock and anger on Izuku's face. Stain was still alive, somehow walking through the fire, burnt and bloodied. You're a cunning brat, aren't you? Catching me off guard with that fire breath, he scowled. The green demon stared at Stain, gaining a stoic response. You know, I'm kind of glad you're alive. Stain grinned, raising an eyebrow. Why is that, hero? Because now I get to kill you with my bare hands. He maintained his stoic expression, raising his sword to fight. Kill him? Midoriya, we're heroes. We don't. Tokoyami, this isn't the time for this. Go help Todoroki get medical attention. He's still alive. Izuku yelled at his friend. But... Tokoyami hesitated, concerned for both Izuku and the consequences of his actions. Go now. Izuku clenched his fist as Tokoyami ran past Stain, who allowed him to help his friend. So you wanted to kill me by yourself, didn't you? To avenge that idiotic friend of yours. Stain got into a battle stance, his swords forming an X shape. Not only him, I need to avenge every other hero you killed. Izuku stood in a battle stance he had learned from Meliodas. Then come at me, boy. Or I'll wipe you off like the Stain you are. I'll kill you, hero killer. They dashed at each other, leaving streaks of fire in their wake. Their swords clashed, sparks flying off their blades. Why are you doing this? You killed so many heroes just for what? Izuku yelled, confusion mixing with anger. Stain scoffed, because this society is filled with nothing but fakes. He knocked Izuku back, somewhat surprising him. You may have more strength, boy, but I have conviction, and I will carry out my mission. He charged at Izuku, attempting a scissor movement to cut his head off. He ducked under the attack, punching Stain in the stomach. I have conviction too. Stain coughed as the wind was knocked out of him. The conviction to make sure you kill nobody else? With a powerful shove, he sent Stain flying across the alleyway. Stain managed to catch himself just in time to block another sword strike from Izuku, but he noticed his swords were cracking. What dash? Rureya. Izuku swung his sword down, breaking both of Stain's blades. He aimed for a decisive blow, but suddenly his own sword cracked and fell to the ground. Shocked, he realized he had put too much power into the strike. Seizing the opportunity, Stain attempted to strike back, but Izuku blocked him. Stain used a kunai to stab Izuku's hand, but Izuku quickly kicked Stain's arm, sending the kunai flying. Before Stain could retrieve it, Izuku grabbed him by the collar and zoomed out of the alleyway with incredible speed. Eyes on me, hero killer? Meanwhile, on the streets of Hosu City, the situation was deteriorating. They couldn't kill or contain the Albion, no matter how hard they tried. Midnight considered using her perfect cube, but it would drain too much energy and dissipate once she ran out of magic. They had caused some damage, shooting a hole through the creature's side, but it only seemed to anger the giant. As it inhaled, preparing a massive fire attack, Midnight shouted, "Everyone get behind me!" The creature unleashed fiery magma, but she defended them with an ice wall, nullifying the attack. The ice began to melt as she looked up in urgency. "This is getting annoying. We need something to take this thing down. I'm running out of options." The monster punched through a building, flattening it. "We need to find a way to deal fatal damage. Todoroki is too weakened to help, and Midoriya is. Wait, where is Crush?" She turned to see Izuku holding Stain by the collar, while Stain gripped his arm in anger, trying to escape. "Hero killer. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku." Izuku turned, surprised to see Midnight in shock. "Midnight-sensei dash?" Suddenly, Stain knocked him across the face, causing Izuku to stumble back. "Focus on killing me, boy." The killer dashed at him, leaving a streak of fire in his wake. They clashed swords, sending shockwaves through the street. "I'll kill you all right," Izuku shouted as explosions erupted around them. Midnight watched the fight escalate, realizing the flames were worsening. "Midoriya, stop. You're only making the fires worse?" She used water spells to douse the flames, but Izuku wouldn't listen. The Albion seemed to grow more agitated, becoming wild and violent, bodies slamming into buildings. "Midoriya." Hearing Melioda's voice, Izuku backed up, gaining distance from Stain. "What is it?" He had to defend himself as Stain swiped aggressively at him. "I know you're not in the best state of mind right now, but..." He ducked under Stain's blade, but Stain grabbed his head and kneed him in the nose. "Give it up, fake hero. Over my dead body?" Izuku retorted, catching the knee and stabbing into it with his sword. "Ugh dash? You brat." Stain kicked him off, pulling the sword out, blood spewing from his knee. "Demon. My leg feels like it's on the verge of collapsing." Izuku watched, surprisingly not capitalizing on it. "Izuku, an Albion is attacking the city. You have to kill it. Nobody else has the firepower to do so." Izuku realized the giant monster was towering over the city, crushing everything beneath its weight. Helicopters filmed the chaos, but they lacked the reinforcements needed to distract it without risking civilian lives. "No. Get away from it." He tried to run toward the creature, but Stain slashed at him, cutting his cheek. "Dash. Don't run now." Stain grinned, a maniacal look on his face. "Didn't you claim you would kill me?" Izuku grit his teeth, backing up and spinning his sword. "I will. Then do I." They clashed, but suddenly their swords cracked and shattered on the ground. Undeterred, they swung at each other one last time, determined to end the fight. Stain lifted his elbow, trying to knock Izuku out, but Izuku caught it with one hand. "I told you," he growled, looking up at Stain with pure rage. "I'll kill you." With a powerful uppercut, he launched Stain into the air. How could I lose? To a brat like him?" Stain landed on the ground, momentarily out of the fight. Before Izuku could think about his next move, a roar echoed through the street. "Sheet! The Albion!" It suddenly started to lean over, as if it were about to fall. He turned to run, seeing many people on the street still fleeing for their lives or trying to help loved ones. "I have to stop it from harming everyone here." The creature fell, creating a cloud of smoke that engulfed the area. "No!" Midnight yelled, believing the boy and everyone else had been crushed under the giant creature. And in each, the hand hadn't reached the ground. Izuku was holding it up with a clear struggle. "I won't let anyone here die." The Albion roared, trying to force its hand down on the population of Hosu. He gritted his teeth, looking up at the massive hand. "I told you. I won't let anyone else die," he roared, throwing the hand back up. The beast stumbled back in confusion before regaining its footing. He breathed heavily, falling back and sitting on the ground, exhausted. "I don't have anything left in me." As the monster turned its hand into a fist, preparing to crush him again, he put his hands up, ready to defend everyone once more. Suddenly, an ice blast struck the creature's face, causing it to groan in pain as part of its face froze. Midoriya. The weakness is the core in its chest. You have to aim for that. His eyes widened as he charged forward. The core in its chest. The Albion yelled in fury, slamming its other hand into the ground, creating smoke and debris. It doesn't matter. If I can get to the core and destroy it, we can win. He ran up its arm, shooting a blast of fire at its chest. It had little effect, and he grimaced, realizing he was too weak from his fight with Stain. Maybe he had overestimated his own abilities. The beast turned and roared in his face, throwing him off its arm. Sheet? He landed on a rooftop, looking up in horror. Hawks flew in, glancing at Izuku. Got any tips on how to beat this thing, kid? Hawks. He looked at him, then calmed down to explain. The weakness lies in its chest. If we can pierce it, we could kill it. Hawks seemed surprised by the suggestion but understood the need to eliminate the threat. As much as I'd like to say I can handle it by myself, I doubt it. If Midnight can't, then I probably can't do anything but stall. He nodded. I need to gather myself so I can. The beast suddenly swiped at the building they stood on. Hawks managed to escape due to his flight ability, but Izuku wasn't so lucky. He was smacked through a line of buildings. Kid! Hawks was suddenly grabbed, being crushed in the monster's grip. Midnight acted quickly, weaving hand signs and shooting a small red blast. It made contact, and though the creature initially didn't react, it roared in pain as the second stage of the attack took effect, causing it to drop Hawks. Thanks, Night. I would have been a goner without you. She breathed. Don't mention it. But I'm almost entirely spent. I need you to give Izuku something that guarantees victory. Hawks hesitated, unsure about relying on a high schooler, but he trusted Midnight's judgment. All right, hand it over to me. As they conversed, the monster shifted its attention back to Izuku, who had been knocked away. Hawks. Go now. Right. He nodded and flew off. Meanwhile, Izuku breathed, blood rushing from his head as he lifted a large piece of debris. People screamed, seeing him in his battered state. I'm going to kill that thing. I need to protect everyone, he growled, focused on saving as many people as he could. A yellow-haired man approached him, concern etched on his face. Kid, are you all right? Yeah. I'm fine. You all need to get out of here. It's too dangerous. But... Suddenly, a roar echoed as the monster plowed through buildings with each step, growing cannons on its face. Damn it. Get out of here now. The monster charged its cannons. Kid, you have to get out too, or you'll die. The yellow-haired man urged, trying to grab his arm. Izuku gritted his teeth, shaking him off. Now is not the time. Your lives are more important. Leave. But it was too late. The Albion aimed down at the crowd, preparing to incinerate everyone. No! He charged his own attack, determined to clash with it to protect everyone and buy them time to escape. The creature shot its cannons, roaring out. Hiya! Izuku fired back, trying to hold it off as long as he could. Njigich? Get out and live. The man could only stare in horror as he watched the young boy risk his life for him. He looked in horror, but felt a deep sorrow. This isn't fair. This child, this young boy, who has so much more time to live, was willingly risking his life to save people who have already lived enough compared to him. A child as young as he shouldn't have to be fighting for a man like him. This wasn't the job for a child. No, this was a job for a man. A man with pride. Izuku couldn't keep up. His blast was being overpowered slowly. It's no use. I can't win. He closed his eyes, tears escaping. I'm sorry, Meliodas. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry, everyone, that I wasn't enough. His tears flew behind him as he gritted his teeth. Kid, there's nothing to fear. But It's all right. You're getting a second chance now. He opened his eyes, and suddenly a yellow-haired man stood before him, blocking the entire attack from the Albion with one hand. Wait. He looked up at the man's back, where a tattoo of a lion was visible. Realization hit him hard. The lion sin of pride. Sin of pride, HM? That's what that is. I thought it was just some overgrown birthmark. The man laughed heartily. Then allow me to introduce myself. He crushed his hand, dispersing the attack. The Albion looked on in confusion. Its powerful strike had been stopped by a mere hand. I am the one who will put an end to this, the one above all. My name. He raised his head to look up at the beast. Is Toshinori Yagi? To be continued. Toshinori stood there, a grin on his face. The Albion seemed to hesitate, as if it could feel his presence, which could intimidate even a lion with a simple stare. Thank you for breaking me out of my shell, young man. Now allow me to finish this for you. His booming confidence was evident in the way he stood and spoke. This isn't good. My body isn't used to this. I haven't used this power in so long, and without the sun, I feel as if my muscles are ready to burst. Are you sure you can win? We have to think about avoiding any more damage to the surroundings. He slowly regenerated his wounds, regaining his footing. That'll be all right. Its frame is so big, it'll be hard to miss anything else. He laughed. The Albion roared in rage, pointing its cannons down at the two as the holes lit with fire. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Toshinori quickly jumped up to face it. Hasn't anyone taught you any manners? He raised his voice and delivered a hard smack to the left side of the Albion's face, sending it tumbling across the road and knocking down buildings in its path. Toshinori landed on the ground, looking at the destruction with confidence. Suddenly, blood spewed from his arm as he coughed. It seems I am only good for one more attack. The Albion slowly got up, roaring as it began to rampage, attacking everything with its giant fists. Watch out! Toshinori raised his right hand, a small sphere emitting from his finger. If I have one more attack in me, I better make good use of it. The sphere grew larger, emitting a flaming hot light similar to the sun at dawn. Let's see if you can survive an attack like this. Cruel sun. He swung his finger forward, the sun charging at the giant creature. It scorched everything it touched before slamming into the massive beast, causing it to roar in pain and be pushed back even further. The attack exploded like a fiery bomb, turning everything around it to ash. Izuku walked out to see the destruction. Hey, you did it! You killed the Albion. He grinned, believing the Albion was defeated. However, he sensed the battle was not over. Giant sounds echoed as the Albion rose from the rubble, now with a new, charred hole in its stomach. It's still alive? It raised its fist in fury, preparing to slam down on them. CRP! The boy grabbed Toshinori by the arm and jumped away, hoping to avoid the attack. The Albion's fist made contact with the ground, causing a shockwave that sent them spinning. Ack! They landed face-first on the street. Izuku quickly got up, ready to fight. Come on, Toshinori. We can beat this thing together. He turned to him, but his heart sank when he saw Toshinori was still on the ground, now back to his skinnier and smaller self. He must have used up all his strength in that last attack because the sun isn't out. He put Toshinori on his back, getting into a battle stance. Looks like I'm on my own again. Midoriya. A voice called out, and Izuku looked up to see Hawks. The man held out a sword, and Izuku's eyes widened as he recognized it. Sacred treasure. Lost vein. How did he even get it? Meliodas questioned, but Izuku quickly concluded, Midnight must have given it to him. Take this. Hawks threw the sword down, and it spun mid-air, embedding itself into the concrete. It's so close. I just need to get to it. He turned, realizing Toshinori was still unconscious and needed to be evacuated immediately. I can't leave him here. The Albion raised its foot to stomp on them. Tss. He grabbed Toshinori and jumped away to dodge the attack. Kid! Dust enveloped the street as Izuku covered his eyes to avoid being blinded. Damn it! He reached out, hoping to grab Lost Vein. It's gotta be in the smoke somewhere? He felt something in his hand, opening his eyes to find it was just a sharp rock. That's not what I need. He threw it away. If he wanted any chance at retrieving Lost Vein, he had to ensure All Might's safety. Turning his head to the air, he shouted, "Hawks!" He spun around and threw the skinny man towards him. "Take him to safety!" Thankfully, Hawks caught him, getting sent back a bit due to the force. "I can't just leave you here." "Yes, you can. Now get out of here." Izuku grimaced as Hawks flew off with Toshinori. "Hope you know what you're doing, kid." The boy sighed in relief, turning back to the Albion and then looking at Lostvein. "I can kill it as long as I get Lostvein. No matter what it takes." He got into a sprint stance, inhaling as he faced the Albion, which simply stared back. He took a deep breath before sprinting across the street as the cannons grew from the Albion's face once again, shooting down at him. He narrowly dodged the first shot, nearly tripping before regaining his balance. "I can't fold here. Not when I'm so close." The Albion continued to shoot rapidly, making holes in the street with each shot, but Izuku noticed a pattern: right, middle, left. "I have to do this. I gotta beat this thing." He spoke out loud as his body adapted to the pattern. "Right." He dodged to the left, ending up in the middle. "Middle." He dodged to the left, ending up to the right. "Left." He dodged back to the middle. "Right, middle, left." The same pattern repeated as he advanced closer, his body naturally adapting to the mindless beast's movements. "I gotta do this." He reached Lostvein, wasting no time in grabbing it from the ground. The Albion charged an attack that would be fatal if he was too slow. "For everyone. For Native. For Ida." He roared as he pulled the sword from the stone. "Reiya." The beast roared, unleashing its last fiery cannon at him, seemingly disintegrating him. "No! Kid!" Hawks called out in despair, thinking the child had just been eliminated. The Albion started to smile, believing it had just removed a significant threat. Sacred treasure, Lostvein. To be continued. From the fire and flames of the Albion's cannons, the green-haired boy emerged completely unscathed. "Kid, you're all right," Hawks exclaimed, surprised he had escaped such an attack unharmed. He landed on a building, sighing in relief. "Geez, that was a close one." Izuku looked at the sword he now held, feeling his powers increasing just from wielding it. "Looks like Midnight was taking good care of Lostvein for us. Definitely gotta thank her later." This felt strange yet familiar, likely due to Meliodas being the past wielder of Lostvein. "I feel so much more powerful. I think I can beat it even like this." He glanced at the Albion, which was still rampaging. "It must not have seen me due to how small I am compared to it." He pondered, trying to gauge his own power, especially since this wasn't even his maximum. He felt fatigued from all the fighting, yet he felt stronger than before. "All I need is its attention." Suddenly, he had an idea. "Hey, Pillberry Doughboy's brother. I'm still here." He yelled as loudly as he could, trying to get its attention. However, the Albion couldn't hear him. "Reiya." It charged up another attack with its cannons, preparing to destroy more of the city. "Tisith." He enchanted his sword with the onyx flames, gritting his teeth. "Enchant, Hellblaze." This attack was meant to get its attention, but it was more powerful than he had anticipated, creating a massive explosion. "Anyth." He shielded himself with his arm as the flames engulfed the area, gaining a clearer look at the Albion. So much power." He was surprised at his own strength. "Watch it, Izuku. We can't damage any civilians." A hand emerged from the smoke, clearly going for Izuku. He looked towards the hand, dragging itself across the streets and colliding with buildings. 1,000 divine cuts? He sliced the Albion's hand and the buildings it had picked up into thousands of tiny pieces, almost like it was an animal being prepared for serving. The smoke cleared to reveal the Albion had been massively damaged, having lost half its face and its hand. It roared in pain. "All right, we got it on the ropes. Let's just finish him off, Izuku." "Izuku?" The boy silently looked over the city. The onyx flames from his initial attack had increased the destruction tenfold. This no longer felt like a city, it was a hellscape. "Izuku, what's up?" He snapped out of it, placing a hand on his head. "Sorry, I'm just trying to think of what to do." He was at a loss, unsure how to finish off the beast. He could obliterate it, but he realized he lacked restraint. If he wasn't careful, he would cause more destruction than necessary. Hell, if he wasn't careful, he could harm innocent civilians with his power. His hands were tied. In West Hosu City, Hawks flew around with Toshinori on his back, sweating from the intense heat of the fires raging below. Phew! Is this how all those chickens feel when they're being deep-fried? I might not ever pick up another one again after this, he joked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Hawks! Are the flames finally getting to me or something? He thought he was hallucinating due to the heat. Down here. He looked down to see Tokoyami, along with other heroes, seemingly evacuating civilians and medics treating the wounded. He landed and rested Toshinori on a stretcher as medics began tending to him. These guys are working overtime. I could never be a doctor, especially after seeing all this, he said, rubbing the back of his head. Tokoyami looked at him in slight annoyance. That's the first thing you say once you make it here. A loud crash echoed as they turned their heads north. The battle between the Albion and what could only be assumed to be Midoriya raged on. Despite the Albion's major injuries, Midoriya hadn't finished it off yet for some peculiar reason. They're still going? Why hasn't he finished it off? Tokoyami was confused, not understanding Midoriya's decision to prolong the fight. Hawks, however, had a clever insight. It was clear to him that Midoriya didn't want to cause unnecessary destruction, which was why he was dragging this fight out to find a way to defeat the creature with minimal collateral damage. Let him keep going. He can do this. Todoroki? The bird boy noticed Todoroki standing with bandages wrapped around his torso from a previous encounter. We need to trust him. He can do this, I know he can. He looked at Hawks in desperation, knowing he was the only one capable of flying at the moment. We just need to trust in him, like we do our heroes. All he needs is one shot. Hawks looked at him for a moment before nodding. All right. Hope you're right, kid. Tokoyami, equally nervous, joined in the nod. Midoriya is the strongest person I've ever seen. If anyone can do this, it's him. Back with Izuku versus the Albion, the fight dragged on. As the Albion wreaked havoc, Izuku began to panic. If he didn't end this now, more destruction would follow, but if he did, he risked harming everything around him. Come on, Izuku. Think. It was frustrating. He shouldn't be afraid to use his own power, yet here he was, cowering at the thought of hurting innocent people again. What was the point of this power-up if he was too afraid to use it to its fullest? He felt like a hypocrite, telling Todoroki to unleash his full potential while he couldn't do the same. Kid! He snapped out of his thoughts as, instinctively, he slashed the Albion's other hand off. The creature roared in pain, stepping back. The boy took a few deep breaths as he heard a voice. Listen, kid. I know you're worried about hurting and destroying things around you. Your problem is you don't take risks. You play it too safe, which causes you to overthink. Izuku inhaled and exhaled, slowly calming himself. But if I don't play safe then? I know you're afraid to hurt people, Izuku. You've been torn up about it since the sports festival, but you can't let past mistakes define you. Right now, you have to destroy that thing so it doesn't hurt anyone else. The boy inhaled deeply, standing tall and looking at the Albion with newfound confidence. Okay. Put your heart at ease, target your wrath towards this monster, and put it down for good. He inhaled one last time, exhaling slowly. Thank you, Meliodas. A serious expression crossed his face as he got into a battle stance. Leave the rest to me. The Albion roared in rage at Izuku's newfound confidence and charged at him. He gently sliced the air, creating a golden line. Full counter. The beam suddenly stopped and blasted back at the beast, which barely dodged it, but not without sustaining serious injuries to the side of its head. Izuku grinned as he jumped off the building. You like that, you disgusting monster. He landed on the ground and started running toward it through the smoke and flames. The Albion roared in fury, bringing its foot down upon him. Izuku caught it but struggled. Geez, you're heavy. The monster grinned, pressing down further, seemingly crushing him. But then, enchant, Hellblaze. He was smacked to the side by another hellblaze from Izuku, who had somehow escaped being crushed, creating a clone with the smoke as a decoy. Nice thinking, kid. He grinned as he jumped up and uppercut the beast's enormous stomach, sending it soaring into the sky. Izuku leaped after it, igniting fire beneath his feet to catch up to the monster's upward velocity, charging a fireball in his hand. I won't allow you to terrorize anyone else. I'm going to end this here and now. He needed to turn the creature to ash, not wanting to harm the city with its massive body hitting the pavement. He ignited his sword, crossing his arms to form an X shape, his sword-wielding arm positioned over the other. This was it. He couldn't let this creature harm anyone else. I need to do this. After all. He clenched his fist, tightening his grip on the sword. What kind of hero would I be if I let you harm anyone else? The monster groaned as it began to fall, no longer ascending. They were nearly above the clouds. He rammed right into the monster, slowly tearing through it before emerging on the other side. Divine Cross. The Albion groaned as its body fell apart into 4 pieces. If I let its body parts fall onto the city, it'll cause even more destruction? Alright, kid. Go all out and let go of your restraint. Right. He turned back toward the ground where the Albion's pieces were descending. Gritting his teeth, he began to slice through the falling parts of the Albion. No way. I won't let this go on. No way. He was cutting through the monster's remnants with incredible speed, determined to destroy every piece. No more people will die. No more things will be destroyed. I won't allow it. Hi-ya. He struck the creature countless times, reducing it to hundreds of thousands of tiny fragments. Eventually, he landed on the ground, breathing heavily. I won't let anyone else die. He sat down, taking in the devastation around him, the burning buildings, the destroyed city. All of this was a result of villains. Midoriya. He looked up to see Todoroki, Tokoyami, Hawks, and Endeavor rushing toward him. We saw the Albion being sent into the sky and came to check on you, Tokoyami said, a mix of concern and awe in his voice at Izuku's display of power. With my help, of course, Midnight floated down to their level, looking at Izuku with intrigue. So, this is what you can really do. I'm very impressed. I appreciate it, but what about the city? I'm already calling the firefighters to let them know it's safe to do their job now. The rebuilding process may take a while, though, Endeavor replied, putting his phone away and surveying the damage. We'll have to postpone school for at least a week or more, especially after something like this. Well, at least the kids get to relax after this whole ordeal, am I right? Yeah, after we make sure everything is safe. As the firefighters arrived to extinguish the flames, the others began to find a safe place to rest and recover. However, through the smoke and flames, a chilling voice echoed. All of you are nothing. All of you are frauds. The hero killer emerged, walking through the chaos with an intimidating presence that instilled fear in everyone. Fakes like you and criminals in this society are targets of my purge. I'm trying to create a world full of real justice, not the justice that belongs to you frauds. He approached the group, leaving them stunned and horrified, except for the determined green-haired boy. So try it, fakes. I dare any of you to assume. Izuku slammed his palm into the hero killer, driving him straight into the ground. Fake heroes. World of real justice. He gritted his teeth, grabbing the hero killer's scarf with one hand and gripping his sword in the other. Someone like you could never create a world of real justice, because you kill innocent people. He shouted into the hero killer's face, who recoiled slightly from the intensity of Izuku's words. You killed 2 people of the Ingenium line just because they wanted to impress their parents? Is that what you call real justice? It felt as if the world around him faded away, leaving only him and the man who had taken 2 children from their families in the name of justice. You hurt people and tear families apart, then try to justify it with your lies. Ida looked up to his brother and loved his family. Now his parents have to bury 2 of their kids in a single month. He began to sob. Violently, the others silent, only the sound of water and the dying fire filling the air. He raised his sword, looking down at the hero killer with pure malice in his eyes. I should kill you and maybe you'll understand. Midoriya. Someone grabbed his wrist, stopping him. What? He turned to see Midnight looking at him with a mix of sorrow and concern. Then he noticed the worried expressions on the faces of his friends. Finally, he looked down at Stain, whose mask had fallen away to reveal his face, his eyes appearing completely white from the damage he had sustained. He dropped him and looked down, his breath accelerating as he backed up into Midnight, blacking out from a combination of fatigue and panic. The next day, he woke up suddenly, taking fast and sharp breaths. Whoa, kiddo, take a chill pill. Don't want you passing out on us again, Hawks gently assured him, patting his back. Izuku looked around and saw Todoroki in the hospital bed across from him. Morning, Midoriya. Are you all right? Todoroki asked, clearly worried after Izuku had passed out at the end of their confrontation with Stain. I'm fine. Izuku rubbed his head and looked at Hawks. Where's my sword? Hawks perked up, putting his hands in his pockets. Hold up now. I should have it right. He dug through his pockets and pulled out the sword of Lost Vein, showing it to Izuku in pristine condition, complete with a new sheath. Oh, where did you get that? Izuku exclaimed. Midnight made it for you. Mostly to avoid accidentally poking people's eyes out with it. Hawks joked just as they heard a knock on the door. HM? Oh, looks like they're here. Izuku and Todoroki perked up as they looked towards the door, seeing a dog-like man enter. It was the chief of the police force, Kenji Tsugarame. Tsugarame? Todoroki and Izuku were shocked and confused. What was the chief doing here? Aw, ain't he just a cute big puppy? Meliodas commented, seemingly oblivious to the tension. The police force. What kind of business does he have with us? Meliodas wondered aloud, just as confused as the two boys. You're the ones who took down the hero killer, correct? Tsugarame asked. Yes, they responded in unison. Wasn't it mostly you, though, Midoriya? Not the time, Meliodas. Regarding the hero killer's arrest, we found he had serious stab wounds, burns, and broken bones. Woof. This seemed normal to hear. His injuries likely caused him to pass out. He is currently receiving treatment under strict guard, woof. Surprisingly, he has a healing factor that allows us to work quicker, and we've discovered he has 7 hearts pumping blood for him. This revelation unsettled both Izuku and Todoroki. The idea of that murderer being treated and kept alive for what? Just to be imprisoned and possibly escape again felt completely wrong. We concluded through research that he is what is known as a demon in medieval times, possessing 7 hearts like other demons in history. This shook Izuku to his core. Were they experimenting on him? No, that couldn't be it. They must have just discovered that during treatment. Back to the topic at hand, woof. Since you two are UA students, you know that when superpowers became the norm, the police attached high importance to leadership and standards to ensure quirks wouldn't be used as weapons, which led to the creation of the hero profession. Endeavor and Midnight stood in the room, listening as Tsugarame continued. Hawks stood by Tsugarame, showing respect. For an individual's use of force and power that can easily kill others to be accepted officially, it is thanks to early heroes who followed ethics and rules of the profession, woof. This made Izuku and Shoto remember the injuries they inflicted on the hero killer. Even against the hero killer, for uncertified individuals to cause injury with their quirks without specific instructions from their guardians or supervisors is a clear violation of the rules. You two, along with pro-heroes Endeavor, Midnight, and Hawks, must receive strict punishment. Todoroki and Izuku were shocked. Todoroki looked frustrated, clutching his pillow in annoyance but hesitant to speak up. That's so stupid. Are they saying we should have let him go after all that? Settle, Todoroki. I'm sure we can talk to Midoriya about it once this is. The bed creaked as Izuku got up, surprising Todoroki despite everyone else maintaining a neutral expression. Todoroki is the reason we found the hero killer in the first place. Midoriya. If Todoroki hadn't told us what was happening, none of us would have come here, and he would have died too. No one realized the hero killer had appeared. The demon marking flashed on his face as he clenched his fist. Are you saying we should have watched the rules and let people be murdered? Are you saying that as long as it turns out all right, it's okay to bend the rules? He stared down at Sugurame with a calm but intense expression. Isn't it a hero's job to save people? Sugurame closed his eyes and responded coldly, that is why you are not a full-fledged hero yet. Goodness, what are you being taught by Yue and Aizawa, woof? His eyes widened as he revealed his demon marking, gritting his teeth as he approached the dog in anger. You wanted me to let Native and Ida die for nothing? Midoriya, no. Midnight stepped in front of him, raising a hand to signal him to stop and listen. Hang on a second. Hear him out until the end. Izuku, annoyed, turned off his demon mark and looked back at the chief for an answer. That was the official opinion of the police. Izuku's eyes widened, his expression softening as he released his clenched fist. And the punishment would only happen if this were all made public, woof. He scratched his nose thoughtfully. If this were made public, you would probably be applauded by the public, but you wouldn't be able to escape the punishment. He paused, then continued, on the other hand, this is a bit underhanded, but if it's not made public, we could say Midnight used her quirk to deal with the giant beast and the hero killer before that. Then it would end there. He put his hands in his pockets, adding, it would crush the violation, but it would also mean nobody would know of your good deeds and achievements. He presented them with a choice, to let everyone know the real story and face the consequences or let it all go under the rug. Personally, I don't want to be the one to find fault with promising young ones. He gave a thumbs up. The two boys exchanged glances and bowed. Please take care of it. Izuku then looked up at him. Sir, as a favor, please start with that next time. They both apologized, and life seemingly went on, the echoes of their experience lingering. As the adults left the room, allowing the boys to heal, Izuku felt stumped and confused. They had said great things, but one comment stuck with him. The idea that he wasn't a fully fledged hero due to his decisions. He questioned what is heroism. 2 days later, a blond man sat in his apartment in Hosu City, reflecting on the incident. He felt a growing determination, one he hadn't felt in years, when suddenly his phone rang. Are you doing all right, Toshi? I heard about the incident at Hosu and wanted to check on you. Yes, I am. What has you calling, Gran Torino? You don't have to call me by my hero name, you decaying Sunday. I'm sorry, I just thought it would be disrespectful not to. The man rested on his bed, overlooking the rebuilding city. Many people were still waiting for their homes to be fixed, but things were manageable now. Let me explain why I'm calling. I've heard from Hawks that the hero killer had an ideology similar to your own. He flinched but got up, chuckling awkwardly as he rubbed his arm. See, Mansurahiko, I left that stuff behind me. That's not what Midnight told me. This caused him to pause as Gran Torino continued. Both your ideologies have a charisma that inspires people to follow you, and I fear villains may use it to gain more control over the populace. He twirled one of his hairs, grimacing. I appreciate your concern, but I really don't think I am cut out for this, not since I first fought that man. Yeah, and that man is currently back and running. He nearly dropped his phone in shock. Toshi? Toshi! He quickly inhaled deeply. You mean, the one who killed Nana? Yeah. I advise that you become a pro-hero again if you want to help the next generation fight against this threat that's haunted you for so long, old friend. UA High School, correct? Yep, that's the one. Midnight and I can help you get re-registered, old friend, or should I say pride? To be continued. The day before recuperation, on a rooftop in Hosu City, a pale-skinned man and his subordinate overlooked the destruction. This is so infuriating. Tamura Shigaraki decayed the binoculars, the ashes falling to the ground and being swept away by the wind. Are you not pleased with the results, Tamura? Kurojairi asked, watching his MSTR scratch his neck in frustration. That'll depend on what happens tomorrow. For now, let's head back. Kurojairi opened a portal, and they left the scene of the devastated city. Unbeknownst to them, a news reporter had caught sight of them lurking above. Present day, Tokoyami leaned against the hospital room walls. He and Hawks had decided to stay to watch over the boy's recovery. Izuku had healed quickly, thanks to his demon anatomy. Hawks was unaware of this, as the other heroes at UA hadn't shared much information with him. The others, Bakugo and Best Jeanist sidekicks, sat in another room, watching as Best Jeanist lectured them. I understand all your desires to go to Hosu, but the other heroes have this covered. For now, we need to focus on helping young Bakugo become a better hero. This, however, did not sit well with the angry undead hero, who watched as Best Jeanist continued his lecture. Can this guy quit running his mouth yet? I'm already tired of listening. Calm down, Pomeranian. Wouldn't want to mess up your new haircut, would ya? Ah yes, Jeanist had given Bakugo a comb-over days prior, which he had already ruined before getting it again, trying not to burst out in anger or else it would literally explode back to its original style. Kirishima and Tetsuetsu had also been punished and lectured by their internship hero for trying to answer Todoroki's SOS. However, two of their classmates shared concern far beyond the others, Uraraka and Momo. Back in the hospital, Izuku felt his phone ringing and got up from his hospital bed. He gestured to the others that he was going to take the call. Once he reached the telephone corner, he picked up the phone and put it to his ear. Hello. Izuku, are you and Todoroki okay? I got the location message he sent. Oh well, we're doing just fine. Just recuperating in the hospital is all. That's good. If you don't mind me asking, what happened anyways? He paused, looking down with slight hesitance. He wasn't exactly comfortable explaining what had happened, but he didn't want to make her uncomfortable either. Oh my gosh. That's terrible. I'm just glad you guys are okay. Thanks, I just wish I could have maybe been faster to help. Don't worry, you did great from what you told me. It sounds like you've been through a lot. You get some rest and you can tell me everything later. Thanks. He heard a masked voice through the phone, Uraraka frantically apologizing before calmly telling Izuku she would talk to him later at school. She hung up, leaving Izuku looking at his phone, shaking with excitement. I can't believe I talked to a girl on the phone. It's like she was whispering in my ear. Okay, kid, let's calm down. It's just a phone call. He didn't expect to be this happy and nervous over a phone call of all things. At Gunhead Martial Arts, Uraraka hung up her phone call with Izuku, and Gunhead bashfully put a hand up to his mask. Was that a boy? Seeing his reaction, the brunette blushed and stammered, Why well, it isn't like that. Gunhead simply laughed and rubbed her head, signaling they should get back to training. Though she was suspicious and worried, she felt a strong longing to get stronger. She wanted to access the powers she had used back in the sports festival but had little success in doing so. However, she had gained one useful ability, healing. She wanted more, though. She wanted to be on the front lines, as strong as Todoroki, Bakugo, Momo, Mina, and Izuku. The martial arts training was helping her become physically stronger for close-quarter combat. Back at the hospital, the awkwardness had subsided, and he looked at himself through the glass window. He saw Stain staring back at him and shook it off, returning to the hospital room with guilt weighing on his shoulders. He hadn't told Uraraka what exactly had happened with Ida. He couldn't bear to imagine her reaction or distract her. He felt she might blame him for not being strong enough. I should head back. The others are probably worrying about me. He made his way back to the hospital room, surprised to see Todoroki was gone. Where's Todoroki? He got a call from Yaoyorozu. Didn't you see him on your way here? No, I didn't. I guess I wasn't paying attention. He'll be back soon. In the telephone corner, Todoroki answered the call. Yaoyorozu, are you okay? I got your distress signal. He felt a bit nervous. He had forgotten he sent that to everyone else. I'm sorry for scaring you, Yaoyorozu. I got into contact with the hero killer, so I sent my location to everyone in hopes I could get help. I see. I can assume that situation is over now, right? He could hear her sigh of relief through the phone as she continued to talk. Is Ida okay? I heard he was taking Manuel's internship in Hosu. Oh boy, this is where things got ugly. Ida is... Oh my god. He could hear the devastation in her voice. I'm sorry, If only I was stronger, maybe I could've? No, please don't blame yourself, Todoroki. It isn't your fault. You don't have to say that just to make me feel better. I'm not saying that just to make you feel better. I don't want you to blame yourself over something you had no control over. But No, it isn't. Please don't say negative things about yourself. She paused, answering someone else. It must have been her internship talking to her. Apologies, Todoroki. I have a commercial to film with Ms. Uwabami. We can continue this talk later. Please stay safe and be kind to yourself. I see. I will see you later, Yaoyorozu. She hung up and he paused, surprised. He didn't know if she was taking this well, but he was grateful she was telling him not to blame himself. Though he had to admit, her company and concern was something he appreciated. 2 days later, in a hostess bar, 2 men sat on chairs. One was a chubbier-looking bald guy with an eye patch, while the other had white hair and a smoking gun. Business really is booming. People are beginning to break the law more in doubt of the heroes. Ever since the Hosu incident. You're telling me? Now, I have something to share with you. You people specialize in quality, right? Well, I have the opportunity of a lifetime. The white-haired man lit his cigar with his gun and put it in his mouth, showing the other man a video. Have you seen this video? The hero killer is the man of the hour. The video explained much of the hero killer's backstory. Hero killer Stain's real name was Kaizome Akaguro. He had always wanted to become a hero, inspired by clips from Endeavor's debut. He enrolled in a private high school for hopeful heroes but dropped out after his freshman year upon realizing the corrupt nature of the educational system. Throughout his late teen years, he made speeches about the need for a hero revival, but concluded that words alone are lacking in power. In the decade that followed, Akaguro trained and educated himself in the art of killing to fulfill his duty. He possessed a quirk known as blood curdle, and after some research, they discovered he had 7 hearts instead of just 1. They concluded that Akaguro was something beyond human, though they didn't understand how, as his parents had no trace of unusual bloodlines. The white-haired man paused the video, looking at his accomplice. From the punks with a few bad guys on the run. Anyone who's anyone, myself included, of course. Villains gathered around, excited about the prospect of a new leader. All that scattered evil out there. We're all gripped by the same fever. We'll all be drawn to the organization he was working with. The League of Villains. To be continued. It had been 3 days since the hero killer incident. Tokoyami and Izuku were leaving Hawk's agency, but before they left, their teacher had a few things to say. It's been nice working with you too. I know this may not have been the best hero workplace training in the world, he said, which was an understatement. But make sure you keep working hard. Don't forget to get some shut-eye in the meantime. I'm sure you're both in need of some. He wasn't wrong about that, especially since the class would be attending a funeral tomorrow. Ida's funeral. The walk to the train was silent until Izuku broke the silence. You all right, Tokoyami? The bird boy turned to his green-haired friend. I'm not exactly at my best at the moment, but I can still manage. What about you? That's nice to hear. As for me, I feel... He paused, looking down at his feet, remaining quiet. Tokoyami looked at him with slight worry. Midoriya? Sorry, I spaced out a bit there. I feel fine, just a bit mentally drained at the moment. That's understandable. I'm somewhat tired myself as well. Eventually, they made it to the train, which was also a silent ride back home for multiple reasons. It felt like things would never be the same again. They both got off the train and walked to UA, hoping to calm down by talking to their classmates. The next day at UA High School, everyone in Class 1A was chatting about their internships, seemingly having a good time. Izuku kindly waved to Shoto, who waved back. I'm so jealous. You guys got to fight villains. It was just some evacuation procedures and support. Not real villains. Still, that's awesome. Mina and Jiro talked, and it seemed Mina had a good time at her internship. For me, it was just patrol training. Though we did catch some foreign smugglers. That's also awesome. Izuku stood near Todoroki, watching the girls talk. Mina seems to have had a great time at her internship. She's always wanted to do a bit of real hero work, She's usually very happy and excited when it's something she's passionate about. That's nice to hear. Mina then turned to Uraraka, smiling, who had her back turned silently. What about you, Uraraka? The brunette looked at her hand as a purple aura started to leak off her. It was very eye-opening. Seems like she had an awakening. Is this what happens when you sign up for the battle hero? She started to swing her fist at the air, seemingly having unlocked her battle spirit. Kaminari noticed the other three. You three definitely improved the most, though. Tokoyami, Izuku, and Todoroki perked up, looking at the others. Most of the class agreed, approaching the three and asking questions. So how was it fighting the hero killer? I bet you guys hooped his butt together. What Kaminari said made the three of them feel worse. They didn't know what had really happened, did they? We got saved by Endeavor. He was stronger than we thought, Todoroki replied, keeping his composure and simply telling them what the police chief had said instead of the actual truth. Geez, for real? He must have been really strong if Midoriya and Todoroki couldn't beat him together. We didn't exactly fight together. Me and Tokoyami got there late because Todoroki sent a distress message. Kaminari smiled a bit, rubbing his neck. You know, I kind of hate to admit it. Stain is pretty cool despite being a villain. The room fell silent at his words. Izuku's hand balled into a fist as he looked down, trying to keep his face calm. Todoroki visibly scowled at Kaminari. Guys? Wait, it's CRP. You moron. Apologize. Jiro exclaimed, sticking her earphone jack into Kaminari's ear, causing him to jolt in surprise. Hey, are you three okay? Momo asked, clearly worried for them. After all, they were her responsibility as class vice president, and she remembered her earlier conversation with Todoroki. Yeah. Thanks for asking, Yaoyorozu. It's no problem. Just then, a new face entered the classroom, an imposing figure with a presence that felt almost like the sun. Hello, students. I'll be the one teaching you today. His voice boomed across the room, and everyone stared at him. Izuku recognized the man, who wore a yellow tuxedo with a blue tie. That's the man I saved in Hosu. Look at him all fancy for his first day at work. Surprised he could even find something that fits him. Izuku thought, but the nearly 11-foot tall man noticed him anyway. Young man in green, I didn't know you applied for this school. Seems like we've crossed paths again. Everyone turned to Izuku, making him the center of attention. You know this guy? Why, we helped each other out in Hosu. He was really strong. Before we start class, I shall introduce myself. I am Toshinori Yagi, but you can call me Sunshine, as that is my hero name. Bakugo raised his hand, and Toshinori pointed at him. So how come we barely ever heard of you? You some pro-hero from another country or something? The man chuckled at Bakugo's tone. Not quite. I retired a few years ago, but since crime has noticeably gone up, I came out of retirement. He then instructed everyone to head outside for a follow-up on their internship training, a rescue training race. Nobody spoke. It felt strange without Ida there. Toshinori continued, this is Field Gamma. It's a dense spread of factories that create a network of maze-like alleys. He explained that they would be in 4 teams of 5, going one at a time. The first group was Izuku, Shiro, Mina, Shinso, and Ojiro. The class speculated on who would win, with most betting on Mina or Shiro due to their impressive abilities. I think Mina will come in first. She's got some crazy flying abilities, Uraraka said calmly as she sat down, watching the screen. See, someone agrees with me. Mineta chimed in, though Uraraka began to reconsider her choice. The race began with an explosive start. Mina and Shiro flew past the competition. But knew you were someone I had to watch out for, Mina? Same with you, Shiro. Your tape abilities make for one heck of an airborne feat. Suddenly, a blur shot past them. Midoriya. Izuku soared ahead with his newly grown wings. Everyone watching was awestruck. Not only was Izuku strong and durable, but he could also fly. What couldn't he do? This only fueled their determination to catch him. Don't think this is over, Midoriya. Mina called, using her wind gusts to fly faster and nearly blowing Shiro off course. Whoa, hey! Izuku glanced back to see Mina catching up with a determined look. Just because you got some fancy new wings doesn't mean you'll best me. He squinted, turning away and speeding up. He debated whether to use his demon mark. If he did, it likely wouldn't be much of a struggle. Mina tried her best to catch up, but it was too late. Izuku crossed the finish line first, followed by Mina, Shiro, Shinso, and Ojiro. I'm impressed, you all seem very adept at using your quirks. Especially you, young man, Toshinori said, pointing at Izuku, who was spacing out a bit. Huh, what? You have quite the handle on your power. You're even better than some pro heroes at using your quirk. Same with you, young lady. Thanks, though I really wish I had one. Mina sighed. Despite the congratulations and applause, Izuku felt unsatisfied. There was so much more he could do, he could have finished faster. Why couldn't he be better? To be continued. After the exercise, all the students had to change out of their hero costumes and head back to class. Kirishima and Kaminari were feeling uneasy, primarily due to Ida's absence. Man, it's still so weird not seeing Ida here. Kaminari remarked. Yeah, it's like a whole parallel universe. Their concern was palpable. Ida was never one to miss school, even when he had the option. Meanwhile, Mineta saw an opportunity with Ida gone and attempted to peek through a hole that led to the girls' locker room, unchallenged. As worried as I am, maybe I can finally take this time to sneak a look. This'll be the greatest stealth mission in UA school's history. He peered through the hole, only to be met with his worst nightmare, a group of sweaty and shirtless boys. Iwaya. This isn't the girls' locker room. It turned out Shinso had caught him peeping and used his ability to manifest Mineta's worst fears. Mineta collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Mineta! What happened? Shiro shook him, trying to rouse him from his shock. I saw him trying to peek, Shinso said casually, continuing to change. Shiro looked at him, somewhat anxious. Hardcore dude. It may have been extreme, but it was necessary. Later, in the UA hallways, Izuku walked toward the break room, summoned by Toshinori. Unsure of the reason for the meeting, he opened the door to find Toshinori in his knight form, gesturing for him to sit. Izuku complied. I know you've been through a lot, kid, and I'm sorry to call you in like this, especially with the funeral you have later today. Yeah. The room fell silent until Izuku broke it. What exactly did you call me here for? Alright, I called you here because your power. It's reminiscent of someone I fought back in my day. This caught Izuku off guard, but he had a strong suspicion about who it was. Are you talking about All for One? Toshinori's surprise was evident. You know who he is? Unfortunately, I do. Izuku looked down, clearly hesitant. He's my father. Toshinori's eyes widened. That man had a kid? Does anyone else know about this? Izuku nodded. Only the people in Class 1A know, otherwise, it's been kept hidden from the public by the rest of the heroes at UA. I see. The tension in the room thickened as Izuku looked down, his shame evident. Do you know the story behind your father? Toshinori asked. Izuku looked back up, intrigued. No, I actually don't. He wasn't around for my whole childhood. Toshinori shifted on the couch and began to explain. Not only did Izuku's father possess the same demonic powers, but he also had a quirk called All for One, which could steal quirks and bestow them upon others. All for one, meaning everything was for him to take? Izuku mused. Toshinori nodded and continued. In a time when society was struggling to adapt to significant changes, the definition of humanity had become blurred. Izuku chimed in. Someone important once said that without the extraordinary, humanity would be enjoying interstellar travel right now. Yes, and in that age of confusion, one man took the initiative and brought people together. You may have heard about this. Toshinori explained how All for One would steal quirks and, with his overwhelming power, spread his influence, compelling people to commit terrible acts and becoming the overlord of evil. When a person has power, they instinctively seek a way to use it. The textbooks don't tell you about the Yakuza and their activities, do they? I heard a bit about that online. But it all felt so insane. So I assumed it was fake news, especially since nothing in the textbooks mentioned it. Not only did he get people to submit to him, but it said that if he truly trusted you, he would grant you the blood of a demon, which could morph people and gift them with demonic power, arguably better than any quirk. Toshinori's intense gaze locked onto Izuku's. But it was just as deadly. If someone couldn't handle it, they would swell up and explode. The same happened with quirks, but many would become mere puppets, unable to speak. Izuku's eyes widened at this revelation, and he began to sweat. Just like the Nomu. Toshinori nodded and continued his story. There was one case where granting a quirk caused a mutation. All for One had a younger brother who was fragile but had a strong sense of justice. Opposing the tyrant caused him great pain, so he resisted. Their relationship was complex. He was given a power-stalking quirk, but it was unclear whether it was an act of kindness or a means of SBMSN. Wait, so? Yes, it turned out he hadn't actually been quirkless from the start. He had a completely useless quirk that allowed him to pass his quirk onto others. But then, the power-stalking quirk and the transferring quirks fused, which created a quirk named One for All. Izuku looked on in shock, while Toshinori chuckled at his expression. An ironic tale, no? Justice is always born from evil. That's pretty incredible. What happened to One for All? I haven't heard of it. Toshinori paused at the question, pinching the bridge of his nose as he sighed deeply. The quirk died out, ending the generation before mine. I defeated All for One. I thought we had finally taken him down. But he survived. He had been moving for years now, seemingly, since he had you and possibly other children like you. That's terrible. Toshinori frowned, realizing how dark the conversation had become. I am not always a reliable factor in battle. My power, sunshine, only works in the daytime. Something he has avoided all this time. He looked at Izuku, hope sparking in his eyes. You, however, can reliably step up to the plate and take that man down for good. You're right. Izuku stood up, revealing his arm with the sin of wrath marking on it. As the hero of wrath and son of All for One, I promise I'll work as hard as I can to defeat my father. Toshinori regarded him for a moment, questioning whether he was burdening Izuku with too much. He dismissed Izuku back to class. When Izuku returned, the atmosphere was heavy. Everyone was either crying or on the verge of tears. He looked at Aizawa, who also seemed deeply affected. What happened? The man was silent for a moment before exhaling. I told them we're holding Ida's funeral later today. To be continued. What happened? That I told the class we'll be holding Ida's funeral later today. That's why everyone was so sad. We're holding the funeral later today at 9 p.m. Make sure you dress and act appropriately, as his family will also be there. Make a good first impression. Izuku felt his stomach turn as guilt washed over him. He didn't know if he could face them, knowing what had happened. Once we finish the funeral, we'll prepare for the final exams before summer. Take this time to appreciate each other. This is a valuable lesson in hero work. You don't know how long you have with someone until they're gone. The entire class went silent, simply nodding. Other than that, class is dismissed. I hope to see you at the funeral later today. 8 p.m. I'm so sorry to hear about your classmate, Izuku. I know it must be tough for you, his mother said sympathetically, adjusting his formal attire. I know, Mom, but we should save that for later, shouldn't we? She looked at him with a hint of worry. She knew it had always been his dream to save people, to be a hero who could save everyone. Is this getting too dangerous for him? She finished fixing his tie and smiled lightly, trying to lighten the mood. You look just like your father. Do I really? Isn't that adorable? Izuku paused, looking down, visibly worried. He couldn't blame her, she didn't know the full story. He didn't have the heart to correct her. She was a gentle woman and single mother who didn't deserve the stress of knowing. Just smile and laugh it off, he told himself, putting on a small smile. Yeah, that is pretty adorable. Meliodas silently frowned, watching Izuku suppress his inner turmoil but not having the courage to press the matter. Come on, let's get going. We wouldn't want to be late. Of course, let me grab my purse for our train tickets. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the Ida family household. Inko looked at Izuku, who seemed completely stoic, trying to break the silence. Hey, now that I think about it, this will be the first time I get to meet your UA classmates. Is there any girl you like? Mom, please don't talk about it now. He lightly blushed, eventually finding everyone sitting down and talking to each other. Midoriya. He turned to his left, seeing Shoto walking over with Mina beside him in a nice black dress. Oh, hi Todoroki, hi Mina. Some of us were worried that you weren't going to make it. Yeah, you got here 5 minutes before it started. Sorry, I had trouble finding something for the occasion. He turned to his mom, holding his hand out. Mom, this is Shoto Todoroki and Mina Ishido. They're two of my friends at UA. Hello, Mrs. Midoriya. Shoto bowed slightly as he introduced himself. Hello, Mrs. Midoriya. Mina smiled and waved. Why hello there, it's a pleasure to meet both of you. She smiled, tilting her head. Did you two come here by yourselves? Todoroki shook his head. No, we came with our brothers and sisters. The nursery allowed our mother to come here today as well. Thankfully, he was able to attend the funeral, Mina said, rolling her eyes. Izuku looked behind them, realizing how large the Todoroki family actually was. Geez. He almost has as many kids as King and Diane. The oldest was a girl with white hair and red streaks, wearing glasses. Her name was Fuyumi. The tall guy beside her was named Natsuo, and the short woman was their mother, Rei Todoroki. Before Izuku could ask to be introduced, Uraraka suddenly chimed in, Midori, what are you doing standing up? It's about to start. Ah, really? Come on, we gotta get seats. Everyone began to organize and sit down in the rows of chairs. Izuku and Inko settled next to Uraraka and her parents. Are you alright? You looked especially down when Aizawa was talking. Yeah, I'm fine. I swear. He smiled softly and she nervously smiled back. Uraraka, you can talk with your friend later. Stay quiet for a bit, said the well-built man, trying to respect the solemn atmosphere. Oh yeah. Sorry, Det. A loud sound of a mic tapping echoed through the room as a kind woman with glasses walked up, accompanied by her husband, who resembled a more aged version of Ida. Hello, thank you for coming everyone. I appreciate that so many of you are here to support us in these trying times. Her pause resonated deeply, powerful despite the silence. We're so happy to see our boy had so many people who loved and cherished him. The man's sad smile faltered momentarily as he took a deep breath. Ida always dreamed of being just like his big brother and idolized him so much. We assume when Tensei was killed, he wouldn't take it lightly. We are a family of heroes, so we know the risks, but neither of us was prepared for this. The woman began to tear up, resting in her husband's arms for support. The sight of two grieving parents could break anyone's heart. Inko struggled not to cry for them, feeling it deeply. Izuku gently hugged her, offering support, though he was on the verge of tears himself, gripping his breaths. He was sad, but more importantly, he was furious. Ida and his brother were gone, and their perpetrator was still out there, likely indifferent to the pain he caused. We appreciate all of you coming here to celebrate our boys' lives and being there for them. I am so sorry, I just can't do this without reminding myself. It's okay, honey, you can let it out. Eventually, they both composed themselves. We wish everyone an amazing day and please take care of your children. The funeral was brief but heartfelt, allowing everyone to say their goodbyes to Ida. It was a sad time for all involved. Hey Mom, I'm going to take a bit of a walk. Do you mind? Oh no, do what you need to do, sweetie. Thanks, Mom. He made his way to the other side of Ida's house, rubbing his arm as Inko watched, worried for her son. Izuku leaned against the wall of Ida's house for support, looking down at the concrete. All of this felt so wrong. It wasn't supposed to go like this. He turned his back against the wall, slowly sliding down to sit on the ground, covering his face with his hands. But why couldn't I have just been faster? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Kid, you should stand up. Wouldn't want to stain those clothes by sitting on the ground. That deep, tired voice was unmistakably Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa? What are you doing here? I was here a bit before you. I wanted to take my mind off things for a moment. The air felt suffocating, likely from a smoke break. I understand. This probably hurts you more since you were meant to take care of us, right? Something like that. Aizawa-sensei, can I ask you something? HM? Sure. Do you promise not to get mad at me for asking this? I don't make promises, now shoot. Why don't we kill villains? There was silence, followed by a deep sigh. That we were made to combat unfairness in the world, and that's outside of our jurisdiction. But wouldn't stopping a threat permanently count as combating unfairness? Midoriya, we save people and help people. Decisions like that are made by the police. When do the police ever decide to use the death penalty? Midoriya, what you're advocating is murder. I understand your frustration, but that isn't what heroes do. It just frustrates me to know. Why do so many heroes need to die just for a villain to end up in jail, only to not care about who they killed? It's to force them to reflect and change. When does that even work? I don't know. It's pure chance. Izuku clenched his fists. Chance? That's what we're relying on. He stood up. This will only empower them. If they don't face real punishment, they won't ever stop. Midoriya. He flinched at Aizawa's shout, having never heard him raise his voice before. Aizawa sighed and placed a hand on his shoulder. We don't kill villains because then we'd be no better than them. I understand your frustration. I felt the same way when someone I cared about died young. But I'm sure he would want you to live for him, so just clear your head and get some rest. Izuku evaded his gaze, nodding in response. Okay. Izuku, honey, get ready to leave soon. I turned and saw my mom peeking from the side. Had she heard that conversation? Hopefully not. I'd rather not talk about it. Okay. Hey, Midoriya. Yes, sensei? I still didn't look at him, keeping my back turned. Take care of yourself, all right? Okay. Sooner or later, everyone started to head home. I said my goodbyes to Uraraka, Shoto, Bakugo, and the others. My mom and I took the train home. It was as crowded as usual, with lots of people hustling and bustling. We sat down on one of the train seats. It felt very quiet despite the crowd. Izuku, are you okay, dear? She asked sincerely, worry evident in her eyes. Maybe you should tell her what's wrong. But I don't want her to worry for me. None of this involves her anyway. I sighed and rubbed my neck. I'm fine. I'm just still sad he died in my first year. He deserved better. She put a hand on my shoulder, speaking softly. Aizu, I know it may be hard, but it'll be okay. I promise it'll be okay. Thanks, Mom. Despite the momentary reprieve, something continued to plague my mind. Why would killing mean we're no better than them? To be continued. It had been at least a month since Ida's death in May. The class had prepared for these exams, hoping for the highest chance of passing. I didn't study at all. Kaminari looked down sadly, a big frown on his face. Between the things from the sports festival and the hero killer incident, it totally slipped my mind. He was ranked 19th at the bottom of the class. I can't twinkle. Aoyama kept a smile, but it was clear he was also unhappy with his score, 18th. Indeed. Tokoyami placed 14th in the rankings. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, Rikido Sato and Koji Koda discussed their midterms. We haven't covered much since we got here, so it wasn't as hard as I thought. But with everything that's happened, finals might not be a cakewalk. They were ranked 12th and 11th, respectively. Ironically, someone across the room was in the top 10 that nobody expected. SCKS that there's going to be a practical exam too. Mineta, of all people, was number 9, sitting smugly with one leg over the other. How did you get into the top 10? Don't you know people like you are only lovable when you're morons? Kaminari pointed at him, utterly flabbergasted. Aoyama, Kaminari. Let's both try our best. It'd be great if we could all go to the training camp, right? Oh yeah. How did you fail if you attended class? It should have been easy. Izuku was ranked 4th, Mina was 10th, and Todoroki was 5th. Words hurt, you know? If it's academics you need help with, I could lend a hand. Momo Yao. Momo had ranked first in the entire class, smiling softly as she wanted to help her classmates succeed in any way she could. Though Todoroki noticed something. He could sense it deep within Momo's heart. Her anxiousness showed in the way she motioned her hands. Something wasn't right, but he didn't ponder on it further. Ojiro at rank 7, Jiro at rank 6, and Siro at rank 17 all kindly asked for Momo's help, which she accepted. That's what virtue looks like. She's got her work cut out for her. Kirishima, who was 15th, stood next to Bakugo, who surprisingly ranked 3rd. Who? Bakugo, you got top 3. Mina was shocked, not expecting Bakugo to be the smart type. Yeah, of course I did. Thought I was dumb or something? You said it, not me. And a visibly angry mark appeared on Bakugo's head. Hey, maybe you could use those smarts to help me out, would ya? Sure. Huh. Mina had originally meant that jokingly, but she could tell Bakugo wasn't joking. I'll show you how smart I really am by tutoring you all by myself. She pouted, crossing her arms. You're on. Kirishima just watched from the sidelines as the two bickered as usual. They really do bring the competition out of each other. In the lunchroom, Izuku sat with his friends, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Uraraka, all putting their hands together to get ready to eat, except for Bakugo, who was already eating. How do you guys think the practicals will go? I have no clue. Don't know, but I don't think it'll be anything out of the usual. So, about the academic subjects being manageable. Uraraka, who placed 13th, also seemed worried. It's probably just some comprehensive test of everything from the first semester. Toru and Tsu sat next to her, ranked 16th and 6th, respectively. That's all Aizawa-sensei told us. There was battle training, rescue training, and basic training, right? Izuku nodded. So, in addition to our usual studies, we've got to keep ourselves in tip-top shape, oish? He suddenly got hit by a tray and rubbed his head, turning to see it was Monoma from Class 1B. Ah, sorry. My tray simply couldn't get past that big head of yours. Izuku sighed and turned back around, ignoring him. Oi, didn't I utterly embarrass you in the sports festival? You still got the nerve to show your face around here? Bakugo grinned, raising an eyebrow. This somewhat set Monoma off, but he recoiled from losing composure. Ah, the barbarian of Class 1A. I see they're letting anyone in there now, he spoke condescendingly, prompting Bakugo to laugh. Anyone but you, kinda says a lot. Bakugo, just don't give him any more attention than he deserves. Bakugo sighed and rolled his eyes at Izuku, while Todoroki and Uraraka also tried to ignore Monoma. However, Monoma's eyebrows started to twitch, and he forced a smile. I heard you ran into the hero killer. Izuku's eyes widened, and Shoto went quiet. Bakugo's curious expression turned into a scowl, and Uraraka looked annoyed. I guess the sports festival wasn't enough. You just keep getting attention with one stunt after another, huh, Class A? Izuku stayed silent, his hair covering his eyes as Monoma continued with a condescending smile. It's only going to get even more dangerous for all of you, especially with this guy roaming around. He gently shook Izuku's shoulder, but received no response. The attention isn't all cracked up like it's meant to be, is it? Izuku suddenly smacked Monoma's hand away aggressively, causing Monoma to wince. Ha! Izuku stood up and turned around, exposing his demon mark. Shoto and Uraraka looked on in worry. Midoriya? Midori no. Kick his butt, Captain. Bakugo was not helping. Say that again. Monoma looked at Izuku's annoyed expression, trying to laugh off the fear he was experiencing. It seemed like a fight was about to break out between them. SC. Terrifying. I'm worried that as long as he's around, we'll get caught up in your antics again like the Festi Issy Dash. Suddenly, he was sent to the floor with a chop to the neck and Class A looked on in surprise as Izuku's demon mark disappeared. That's terrible, you really are insensitive and air-headed, aren't you? An orange-haired girl gently set Monoma's lunch on the table next to them, picking up his body by the back of his shirt. Itsuka Kendo, sorry about him, Class. His heart is just. She trailed off, and Izuku lowered his fighting stance. His heart? Yeah, keep your dog in check, or I'll beat him up myself next time. Bakugo! That isn't a way to talk to someone who just helped us. Uraraka pouted in frustration as Bakugo sighed and looked away. Again, sorry about him, Midoriya. Izuku could see she was somewhat nervous around him. It's fine, you don't have to apologize for him. He sighed, rubbing his neck apprehensively as he sat back down. So I overheard you guys aren't sure about the final exams. Between you and me, it'll be a battle against robots from what I heard. She explained she got the information from an older student, despite how unfair that sounded. This got Izuku into one of his mumbling sessions again. Not unfair at all. Preliminary intel gathering is just one of the aspects of the exam. Of course. Why not just ask for second or third years? Why didn't I think of that? Mumble, mumble, mumble. Kid, you're doing the thing again. Monoma eventually woke up mid-conversation, trying to berate Kendo for giving up their intel advantage, only to be knocked out again. Eventually, the news was told to the rest of Class 1A, waves of relief washing over some like Kaminari and Zero. Izuku simply watched as he looked at his fist, contemplating. This might be easy, but eventually I'm gonna have to face my father. To prepare for that, everything will be valuable experience. Be it either human or bot. I'll still smash my way through all of them. No big deal. He punched his fist into his palm, looking at Izuku. Midoriya. Izuku broke out of his thoughts, looking at Bakugo, who was met with confused expressions from the class. Looks like you're getting an even better handle on your little demon powers. That's nice. That'll simply make me look even better. He means the other day when Midoriya was moving around like Todoroki, Uraraka helped clarify. Bakugo pointed at himself and then Izuku. When I completely outclass you in terms of our grades. He turned to Todoroki. You too, Todoroki. Then he simply left with his bag, leaving everyone confused except Izuku and Todoroki. He's on. I would be dead if I let Bakugo of all people outclass me. As the time before the finals passed, the class prepared and studied hard. Jiro, Denki, Zero, and Ojiro stayed at Momo's place for her help with studying. Izuku stayed up with all his notes, while Bakugo and Mina studied in a cafe together, Bakugo facepalming as Mina tried her hardest to focus. The day of the written exams arrived. It was long and tough and heavily boring. Bakugo even fell asleep a few times, waking up when Aizawa whacked him on the head. Once it was over, the class celebrated, with Denki and Zero jumping for joy and thanking Yamamo for her help. It's time to begin your practical exam. To be continued. Kaminari and Mineta had shared their thoughts on what the upcoming exam might entail, but their hopes were dashed when Principal Nizu emerged from Aizawa's scarf. Not quite. Various circumstances have advised for a revision to the exam format. The class was taken aback, while Denki and Mineta remained frozen in their poses. Shinso voiced the burning question, how did he even fit in there? It is critical that our teaching stimulates practical experiences as closely as possible. From now on, we'll be focusing on battles against real opponents. Principal Nizu announced. As such, you students will be pairing up and fighting one of the teachers you see here. The matchups were carefully selected based on friendships, abilities, and grades. The pairings were as follows. Midnight vs. Zero and Mineta. 13 vs. Achiko and Aoyama. Present Mike vs. Koda and Jiro. Ectoplasm vs. Azui and Tokoyami. Snipe vs. Hagakure and Shoji. Cementos vs. Sato and Kirishima. Principal Nizu vs. Kaminari and Mina. Power Loader vs. Ojiro and Shinso. Sunshine vs. Izuku and Bakugo. Izuku and Bakugo took a bus to their designated battleground, sitting next to each other. Who is this guy anyway? I've never heard of him in the hero rankings, Bakugo remarked. Well, young man, I simply came out of retirement not long ago, the teacher replied with a chuckle, turning to Bakugo with a confident smile. You have a lot of spunk, kid. It'll be satisfying to see how you handle yourself. Bakugo sneered, pummel me? You're right. I'm going to send you back to retirement so fast you'll wish you never came back. Bakugo! Izuku side-eyed him, concerned. Bakugo's confidence was high, but Izuku remembered how powerful this opponent was. When they arrived at the battleground, Bakugo adjusted his neck, smirking. I fought Izuku before. You'll be nothing. He recalled the last time they faced off, when Izuku had unleashed his full power without hesitation. Unless you're stronger than that, I doubt you'll do much. Confident, are you? Let me explain this exercise, the teacher said. At Team Ishido's location, the teacher announced, the time limit is 30 minutes. Your objective is to put these HNDCFFS on me or have at least one of you escape from the stage. We can really just run away? Kaminari exclaimed, looking at Mina as if she were crazy. But then he remembered her strength. Yeah, Mina's right, we don't need to run. They were confident, though not as much as Bakugo. Principal Nizu understood their confidence, especially regarding Mina, who was on par with a pro hero. At Team Jiro's location, Present Mike struck a pose. This will be nothing like your past battle training. Your opponent is on another level. This battle is meant to simulate a real fight, so think of us as actual villains, the teacher at Team Uraraka's location explained. At Team Todoroki's location, Aizawa pulled out wristbands. You kids are strong, stronger than many pros. We needed to make this challenging, so we ordered enhancements from Midnight and Hatsumi from the support course. He put them on. These will double our stats. If you feel overwhelmed, fleeing or calling for help is the best option. He glanced at Todoroki, who recalled a past incident that made him uneasy. As they entered the city, Aizawa asked, everyone in position? Let's begin the final exam. Kaminari declared, we're so gonna beat him, feeling confident with Mina by his side. For Uehai's first years. Ready. Go! Todoroki and Momo dashed across the city's intersections. Yaoyorozu, keep making small rocks. We'll know if Aizawa is nearby if you suddenly can't. Once he's in sight, I'll draw him away, and you make a run for the exit. For now, we stick together. Momo nodded, though her nervousness was evident. Meanwhile, Izuku and Bakugo strategized. Beating him down is obviously the best option. Bakugo insisted. You shouldn't fight him, I'll do it myself, and you try to escape, Izuku replied. What? Don't tell me you think I can't beat him. Bakugo shot back, irked by Izuku's suggestion. Izuku fell silent, which only frustrated Bakugo further. You calling me weak or something? I'm not saying that, I'm just saying he's too strong for you, Izuku explained. That's just calling me weak in cursive. Bakugo grinned, ignoring Izuku's warning. Izuku face-bombed, realizing they only had 30 minutes to succeed. This idiot. Doesn't he know we can't waste time? He hurried to catch up, worry etched on his face. You don't get it, I've seen his power before, you can't beat him. As Izuku said this, he was caught off guard by a backhand from Bakugo, nearly hitting the floor but managing to recover. Can't win? Who died and made you the king, huh? Izuku put a hand on his face, gritting his teeth as he grabbed Bakugo by the collar. Don't test me, Bakugo. Unless you want me to show you the difference in power. Then how about you do it? In the spectators' room, Chiyo watched in confusion. This seemed out of character for Izuku. Normally, he would have agreed with the notion of fighting together. However, his determination to act alone was driving a wedge between him and Bakugo. What happened? Suddenly, a giant shockwave erupted across the battlefield, catching both boys off guard. Izuku grabbed Bakugo's arm and jumped to the side just as a massive slash cut the battlefield in half. That was close. Get off me. I don't need your help. Bakugo pushed Izuku away, who looked confused. What's with you? I just helped you. I don't need it. Tashinori walked through the smoke with a chuckle. Now, heroes, you're supposed to be fighting me, not each other. Izuku and Bakugo looked at the smoke. Bakugo sneered with excitement, though he was noticeably sweating. Izuku took a battle stance. Looks like he's still as strong as ever. Ban chuckled, watching the two boys come to grips with this new reality. Think of this as just a test, and you're going to have a bad time. The smoke dissipated, revealing Tashinori's imposing physique, towering over both boys. I'm a villain, heroes, so give me your best shot. This intimidation. Izuku thought as Tashinori dashed at him. Come on, let's. He stopped as Izuku suddenly zoomed past him in a streak of fire, meeting Tashinori face to face and clashing with him using Lost Vein. Oh, I didn't think someone as puny as you could block my strikes. And Bakugo, go to the exit. I'll stall him as much as I can. Bakugo paused but shook his head as he ran over. Don't tell me what to do. Bakugo, no. Suddenly, Izuku was lifted off the ground by Tashinori. And Izuku struggled, gritting his teeth as he blasted Tashinori with fire to break free. Ow 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 ow. Bakugo ped his fist back to attack while Tashinori was distracted, but Tashinori simply grabbed him by the head and smashed the two boys' heads together. Ugh. Awk. A barrage like that only hurts a little. He then kicked both boys away one after the other. Izuku gritted his teeth as he got up. But why am I being reminded of the hero killer? He activated his demon marking, enchanting his sword with Hellblaze. Hellblaze. However, just as he went to swing, Bakugo dashed in front of him. Bakugo, move. Bakugo didn't listen, trying to land a punch on Tashinori, but his arm was caught and crushed in Tashinori's grip. Bakugo gritted his teeth and tried to punch with his other arm, but the same outcome occurred. You have regeneration, right? I'll just break you until I decide I'm done with you. Despite the pain, Bakugo didn't scream. Instead, he cackled, slowly gaining more muscle as he was surrounded by a purple aura. I'll win because the strongest always win in the end. Tashinori visibly felt himself weaken as Bakugo escaped his grip by jumping up, regenerating his arms and winding up a punch. Take this. A smoke screen erupted from the impact as Bakugo's grin slowly faded. Tashinori had simply blocked it with his arm, swiping it away and uppercutting Bakugo in the stomach. Ichiri dash. Bakugo was sent flying into the air. Bakugo! Flashback, it's a 4-on-1. No way he can win, right? A young Bakugo watched the screen, seeing Endeavor fight against multiple villains. But look there. Dutch punch then feint. See? He won. He smiled happily at the TV. No matter how bad it looks, he always wins in the end. End of flashback. Izuku caught Bakugo midair just as Tashinori jumped up to meet them. He lifted a finger, a menacing smile on his face. You've seen this before. How about you see it up close in person? He created a giant ball of fire, resembling the sun, as Izuku looked on in disbelief. Cruel sun. Izuku held Bakugo's body in one hand, swiping Lost Vein at the air. Full counter. He deflected the sun back at Tashinori, whose eyes widened as he was hit by his own attack, creating a smoke screen. Good. We can use this to hide. He flew down, seeking cover in the building. Get off me, you. Shut it for a few moments. He ran across the buildings, carrying Bakugo. It's okay to run. We don't always have to fight. I'd rather lose than rely on you for help. Izuku scoffed, stopping to throw Bakugo on the floor. Saying you'd rather lose? Do you hear yourself? You want to win, right? After all, the strongest are never supposed to lose a fight. Tashinori ran across the city, determined not to let his guard down again. If I cannot find them, they must be going towards the exit gate. Suddenly, Bakugo appeared from behind, ready to throw a punch. I'm right here. From behind? Tashinori attempted a punch, but Bakugo feinted it, narrowly avoiding contact. Izuku! Izuku emerged from the other side of Tashinori, but Tashinori managed to punch him across the face before he could land an attack. You cannot fool me. However, Izuku suddenly transformed into a cloud of smoke, temporarily blinding Tashinori. A clone. Full power. Tashinori looked up just in time to see Izuku descending, ready to strike. Before he could, Bakugo grabbed Tashinori's arm. What dash? Do it, Izuku. Izuku's sword expanded into a giant blade made of darkness. Hell blaze! He slammed it down onto Tashinori's head, creating a massive shockwave across the fake city. He then grabbed Bakugo as they flew across the city. Come on! Just a little farther. Bakugo broke free from Izuku's grip and ran alongside him. Why does it look so cutesy? Whatever, as long as we get past, it's fine. Bakugo glanced at the damage from Tashinori's earlier attack, shock written on his face. That attack reached from us to the gate. He really wasn't messing around. Izuku looked back, not seeing Tashinori in pursuit. It looks like Sunshine isn't after us anymore. He might actually be knocked out. I have my doubts. But if he comes after us again, this time I'll give him a taste of my fist. Oh really now? The boys froze in horror as Izuku attempted to attack but had lost vein knocked from his hand by a punch. Sheet dash. Damn it. How are dash? Izuku was visibly bruised and bleeding. His earlier attack had taken a toll on him, but they soon realized a nerve-wracking truth. Did he get stronger? That was a nice sneak attack, boys. But now you hero scum will be no more. A voice echoed from one of the speakers. This is an announcement. The first to pass is Todoroki Shoto and Momo Yaoyorozu. Tashinori looked up and sighed, having Bakugo pinned under his foot and Izuku in the air by the arm. They got Aizawa. He must not have been strong enough. I, however, lack that problem. Bakugo struggled to get up but was slammed back down. How can we win? He overpowers us completely. I'm starting to think. Is he the tallest wall in the world? It's over. He's right. I can't do anything with his foot on my back. I can't believe we're gonna. Shut up. HM? Mind repeating that, hero? I can't hear you. Over the sound of your friends groveling. Shut up. Izuku fell to the ground, getting up as he felt his arms strain. An attack that strong put a lot of pressure on him. Bakugo was about to rise when Izuku grabbed him by the arm. One of us needs to get to the exit at least. You want to win, right? Of course I do. Then go. He threw Bakugo as far as he could, scorching him slightly. Watch it, idiot. But as Bakugo neared the goal, Tashinori slammed into his back with the force of his punch. Ack! Bakugo's vision blurred as he rolled on the floor. Izuku flew up to Tashinori, lost vein back in his hand. I won't let you hurt anyone anymore. He fired another full power blast at Tashinori, pushing him back. Go, Bakugo! He had that much power in reserves? Damn it! How much stronger has he gotten? Bakugo felt helpless, the strength gap too wide. Izuku slid his foot across the ground, gripping lost vein so hard his hand began to bleed. As long as Bakugo gets out, it's fine. I'll break myself if I have to. His brows furrowed as Tashinori prepared an axe swing, but it was a feint. He charged another full-power fire blast. Izuku blasted Tashinori further away. Bakugo slowly got up, his back healing from the injury Tashinori had inflicted. I can sprint across here. My back will be fine by the time I start running. I need to win. Come on. Tashinori dove from the sky, aiming to slam Bakugo's face into the ground. However, Izuku intercepted him, taking the hit and crashing down beside Bakugo. Sweet dreams, young Midoriya. Because those self-destructive attacks are too traumatic for your new teacher to watch. Izuku recalled Shizenji's warning not to overexert himself. I'm sorry, Ms., but I need to keep my friends safe. He grabbed Tashinori's arm, catching him off guard. I'll break. As long as I can protect the people I care about. He bit Tashinori's hand, gritting his teeth. Because I can't just watch someone get hurt without doing anything. Bakugo gritted his teeth, inspired by Izuku's determination. Snatch. He turned back, fist ped back. Get out of my way, old man. He punched Tashinori in the face with all his strength, hoping to stun him long enough to escape. Come on. He ran across, with Izuku struggling to keep up. He's out cold. Damn it. I should have listened to you. Bakugo gritted his teeth as they passed through the gate together. Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo have passed. To be continued. A few minutes ago. Rocks floated around Momo as she and Todoroki ran through the city. You're really impressive, Todoroki. Todoroki slowed his movement and looked at her. What's with the random compliment? You managed to come up with a strategy against Aizawa-sensei like it was nothing. You're always figuring out the best approach. The boy went silent for a moment as they continued. That it's nothing special. Nothing special? Really? She felt doubt creeping in, despite both of them being recommended for the hero course. She had shown little to no practical hero skills. It was your leadership that got me through the cavalry battle. You were so quick to fight the Nomu at the sports festival. Meanwhile, I simply followed your lead. Suddenly, the rocks hit the floor. Aizawa was here. Yaoyorozu. Your rocks. I'm sorry Yeah, you should have acted sooner. Todoroki swung chasteful at Aizawa, realizing he needed to yell at her. Yaoyorozu, go. Oh. She looked unsure but started to run anyway. That's your plan. Aizawa jumped over chasteful and past Todoroki, wrapping his hands in the cloth around his fingers. Fine by me. Todoroki was held up above a power line as Aizawa wrapped the cloth around a pole to stop him from falling. You knew I would escape if you tied my wrist, didn't you? Of course I did. I know most of your powers translate from finger motions. You're a long-range fighter, I'd rather not deal with you. He lifted his goggles and put in an eye drop, clearly familiar with these two. Unlike the hero killer, he knew how to counter their quirks, thanks to Midnight's enhancement gear. You took on more than your fair share with this plan, though. He gestured in the direction Momo went, putting his goggles back on. Thinking of the girl is nice, but maybe you should have listened to what she had to say. Todoroki paused, his brows furrowing. Listen to her? Momo ran across the street, her mind racing. How much farther is the exit gate? Is this really okay? Is it worth losing time to create more mobility or block him off? Why am I running? I should be capable enough to fight Aizawa-sensei. Is Todoroki okay back there? Her thoughts were scrambled. Your loss of self-confidence is evident since the sports festival. Momo turned in shock as Aizawa's cloth grabbed her arm. Assuming the worst for Todoroki, he landed on a rooftop, yanking at her arm. Allow me to hit you where it hurts. I'll make it nice and slow. She gritted her teeth, trying to pull away from him. They were in a fierce battle of tug-of-war. Even with these enhancements, she's still overpowering me. You need to give yourself more credit. He struggled to stay put, slowly sliding off the building. Wait, it's not erased? She suddenly planted her foot in the ground, creating debris in the road as she threw some rocks at Aizawa, forcing him to let go and block the projectiles. She ran off in the direction Todoroki was, Aizawa swiping the debris away. Running back? Aizawa's POV, Yaoyorozu kept comparing herself to Todoroki, concluding he was a cut above. For better or worse, it caused her to lose faith in her own decision-making. Despite her strength and intellect, she was still I watched as she ran off, seemingly losing her breath. It's my role as a villain to give her back that confidence, isn't it? Narrator's POV. Todoroki dangled from his hands, contemplating Aizawa's words before leaving to fight Momo. Come to think of it, it did seem like she was holding something back. Almost as if it were scripted, Momo came running to Todoroki's aid, seeing him dangle from the streetlight. Todoroki! Yaoyorozu! Todoroki! Momo stared up at him, disbelief on her face. I'm so sorry I should have. Sure. But Aizawa-sensei is coming. This only made Momo panic more, questioning whether to save Todoroki or run. All these thoughts built up in her head with no clear answer. Yaoyorozu. Had a plan, didn't you? Momo snapped out of her wild thought process, looking up at Todoroki. Sorry, I should have asked if you were really okay with my plan. So what have you got? She looked down, sweating as she doubted herself and her abilities. But if your strategy didn't work, then what hopes does mine have? It's fine. Just do it. This is your time to really shine. Momo looked up at him, still seeming hesitant. You got 2 votes for class president, remember? I voted for you. Because I thought you were perfect for it. Her eyes lit up upon hearing his words as Aizawa flew overhead, ready to swiftly deal with Momo. You finished. Despite Todoroki's encouragement, she still felt inadequate. Pathetic. I'm pathetic. But... She placed a hand on the ground, concentrating deeply. If I focus enough then... Suddenly, pillars made of stone rose from the ground, forcing Aizawa to disengage to avoid being hit. She had this much in reserve. Now that she bought them some time, she unwrapped Todoroki from the pole. I do, Todoroki. I've got one. Todoroki gently floated down and stood next to Momo, once again commanding Chastiful at his side. Aizawa jumped on top of a stone pillar, observing the two, noticing the determination in Momo's eyes as he smirked. I have a plan in mind that's sure to lead us to victory against Aizawa-sensei. A plan you've had in mind? Yes. I've actually been thinking about it from the start. Great. Give me the details. Aizawa jumped across the street buildings. Ever since the USJ incident, he needed to take longer breaks between using his quirk and could actively use it less. If she's noticed and wants to exploit that, more power to her. He threw his cloth at them with the speed of a WHP. Yaoyorozu. Todoroki held out his hand to command Chastiful to cut the wire string, but Aizawa opened his eyes, and Chastiful fell to the ground. He erased it? Todoroki could still fly, but attacking now seemed pointless as Momo grabbed his arm and dragged him to find a place to hide. Sensei's eyes haven't been as dependable lately. You mean because of his injuries in the USJ? We're taking advantage of it. In a way, yes. But we'll need to escape his line of sight so I can explain it all to you. How do we do that without our quirks? Just hear me out and keep trying to use your roots. Aizawa shot his scarf at them again, but his eyes began to show signs of fatigue. The moment his eye closes, there will be an opening, even if only for an instant. Take advantage and counterattack. Suddenly, slight roots emerged from the ground. Todoroki seized the moment to summon a wave of roots, blocking Aizawa's path. Aizawa stopped before he could get caught in the roots. Now that he was on the other side, he couldn't see them. Yes, the enemy's weakness is meant to be exploited. Todoroki sighed as he looked at the roots, then turned back to Momo. I used that moment to block him off. Now we can use our powers again. He looked at Momo as he brought Chastiful back to him. You'd better explain the whole plan now. She gently placed her hands on the ground and summoned 2 humanoid-looking mud creatures that were clones of them. We'll use these 2 as decoys when he uses his scarf to attack. I need you to use your guardian to hide them so Aizawa won't be able to see the clones are fake. Then, when he goes in to attack, we can pin him down by his scarf. She looked at him, taking a deep breath and smiling. Sound good? Todoroki huffed, closing his eyes as he nodded. Yeah, no complaints here. Aizawa sat in front of the gigantic roots, contemplating their next move. I have no reason to move. The exit gate is right behind me. I just need to see what they're planning and foil it. He glanced to the side, noticing a giant bear seemingly holding 2 people. Cover her. He couldn't erase what he couldn't see, but this giant bear would put them at a disadvantage. He wrapped his cloth around the bear to their necks, pushing them together. Now then. Suddenly, he felt the grip weaken as mud splattered from in front of the bear. Clones. He tried to retreat, but the giant bear held on, stopping him. What the? How strong is this? Now, Todoroki. Of course. They executed their plan as the bear transformed into Chastiful, pinning Aizawa's scarf to the street. Momo ran out from one of the street corners, grabbing Aizawa and pinning him down by planting her fist on his back and holding his hands together. Not bad. Not bad at all. Todoroki flew out from the other side of the corner, walking up to Momo. See, it all worked out. Yes indeed, but I can't help but feel like he simply let us get away with that. Aizawa looked at her and sighed. There were many things I had to consider in that situation. You could have acted as a decoy while Todoroki commanded his bear from afar, Or maybe risk it changing forms. Backing up and recollecting myself was the best option. And isn't that how a plan should go? Todoroki nodded. Yeah, all you needed was a little time, like you said. Thanks. Momo was touched by their praises, putting a hand on her mouth as she fought back tears of happiness. What's wrong? If you're going to be sick, press the pressure on your instep. It's nothing, I swear, she said, putting her hand back on her mouth. Todoroki Shoto and Momo Yaoyorozu are the first ones to complete the test. Nurse's office. Izuku's POV. I sat on the bed as I watched recovery girl barrage Toshinori with complaints about his lack of restraint. You are lucky these two boys have very good healing factors, or else I don't know if I would be able to repair the damage they sustained. Bakugo simply watched the screens, an annoyed look on his face. It didn't take much for me to tell if he enjoyed winning in that way or not. I looked at the screens, my eyes darting around curiously, watching the rest of our class fight their battles. Hey, is it okay with you if we stay here and watch? Of course, dear. That isn't a problem. I walked up to the screens and stood by Recovery Girl, who was also watching from her chair. I know they're calling it a test, but each matchup almost seems like they were picked intentionally rather than randomly, am I right? That's right. On one screen, Tokoyami and Tsu struggled to keep up with Ectoplasm and his many clones. Because that boy's quirk has few weaknesses, it's up to her whether or not to help cover him and give backup. She's the perfect pillar of emotional support thanks to her level-headedness. That made sense. Without her calm and collected attitude, I don't know if Shinso and I would have made it without her. They barely scraped by a win due to clever planning between their abilities, having put a cuff on one of Ectoplasm's legs, which was enough to pass. But the thought of him wouldn't stop plaguing my mind. That wouldn't be enough. They only really got by due to a technicality. If this were real, it wouldn't possibly be that easy. Looking at another screen, I saw Mina and Kaminari surprisingly struggle. All the heavy objects dropping onto them made it hard for Mina to get her footing, and even if she did, she wasn't strong enough to break the metal objects with her wind. Mina and Kaminari versus Niza Battlegrounds. The two scrambled for their lift. Kaminari tripped and nearly got crushed, but thankfully, Mina was fast enough to grab him and bring him into the air. I almost died, holy see. Kaminari was hyperventilating while Mina was breathing, trying to catch her breath. For a tiny mouse bear. Dude, he's really smart. She looked down at the debris and destruction he had caused. Kaminari gulped. Please don't drop me. I'm not gonna drop you. You really think I'm an amateur at this? She looked and saw a wrecking ball swinging at her full force, leaving her and Kaminari to scream as she barely dodged it. Phew. Is he trying to kill us or something? Mina, I'm gonna puke. The pink-haired girl cringed as she looked at him, pleading for him not to throw up. Nurse's office. Izuku couldn't help but worry for his two classmates, clearly fighting for their lives as he watched. He was also discovering a new hidden fear for their principal. Isn't this a bit extreme? Nizu was toyed with by humans in all sorts of ways in his past. He tends to let it all out during times like this. Jiro and Koda thankfully pulled through, thanks to Koda getting over his fear of bugs and exploiting Present Mix's fear of them, causing him to faint. Mineta and Siro had surprisingly beaten Midnight. Mineta had used his super sticky ball to trap her on the ground and immobilize her. It may have been because Midnight was playing around, but good for him regardless. Kirishima and Sato also lost in the war of attrition to Cementos, which was expected. Ojiro and Shinso had also won against Power Loader, with Shinso's head cartoonishly in the ground. However, Izuku took notice of Uraraka and Aoyama's team as he continued to watch. How are they gonna get out of this one? He asked himself. Ochako and Aoyama versus 13 Battlegrounds. Uraraka POV. Whoa a dash. Aoyama and I latched onto the railings for dear life. All the while, 13 kept trying to take us away from the goal using his black hole quirk to SCK us up like a super vacuum. Heh. Now that's one quirk that constantly SCKs. Aoyama was clearly not helping the situation by doing some routine. Are you doing a routine or something? We're in a real pinch here. My costume. Suddenly, I could see the lights on his knee pads glow as I heard 13th steps get closer. It transmits from my navel, so we are in not pinch that I can see. Fwip. I can also absorb light. Annihilated down to the atomic level. Well, that was completely useless. This is no joke. Aoyama, what the heck? I am what I am. Our backs were against a wall, or a black hole in this case. I tried to regain focus and think about what to do. Darn. We'll be caught. Think. In a pinch like this. If I were Midori. Then. Hey. Hold on a sec, Aoyama cut off my line of thinking. Did he have a plan of some sorts, or? You were just thinking. If I were Izuku Midoriya, weren't you? Like him, don't you? Nothing in the entire world could have prepared me for something like that. I could feel my face grow red as I tried to process what he said. Wait, why don't I feel myself holding on to anything? Dear, it's because you let go of the railing. Aoyama and I both said, oh, simultaneously as I went rocketing into 13 just as he disabled his quirk. Almost in an instant, a beam of light shot out of my hands. By the time I regained my train of thought about what just happened, I had 13 pinned on the ground and cuffed. I just instinctively whipped out what I learned from Mr. Gunhead. I took multiple breaths as it announced that we had passed the exams, but seriously, what was that question Aoyama asked out of nowhere? Time is up. Your final exam is over. Many managed to grow, while others weren't able to go beyond their limits. That was the bittersweet ending of the practical portion of the final exam. A certain group, however, was ready for round 4. Shigaraki. A man walked into the bar, holding a cigarette. We've been spreading word about your gang for a good bit now. About how something big is about to go down. Shigaraki crushed the photo in his hand. Well, introduce them then. Both of them walked in. One was a heavily scarred, tall man with black hair, while the other was a girl who seemed no older than the kids they were trying to confront. In person, you're quite intimidating, she remarked. Whoa. This guy is your friend, Mr. Staney? Right. She tilted her head excitedly, smiling. I want to join your League of Villains. To be continued.